Alongside David Ronsley, my name is Darren Sutton, and good morning. And greetings from Chase Field, Copper Square, downtown Phoenix, Arizona, Day 3, a Perfect Games National Showcase. If you found us for the first time, hello, glad to have you with us. This simply put is a preview for the College World Series and for 5 years and next year's MLB Amateur Draft. That's the best way to put it. We've got a fun one. It's not just team versus team, it's green versus black here at Chase Field. And David, for these athletes, both of these teams, it's the final chance for ABs for both of these rosters, which makes it fun. Obviously, pitchers step on the mound for the first time. These games are about the pitchers, but live ABs for the hitters, last time to make an impression.
Yeah, the live ABs are so important in evaluating the players, but the pitchers yesterday, really in the third game especially, there were so many surprises on the mound. We had some ranked pitchers we were really excited to see. Ends up the unranked, the lower ranked pitchers were the most impressive. I think we're going to see some pitchers today really jump forward, and maybe the first one is Maverick Rizzi.
Yeah, tell us about him. So he's 6 feet 9 inches tall. Last year he was 6'8", so still growing. His brother pitches in college as well at the Division I level and stands 6'8". He's a Massachusetts athlete, and at this point, he's uncommitted, and then he committed to UConn very, very recently. So it's interesting with who Maverick Rizzi is. What do you know about him?
Well, you know I'm always a fan of big pitchers, maybe against the empirical evidence or whatever. I love big pitchers, and Maverick Rizzi, the impression with big pitchers is they develop late, especially from the Northeast. So you have two develop late factors with Maverick Rizzi. But this is a young man who's already been 91, 93 his last 2 times out for us, including once in late June. So it's present stuff on a kid who still has a lot of development time to go.
We see that when you watch David during the scouting live BP, you learn when the athletes throw, you learn when the athletes run. But these live game at bats to flip the script from the pitcher to the hitter, they're very important for the scouts as well.
Yeah, they are. We saw it yesterday with a couple players, Caleb Bonnemer most obviously, that they react differently in the games. Yeah, BP is great, BP is necessary, but how you react when someone's throwing breaking balls, how you react when you get the fastball in the middle of the plate to attack, it's all very instructive from a scouting point of view.
Some of the athletes we'll be seeing playing in the game today as we go down the roster. You'll see Calder Glassman pitch in this game, Miles Goshen, a name that we know, Derek Curiel, the current #1 player in the nation. This is an athlete out of Southern California. Cale Fountain is big, strong, and incredibly athletic. Jeff Lugie, he has certainly made an impression on you guys as we look on down the list. Alakai Kea is an interesting athlete, number 26 there. This is a Hawaiian-born catcher.
This is a very important game for him and his at-bats. He put on probably the best show in batting practice, has trouble barreling up in games, just going back to past events as well. So it's going to be very important for him to get some good swings at the plate today.
Miles Goshen at the top of the order to lead things off, number 10 in that green jersey. First pitch, fastball. Let's play some baseball. 94 miles an hour. How about that statement?
And up on the big Chase Field scoreboard, we've got velocity, we have spin rate, we also have vertical and horizontal induced movement, which is something that's become really big in the scouting and analytics world, and I will hopefully be mentioning those a few times as the game progresses.
Good looking breaking ball. Talk about dip and dive at 79 miles an hour.
And just to use the example of horizontal induced movement, that had 15 inches of horizontal life to it. That's an outstanding number. It certainly meets the eye test as well.
Miles looks at a fastball that misses outside. Miles from Southern California, West Hills, California, goes to Chaminade Prep. We saw him twice as a Select Festival athlete in 19 and 20. Enjoyed being around him. Top 100 player in the country. Number 8 overall as far as his position, which is third base as he goes down there. It's another good-looking breaking ball.
15 inches of horizontal life as well. And one thing I really like about Maverick Rizzi, aside from the obvious stuff, you know, that's an unhittable pitch. If you're not going to take that, you're certainly not going to hit it. But he has such a controlled delivery for a big athlete. And that's really the first thing I look at in a big pitcher is a simple, controlled delivery. He's working from the stretch, It's short, it's directional, it's something that even at 6'9", he's going to be able to repeat well.
Kalen Applefield, the catcher, looks at strike one as that one drops over the outside corner. Another secondary pitch.
Well, we've seen the swing and miss slider. We've seen the get me over on the first pitch slider.
Bears back and fires a fastball at 93 miles an hour. Height adds velocity, even if that's perception, correct?
Yes, because you should, just by virtue of being 6'9" versus, let's say, 6'2", your reach out front is going to be that much farther. You're releasing it closer. It takes less time to get to the plate, so the effective velocity is going to be that much greater. And we're not talking about small. We're talking about like potentially 2 or 3 miles an hour in perceived velocity, depending on the extension and the true velocity out of hand.
Applefield from the San Diego area. Carlsbad is a Cal commit. Leans on a fastball off the bat at 92 miles an hour. Skied into center field. That one put away out there. Mr. Ramirez runs that one down. Quickly 2 outs with Rizzi on the bump from Fiskdale, Massachusetts. Canes national team is where he plays. He feels like he has evolved because of that. He's a young man who went through quite a bit as about a middle schooler is when he faced the most challenges. It was right about 7th or 8th grade as he deals with Houston Wheeler. Good, tight breaking ball. Kind of tried to throw it back foot a little bit low. 1-0 the count. Oregon State commit, left-handed bat. Good dive on that fastball, but misses outside. 2-0. Local product, Sandra Day O'Connor High School. Produced Nolan Gorman, if you recall him being a PG All-American, homering in the Classic, and now doing so for the Cardinals, the big league Cardinals. He went to Sandra Day O'Connor. Number 6 overall player in the state of Arizona. What are you seeing from Rizzi?
He's nibbling a bit here. Wheeler's doing an outstanding job. I get this impression he can throw the ball just about wherever he wants to. He's pitching with intent. He's shown 2 different types of slider. And when you can go out and throw 92, 94 as it was on that pitch, that's your fallback. If you get behind in the count, just come back and throw 94 down the middle.
Well, he's right up on top of the plate with that back foot, slightly open stance. Just turned 18 years old. Buried the fastball in. There's a pitch with intent, boy. That was outstanding.
Yeah, he got behind there and said, okay, I'm just going to go to my strength. And the strength, 93 miles an hour, you're 6'9", it's getting on hitters quick. It's got late life down in the zone, under the hands. No chance. Great pitch there by Maverick Rizzi.
David Darren, Perfect Game National Showcase. Bryce Clavon, is he a quarterback in college or is he a baseball player in the pros? Manny Ramirez's son is Lucas Ramirez. As we take a peek at Team Black, there's some intriguing names as these gentlemen rolled out. Certainly we'll see VC hop up on the mound, the talented catcher, and he will go to work as well. Cooper Williams will get an opportunity to take an assignment as well. There's Maverick Rizzi. New York, Calder Glassman, a Notre Dame commit. And when I say New York, it's urban dweller New York City, going through the pandemic, finding a place to play. This is Calder Glassman.
We sort of have a northeast battle today with Maverick Rizzi and Calder Glassman. Glassman ranked 169th in the 2024 class. I love it when pitchers throw a changeup early to the first hitter. They're telling you as a scout, this is one of my pitches. I have confidence in it, and I'm going to use it. And that was an outstanding one.
We had a chance to get to know Calder Glassman in our Brooklyn, New York studios and had a really deep conversation with him, understanding what it's like to be an urban-dwelling athlete. And good secondary pitch again, a breaking ball that time. Where to get a good slice of pizza to where to get a workout in when it's a situation where you can't find a place to play. Nice little slider, huh?
Yeah, big sweeper, 15 inches of horizontal movement.
Michael and Jenny, his parents, both of them went to Penn. Life on the fastball, grabs the inside corner at 88. That's strike three.
Every one of those pitches to Clavon's up there looking for a pitch he can swing hard at it and drive, and every single one of those pitches, the balls, the strikes, were right on the black. And he's just saying, aren't you going to give me a pitch to hit? No, he's not, Bryce.
Pensacola, Florida, and the Panhandle is where Christopher Rembert is from. Boy, that fastball's got a lot of arm side run, David.
16 inches. Now think about this. He's throwing a breaking ball that has 15 inches of horizontally induced movement one way. He's throwing a fastball that has 16 inches going the other way. That's 31 inches right there. The plate's only 17 inches wide. So that's a huge amount of movement that he has to control, but also that the hitters have to take into account. And you can see the catcher already, who's probably never even met Calder Glassman before, let alone caught him, is trying to handle that stuff.
That one wraps over the inside corner to run the count to 2-1. Remember, it's an Auburn commit. This is one of the top shortstops, middle infielders in the country. Just turned 18 years old. He goes to Catholic in Pensacola, Florida. Some good baseball in that area as it's rolled out toward short. On the third base side, that one is picked up on across the diamond. Big Cade Fountain fires that one away.
I think Fountain knew who was running there. Rembert
looked up,
who can really run. Maybe rushed that throw a little bit. Got some air under it. Got a lot of air under it.
Now batting number 13, Garrett Shaw.
It's a little too much over there for Jackson Gluick, who's at first base. Garrett Scholl gets the call now from Enid, Oklahoma. Enid High School, where Brad Gore is his coach. Glassman's fun to watch. Doesn't know how to throw a straight pitch. A little elevated fastball that time.
Yeah, probably with intent. Everything he's doing with intent, although he's more of a sinker ball. That only had 11 inches of vertically induced rise to it, which is relatively low number. But I think it's that run, and maybe even if he could get a little more sink to that's going to be a big pitch for him. Plus mixing.
Yeah, living in the upper 80s, which, you know, if you're doing that kind of work at Notre Dame, that's with the life and the command that plays at the college level.
My observation is strikes play at the college level.
Yeah, good call.
Strikes and being able to change speeds. If you go on college baseball now with the talent and stuff and just try to bring 95, it's not going to work for you.
Pulled that slider to the backstop. Rembert was on the move. He moves into second base in scoring position. Joel's an Oklahoma State commit, the son of Brian and Tricia. Oklahoma Player of the Year. More movement, but it's outside. 3-1 the count. It's funny, you'll talk to major leaguers, as we're lucky enough to do on occasion, about their memories of being young, coming to a showcase, playing travel ball. They'll always mention the 8:30 games, all of them. As that one sails high, we'll put a runner out there at first as the at-bat goes on. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what event you recall, whether you're Francisco Lindor or Zach Gallen, who pitches here for the Diamondbacks in this ballpark, they all remember that 8:30 game. We're at one of those. Got to turn it up early, D.
I have actually never heard that before. That's why I'm laughing, because getting to the field at 7 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. is just kind of part of my existence. But I guess when you're 16, 17 years old, it is not really part of your existence.
I think too, what happens then, you age out of it, and if you're that successful and you make it to the next level, there's very few matinees. Good-looking changeup as that one dives down and away. That may have been just a two-seam fastball, but I think you're so used to playing under the lights as a big leaguer.
Yeah, that's the fastball, and it does have changed life. That had 16 inches of run on it, which is just, that's a gift. It's something he's doing in his grip that he has confidence in. What I want to see him try to do is throw that pitch so it starts off in the left-hand batter's box and comes back in. See if he can get that same type of life throwing it to his glove side rather than his arm side. Getting arm side run is a relatively normal thing, although that's a severe amount. But if he can throw that, start it along the white line there on the left-hand batter's box on the inside part, and then bring it back over the plate, the hitter's going to give up on that early. Greg Maddux only won 363 games with that pitch, basically, and so few pitchers can master it. And Glassman might be one of those that can try.
That one skips on by, gets to the backstop.
And that was a great pitch to show it. That was the same velocity, fastball. And he threw it to the glove side, to the outside half of the right hand. That only had 4 inches. So it's not something, at least on that pitch, that he showed anywhere close to the same amount, the same type of movement thrown to the glove side.
Kai will tell you, probably should have caught that baseball just a little bit off the plate. That's crazy run as that one runs inside.
19 inches there. And just the difference of which side of the plate. He's going to have to learn. I mean, he already, I'm sure, has an appreciation for how much his ball runs and where he has to throw it to get it in the strike zone or just off the strike zone. But it's something that it takes a while, I think, for a pitcher to master.
Put a runner on, as that is the walk. They're calling him in-house the clone runner. I kind of like that because the hitter still gets to stay in here. They said we could steal that, the great Diamondbacks DBTV staff.
I don't know, since I think it was Danny Wexelman who first coined the Ghost Runner.
Ghost Runner.
And that sort of stuck. It's hard not to use Ghost Runner. And clone sounds kind of like a...
Creepy?
Not creepy, almost more intellectual than creepy.
Well, they're like that down here.
Okay.
This is an amazing in-house staff. Well, you've sat up here and listened to the work they've done the last couple of days. They do an amazing job. In-house entertainment, some of the best in baseball. And now, on the field at Chase, they have a matching product on a nightly situation as that one gets Allen. Allen's from Auburn, Alabama, goes to Auburn High School. He's a Mississippi State commit. Hank and Doe, his parents, and he's the baby of the family. Family of scuba divers. A couple of years ago, they did a family tradition where they cranked it up. They all did 6 weeks of training, went, did it, loved it. He drives that one toward right, and it's fouling out of play. Won a championship his freshman year at the 7A level. And somehow Mississippi State got a kid who lives in Auburn, Alabama to commit to them.
That does say something. You can see Allen taking some very confident cuts. He's a very mature hitter. He's got the power to take it out of the ballpark. We've seen it at PG events, but it was very impressive watching him in his batting practice and then in his first couple of at-bats is that he's very much a gap-to-gap hitter. He is under control. He's a mature hitter. He's not trying to do too much until he got that pitch, which was not only out of the zone, it was out of where he could handle it.
Glassman started at letter high, and it ran right up under the knuckles, and so it was tough to handle. I'd swing with confidence, too, initially at this pitch until it's there.
Exactly.
David and Darren on an Arizona warm morning, and it's only going to get warmer outside of Chase Field. We are indoors, beautiful. Air conditioning works wonderfully. One of the more functional and pretty ballparks in the game. Hosted the All-Star game in 2011 here at Chase. And Big Mav goes back to work. Oh, we have a moment, David. Just a quick story on what he went through. A series of illnesses during, and look at this presence. So understand this presence at 6'9". When he was in 8th grade, he had a rare condition that required 5 surgeries in 3 years. He couldn't do much of anything, literally be an athlete. He was bedridden, very, very ill. Without going into detail about what he was stricken with, he shared that with us and shut down his ability to play basketball, football, baseball, and made it through. He said, I lost a lot of friends because I was an athlete, then I wasn't able to play. He said, I learned how to cope. I gained confidence in myself. Look at this presence now. And he was, basically hospitalized or bedridden for a long, long time.
Wow, that is impressive. And
hard to believe that this presence was ever ill.
Yeah, and I respect his ability to share that stuff as a as a teenager, sharing those hard times. It's easy to talk about the good times. Mm-hmm. It's much harder to talk about the much more difficult times.
I'll give you a quick thought as David Mizza out of Sierra Madre, California, takes his role at things. UCLA commit as he takes the pitch just off the plate. One line, David, kind of backs up what you're saying. When he says, in the end, I'm actually thankful for my struggles. It defined me as a person, made me realize what is important and who is important.
I'm a big David Mizza fan.
Do tell.
Watching him, first of all, he's a career 400-plus hitter in PG stuff on some volume, so he can get the barrel of the ball. And just watching him in his... He barreled up every ball in BP. It was just controlled. He's not going to drive the ball over the center fielder's head or anything, and he knows that. That's not his game. That's his game right there. Take a pitch he can handle. He got that breaking ball from Mizza, maybe a little got too much plate. Take it right up the middle, lead off the inning, got a base runner first team.
He's kind of an old soul with who he likes. He loves Charlie Blackmon. This looks like Charlie Blackmon with that approach. And he loves Brian Roberts. If you guys remember Brian Roberts, those aren't common names that players mention. Boy, David, you nailed that. What a pretty swing.
Yeah, that's somebody who studies baseball. I mean, if he's going to throw in Brian Roberts, that's somebody who studies baseball.
Jackson Glick, athlete out of Kansas City, Missouri, Royal Scout team.
Correction, athlete number 24, Jackson Glick.
Another left-handed bat. He's active with it. Rizzi forced to step off as Miz is bouncing around out there. Glick, a wrestler and a good one. Football player. Letterman 3 times, of course, playing baseball as the runner goes, and that lifted fastball is fouled off. So I'm seeing a lot of metrics up there, D. And you're an evolved scout, 92 miles an hour, good spin rate of about 2,300 on a fastball, induced vertical break. You kids call it vert of 13 inches.
I am much more. We'll watch potential double play here.
Good effort there.
No, we don't.
He got on top of a 2-seam fastball.
But to me, yeah, people get involved in the vertical, and that's so big today because of the fastball's up in the zone, because that's an indicator that you can throw that pitch. I'm much more big on the horizontal, because that's that. I'm a dinosaur, which of course I am, but I still think a sinker is the best. A hard sinker is the best, pitch in baseball. And when you get that sink and the run on the pitch, you create ground balls, you create double plays.
Well, you give yourself more options, too, if, in fact, you're having a day when you're in the pen warming up and the 92 that you used to be able to reach for is only 89.
Yeah.
And that happens, by the way.
Yes, it does. And I've spent a lot. We're very fortunate at Perfect Game to have Todd Coffey, the former big league reliever, on our staff full-time, one of the hardest workers on our staff. And Todd lives a couple hours from me, so we're always doing showcases together and always talking pitching. And, of course, Todd made his living in baseball throwing power sinkers and sliders. Come in for 80 games a year and just throw 95-mile-an-hour sinkers. And talking to him about pitching and using that pitch is, it just confirms what I've always thought is that's the best pitch in baseball is a hard sinker.
Beautiful breaking ball, gets a swing and a miss. Levi Sterling's a SoCal guy, Los Angeles. He's at Notre Dame Sherman Oaks, where Hunter Green played his high school baseball and learned in the classroom as well. He's a Texas commit as Sterling.
And we will see Levi Sterling on the mound for 1 inning later. A true two-way player who a lot of people think his future is going to be on the mound. I think he's going to fight that from what I understand. It's almost he doesn't want to pitch because he knows he's pretty good. And he wants to be a shortstop, play every day.
Closes up the stance just a little bit. You can see his back pocket there as the runner's on the move. Swing and a miss. And an active fastball. Beautiful throw down there with some confidence right back to the dugout. Really unloaded that one nicely. Ariston Vesey, we'll see him pitch later.
You don't run on Ariston Vesey. He threw 90 during the drills. He's got a cannon. He gets rid of it quick. We'll take another. We'll get a look at Maverick Rizzi. Very nice outing for the big 6'9" New Englander. And he was pretty heavy with the breaking ball there. We're seeing a lot of these breaking balls. His fastball is still his best pitch, but he has a lot of confidence in that breaking ball and throws it for strikes. Nice outing.
season is on the move for Perfect Game. There's no better way to start it than the 11U and 12U Select Festival from the historic East Cobb Complex. Starting Saturday, August the 12th with the 11U Select Festival. Brett Dolan will have the call of that one. And then the 12U Select Festival on Sunday. Two great events, one amazing weekend, and both games streamed live and streamed exclusively on Perfect Game TV. We're really proud of that show. The first one we rolled out, our producer-director, who's sitting next to us, Steve Bant, and I did in the heart of the pandemic. I think we were both in our homes when we did that one with remote cameras, but it's back, and the coverage is great as we go back to work here with Bo Walker hitting. New Yorker Calder Glassman still working.
Yeah, the thing I'm looking for Glassman this inning is just more consistency, taking advantage of that movement on his fastball, because when he gets ahead with the fastball, he's going to be working that very good changeup he has. He's going to be able to throw his breaking ball, but it's all about getting that hard running sinker that he throws over the plate consistently.
He's been at it for a long time. This is someone whose intellect is very high. His preparation certainly takes advantage of the science of pitching and the learning, and it's, his craft. He has sharpened it, hard. He's really worked hard to get to this point. Well, what a pretty pitch that is on 3-0. Just a BP fastball, but it literally dove like a split. 3-1. I like the 3-0 green light for Bo, by the way. You're at a showcase.
Every hitter here has a green light on every pitch. It's their own green light. And I know some of them have coaches, whether travel ball coaches or high school coaches, who would cringe if they're watching Perfect Game TV and saw them swinging at 3-0. And hey, coach, I'm in a big league park. It's a showcase.
Now batting number 30,
Rustin Rigdon makes the play at short, fires it on across the diamond, as Mateo Gray gets the call. Mateo out of Weston, Florida, and a Central Florida commit. Natalia and Jason, his parents. Goes to North Broward Prep.
We must have 5 North Broward Prep players here, and of course, North Broward won their section of Florida State title this year, and you can see just with the talent they have at this showcase, their senior class next year is just going to be outstanding.
Well, there's some amazing baseball right there in that neck of the woods, because you have North Broward Prep and its brother public school is Stoneman Douglas geographically. My goodness, is there a ton of baseball right there. So if you're going to a private school and you're there, that's where you're going. If you're going to a public school, 2 amazing programs. Todd Fitzgerald's Stoneman Douglas program, too.
And we brought that up the other day on the air, Brett Dolan and I, about Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. When you look at the top programs, that's drilled into the left field corner.
And he kept it fair, D. Gray hurrying on around, hit it hard. Off the bat at 95 miles an hour. It's a double for Mateo Gray.
Mateo Gray's showing a lot of stuff. He stepped on the mound for an 11th inning the first game and was up to 92, 93. Shorten that swing up, getting that inside the line. It's almost like he guided it, cutting that swing off, but certainly got the jump off the bat.
You were saying about Florida baseball?
Well, about Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, that they've won the national championship 2 of the last 3 years, finished second the other year. This is a public school. This is all that top 10 is all full of private schools or academies who can basically recruit, follow a little different set of rules in a public school. And for Marjorie Stoneman Douglas to be effectively the program in the country, for the last 3 years, really says a lot about that community, about the staff, about the players in that area.
And to be 6 years removed from a tragedy, too, where lives were lost, and people might, shrink in a situation like that. They have done the opposite. They've grown their athletics. They've stuck together. You talked to Todd Fitzgerald. He was present on that Valentine's Day when the tragedy occurred, when the 17 lives were lost. And, boy, they have rallied back out of the ashes so strong. And they've used, in part, sports to do so, in part. And you think about programs like that, as Chase Fralick out of McIntosh High School in Peachtree City, Georgia, the Auburn commit, takes outside. Another great example, public school, public funds, working there. Huntington Beach High School in Southern California. A lot of great private schools around there. We can name them in 2 seconds. High drive toward the alley in right center field, pretty well struck. Long run out there, but a nice run. As that one is hauled in. Boy, he had to go a distance, and that was the right fielder, Terrence Keel, covering the ground out there.
And a great job of communicating. That was truly in the gap. Fralick gave that a little bit of a ride there, got it way up in the air, and there's a lot of ground out there, and you can see, I'm thinking, oh no, don't collide, don't collide. Keel got there pretty easy, actually, and called off the center fielder, Jack Hafferkamp. You've got a 6'2 runner in Hafferkamp and a 6'3 runner in Keel out there. There aren't going to be many balls dropping in the gap here, even though that center field and the alleys at Chase Field are expansive, something I've really learned in the last couple days.
Ariston Vesey, top 75 player, still deciding where he's going to play college baseball. Things have changed over the last couple of years since the pandemic. And Vesey, an athlete who he shared with us prior to this event, Texas, Ole Miss, Florida. Those are some of my dream schools.
Well, I believe Vesey was originally a Georgia commit until the coaching staff changed there. And, of course, that's something that's going to change a lot of young men's mind. If they're not committed to the school, if they're committed to the staff changes. It's almost a given that they're going to reopen their recruitment.
Glassman misses outside. You already talked about him as a catcher. Extol his virtues a little bit more, please.
Well, we rave about Cade Arambiti's arm, and Vesey has almost the same level of arm behind the plate, and he's had a lot of background as a middle infielder. You can see that body; it's more of a middle infielder's athletic body, and he brings that quickness behind the plate defensively. He's still a little rough receiving the ball and blocking because he doesn't have the repetitions behind the plate that some of his peers do, but the tools are there to be a very, very high-level defensive catcher.
Allen skips in there.
Speaking of catching, that was a very nice block with a runner on third base. That saved his pitcher a run right there.
Our Hawaiian friend, Mr. Kea, did a nice job there. By the way, Mr. Kea, a Little League World Series champion in 2018. Struck out 15 in the semifinal game. We got a chance. You've known of him and know him, but we kind of did a deep dive conversation with him the other day and loved every second of it. Extol the challenges and positives of using a closed stance as a scout. What do you say?
I don't see a lot. To be quite honest, I don't see a lot of positives because you're locking your hips in. Even though he has that open front foot there, he's trying to be open, but that's where you're going to be hitting. If you take that stance, you're saying, I'm going to be hitting the ball to right center field. And if I'm a pitcher, especially a pitcher like Glassman, I'm throwing middle in, getting that run into, because he's going to get tied up on the inside. He has, his hips are locked, so he's going to be so rotational to get to a pitch on the inside. That's where he wants the ball out there.
Down off the end of the bat, pretty approach, drives it to right. Aggressive running all the way to third. Creative slide, not creative enough though. Beautiful play out there. We see Keel again. He made a nice play in right center field. Has a pretty arm that time.
Yeah, that's a Terrence Keel inning there. Counted for 2 outs. Made it look pretty easy both ways. But again, that's the pitch that Vesey wants, and Glassman gave him the pitch he wanted, and he knew what to do with it. We'll take a little more look at young Mr. Glassman from New York. He flashed it. The thing I think he's going to leave this outing with is that I didn't have the command I wanted. Maybe I was too excited pitching at Chase Field and everything. He threw some great pitches to his strength, the sinkers, getting that big run. Also left some pitches out over the plate, got behind in some counts.
Big potential, big manipulation of the baseball. I mean, to be able to run and move the baseball, has a good changeup to go along with it. Heck, his fastball, he actually has kind of an elevator with a velo there that he can use with his fastball. Not a lot of guys can do that. As we shift gears, here's Jake Reigert. Reigert from Minnesota. He is an Ole Miss commit. He's from East Ridge High School, Cottage Grove, Minnesota.
And I think this is a young man. We have not seen him for over a year. And this is a young man I think we've picked up through our scouts and travel coaches grapevine, is worthy of being here. He certainly passes the eye test at 6'5", 235. And, of course, anybody who's committed to Ole Miss with the quality of pitching that comes through that program, that's notable in and of itself. But I sort of have an open book right now what I'm going to see for Jake Reigert.
Well, I like that. It's fun to have. I think for our viewers, it's fun to have you scout on the air, and we can live a little bit of what you live if you're just down there scouting. He says, recently I've loved to watch Paul Skeens play and pitch. It's this generation of athlete. They know one another. They look up to some that are their age or a year or two older. They follow college baseball as well. You go back a generation, it was athletes following major leaguers only because of social media and our smartphones. A guy like Reichert has learned a ton, he says, from Paul Skeens, watched him a bunch and learned from him.
Reichert also, despite the size, one of the younger players here at 17 years, 2 months.
High south of scene. You can see his resume thus far. South of scene.
He had a day yesterday.
Really good.
He had a day yesterday. Had an inside the park home run on a ball he sliced hard to right field. The right fielder went for the diving catch, missed it, stand up, inside the park home run. His next time up, he got drilled in the hip by like a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. We almost had him sit out for a few hitters just to walk it off. He said, no, I'm going to stay in here. Lined a ball off the left field fence that was like 101 off the barrel. So just an outstanding day. Showed his speed on the bases. He's a kind of young man whose speed plays up over what he runs in the 60. It's first step quickness and athleticism both on the bases and defensively.
Yeah, he takes another one. That one got him hopefully down off the hand. Boy, that's where you get scared, hands and wrists for these hitters.
I think that got him right between the elbow guard and the hand, right on his arm. And he's thinking, I just got that yesterday. I think that did get him right on the hand.
He's taking a long walk around, shaking it off. And the two-time Select Festival athlete who's a Tennessee commit uses every inch of that 5'9" frame in the box. Explosive athlete. There's a guy a little bit taller that plays left field, a perfect game alum for the Diamondbacks here. That explosive athleticism. A left-handed hitter in Corbin Carroll. Just turned 18 years old, did Ty. Runner takes off. And that's a bag.
It's Terrence Keel again.
Keel, the Georgian, the Texas A&M commit. I love seeing the athletes, D, that kind of stand in line. I'd love to run. This is my last day here. I'll run for you. When you get hit by a pitch, I'll run. Something tells me you notice those that constantly hop out there as a scout.
We do, and we also notice when somebody you wouldn't expect to run jumps out there.
Lively fastball at 92 runs in. About a foot and a couple of inches off the plate with that horizontal movement.
Yeah, Reichert doesn't lack for arm strength at all. 92, 93.
And he's loving his fastball. Long run out there. That's a fair ball. That's kind of a tough break because he made a really good pitch. Will Orbison racing, couldn't get there. And it just keeps on for Ty. A hit is a hit is a hit. He might not have crushed it, but that's another base hit.
He's a triple short of the showcase cycle right now.
Out of Orange Lutheran High School, the #1 player in the nation, Derek Curiel. LSU commit. Here with his family, both mom, dad, and sister here with him. Want to know the count to Derek? I know you and I talking before the game. That slight frame, that lean frame like Bryce Terang, Pete Crow Armstrong when they were this age.
Just kind of wait for Curiel to get stronger. It's going to happen. It's going to happen whether it happens through weightlifting and nutrition or just through, continuing physical maturity. And when that strength happens, the power is going to follow.
Got a really strong resume with everything he's done, especially at PG events a couple of years ago, MVP of a WWBA in the summertime, Select Festival athlete. Started for him back in 2014 at a 9U PG event when he was 4 feet 7 inches tall, weighed 70 pounds. Elevated fastball, good pitch, 2-2.
Really nice pitch there. I think there's what you might call a little bit of scout fatigue with Derek Curiel.
Sure,
and that's a real thing. By the way, he's been the starting center fielder at Orange Lutheran, one of the premier high school programs in Southern California since day one of his freshman year. Every scout has seen him, 20, 30, infinite number of times as South Scene gets clean steal of second base. And people have seen so much of him, it's a fatigue thing. And he will, when he gets a little stronger, he will take the next step, and everybody will reopen their eyes and go, wow, he's the guy we thought he'd be all the time.
Put a runner on there as he takes the proverbial walk. Played football, played soccer when he was younger in high school. Rick and Linda, his parents, have supported his transition into baseball only, and it's been beneficial for him, certainly.
Oh, I could see Derek as a soccer player very easily. The way how he moves in center field and the smoothness that he runs.
Oh, good fastball again, 92, but we've got to talk about the jump, the life, the run.
16 inches of run on that. And that takes a pitch from the middle of the strike zone off the plate. And yeah, I think Curiel saw that too. He's like, hey, that was a nice pitch. You overmatched me on that one.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, with the good fortune that Derek's had, he's seen a lot of the best globally as far as arms.
Yeah, no doubt.
When you get a nod from a player at that level, that's a compliment. A big compliment to Reiger.
It's also, to have a kid and these are all very competitive young men, obviously, whose first thought when he strikes out, swings and misses is, hey, you did good. Not I did bad, or I'm mad at myself, or grab the bat, Harold, and get your head down. It's like, hey, you did good. It's an advanced understanding of the game that, sometimes the other guy's going to be better, and I'll do my best to get him next time.
Rooster Rustin Rigdon gets the call, the Metter, Georgia high school native. And the Vanderbilt commit. Top 60 player in the country. Dealing with a jumpy fastball again. 2-1 the count. Takes it out of the catcher's mitt. 2-2. Lisa and Matthew, his parents. There are 4 Rigdons at home. He's kind of in that middle spot. Rowan's his youngest brother with a couple of older siblings. Pretty fastball, dots the outside corner. That's a strike 3 call as well behind the plate.
Yeah, hitters just aren't. I mean, it's 91, so it's firm enough. I don't think hitters are really seeing that pitch much. And yes, it has a lot of movement, but there's hesitance there. There's and you can't hesitate on 91. You've got to be taking a hack at it right away. And I said it could be the movement, it could be something in Riegert's delivery. No, it's slow, accelerate late. Floated that curveball in there at 74.
Little floater to the fountain. Cale Fountain. Diesel, the Nebraska native. Tried to get the inside corner, never got there that time. LSU commit.
We have seen, Darren, very few curveballs. It's almost been 90% sliders or slurves or sweepers or whatever they call it right now. And very few true curveballs like that are getting that 11-5, 12-6 shape to them and are, low to mid 70s.
Reiger will change arm angles a little bit on occasion. That big presence, not afraid to go to a low 3/4 that we're seeing. Everything's lived up above the 90s as far as velo goes. Pounds that one on the ground. On across the diamond, unable to dig it out there. Run will scamper home and score. Third baseman Henry Allen. Not an easy play. It was just a slow roller.
Yeah, and that's heads up base running by Ty South the scene. he started off on second base. He actually, I thought Allen could have tagged him right behind him, but he stayed. But Salvesen stayed in the play, watched it, didn't get that far away from the first baseman, and he hustles home with a run.
Good chance to see TK hit, which is a good thing. Texas A&M commit. He's at Pace Academy, Terrence Keel, the Atlanta Georgian. Tracy and Terrence, his parents. And it's just him. And I said, Tracy, it's Stacy. I apologize, Stacy. He's an only child. David's got his stopwatch out.
Came in handy a few times yesterday.
Runners take off, swing through. Beautiful throw. Did he hang on to it? Clavon, how about that tag? I know he's a quarterback, but he played that one like a wide receiver. Clavon took a beautiful throw that was from Chase Freilich and turned it into an out. Not an easy tag here.
No, not at all. And 194 for Freilich. See, the watch app worked right away. 194.
Taking a look at the work of Reichert. And a beautiful throw from his battery mate. As a Perfect Game Select Festival athlete, number 9 on that jersey from Plano, Texas.
And seeing him through the years is a bit of a deception because we haven't seen him since 2021. Frankel's battled injury since then, and he was topping out at 94 as a freshman. But he's been battling injuries. We hope he's healthy here.
This is a chiseled athlete. He's fighting against Adonis Velez from Orlando, Florida, Olympia High School. When I say chiseled, it's a black belt in martial arts, and he competes internationally. He's a really fun guy to be around, the way he trains physically. Good looking breaking ball. That's strike 3.
27-21 on the spin on that 78 mile an hour sort of slurve, but outstanding spin and shape to that pitch.
Number 23, Trevor Johnson.
And another look at it. Yeah, that's a big league pitch right there.
Trevor Johnson takes his shot at things. Duke commit inside the top 250 as it pertains to ranking. Pennsylvania proud, number 7 overall player in that state and the number 1 outfielder in PA, still 17 years old. Got those pants riding high, has that Hunter Pence uniform look. A mile high toward the Chase Field roof on the left side of the infield. Ocean drifts on over. Next to him was South the Seam. And it's Miles who makes the play. 2 outs in the inning.
I wish I'd had the stopwatch on the hang time on that pop-up there. Has anybody ever hit the roof here?
I don't think so. Not that I know of.
And you would know only having...
I was here for a while.
Maybe 1,000 games or so.
I don't... It's really, really tough to do. This is a little different than the Trop where you have catwalks hanging down. Good fastball with confidence. A.J. Avasco from Lincoln, Nebraska, Lincoln East. A Kansas State commit. Right back through the middle of the diamond into center field. There's a base hit for A.J.
Frankel showing good instincts there. Just get, when the ball's hit back at you that hard, just get out of the way.
He loves watching Freddie Freeman hit, Joey Votto hit, watching Olsen hit. He said it's the left-handed first baseman that I learned the most from. Bigger guys. Mississippi commit, Ole Miss commit, Cooper Johnson. Frankel, a confident fastball that sails up and out of there. Goes down, gets a changeup, lifts it into left field. It's down for a base hit. The son of Jason and Christie, nice little approach. Not a bad pitch either, actually.
No, not a bad pitch. You said a changeup. That's what I would have said originally. But you look at the spin and the characteristics of that pitch. It's almost like it's more like a two-seamer or something that he turns over. It's getting the same spin rate as his fastball.
Interesting. Yeah, 83. So hard to tell. You're right. Lucas Ramirez. Big league bloodlines. Dad, Manny Ramirez. I used to watch when I was announcing for these Diamondbacks. Hit as a Dodger in the cage down below where his son is practicing now. Tennessee commit. He'll be playing in the 17U WWBA. Breaking ball hovered over the middle of the plate. Lucas comes up empty.
Frankel has a lot of feel for that breaking ball. He's adding and subtracting from it. 78, 82, maintaining the very high spin rates. And there's that change. Whatever he calls it, whether it's a hard split, anything, it has a lot of spin to it. Also has 22 inches of horizontal run and sink to it. Let's take a look to see the grip, or I'm not sure what that is, but it sure is a good pitch.
He's got the claw wrapped around it. Almost like we could call it. Are we allowed to use the word palm ball, David?
I think we are.
And don't forget, if you like what you're seeing here in just over a month, the top 20, 24s in the nation find themselves right back on this field for the 21st All-American Classic. Max Clark, Holiday, Corbin Carroll, Hunter Green, Bryce Harper, an alumni that's a who's who. Hunter Pence, David Ronsley, Danny Wexelman, and I'll just kind of keep things organized. That's your broadcast team. The best event, I think, historically in amateur baseball, if you're looking at a single game, 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic, right here on Perfect Game TV, Sunday, August 20th, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock here in the desert. And then immediately when that game is over, David is buying dinner for all of us. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. This is a beautiful ballpark to call a game of that magnitude. It'll be fun.
Well, you were telling me I won't be buying dinner for all four of you because Hunter Pence is getting on a red eye.
Yes, that's right.
To go call a San Francisco Giants Philadelphia Phillies game the next day.
So that tells you how much Hunter enjoys the amateur game. He hosts a college baseball show every week, which we love that he does that for us. He's dialed into the college game. He was the voice of Apple TV last year for the baseball broadcast. He has focused more on the Giants this year. But he loves this space. He's got to catch it. I hate to say, a lot of big leaguers wouldn't catch a red eye to go call a big league game. That big league game would trump us, so we're glad Hunter's going to be back. And, yeah, you don't have to buy dinner for Hunter. So, Terrence Keel was hitting. Good restaurant city, David. We'll pick a good one. Reiger goes back to work, 88 miles an hour. Disappears below his swing. Hung a breaking ball, lived to tell about it. 0-2 the count. Keel leaked out front, tried to pull that one.
Yeah, that was just a matter of the quality of the breaking ball didn't create the bad swing, just the timing of the swing. The 73 mile an hour velocity. Oops.
Ouch! Boy, got him right on that 12 on his back, maybe below the shoulder blade. Yikes. Oh, boy. Keel will look to shake it off. This has got to be interesting for the in-house staff, or for maybe you watching for the first time, the concept of, scout-driven, which it is because these players are showcasing themselves, the desire to stay in the box and keep going. But that's if you're not okay, you should take a break.
Yeah, and we will insist, do our best to insist. The whole Perfect Game staff is behind home plate there. They'll say, hey, Terrence, sit one out, get loose. Next guy comes up with no count. But most guys, or at least especially players at this level, they don't want to get out of there.
So you're saying these aren't the athletes where maybe it was more mom and dad's idea than them. It's their idea to be here, and they're invited.
Yes. When somebody gets in a regional showcase, gets hit by a 63 mile an hour curveball and has to come out, you're just sort of like, okay, we just learned something here.
1-2 the count. Oh boy, went right back in there with life to TK.
And one thing, we've seen it twice with Ty Southsony, just on this team. These kids, they're not afraid of the ball. Okay, they get drilled or whatever, and that does not impact their mindset for their very next pitch. They're not worried about getting drilled again. There's no fear of the ball. There's, nothing like that.
You talk about inspiration for Keel. Losing his father back in 2008. His dad played football at Texas A&M, and there within lies one of the deeper reasons for his commitment. I mean, it had to be a right fit personally, but he wanted to honor his late father. That's why he's heading to Texas A&M. There's a handful of players that have we've met at this event of the 300 that have lost a mom or a dad, and your heart goes out to them. The challenges that they go through, where grandparents, aunts, uncles, and down the road sometimes step-parents step in. But this young man, one of them. Fights off a breaking ball that runs in. Turned into an out by Bryce Clavon, who's playing second.
Wanted to get a measure on Keel's speed, and he did not run hard to first base on that. He got jammed. He was slow out of the box. It was an easy play by the second baseman right in front of him, and he still ran a 4.21 for the right side.
Matthew Scott out of Spring, Texas. Uncommitted athlete. Going to show out here. He's from Klein Oak High School. Ebony is his mom, Matthew is his dad, and that breaking ball is a dandy. 0-2.
Does he throw three straight and triple up? Oh, that was the fastball. You get so much running action on that. That's something that's definitely defined our pitchers so far, is the amount of movement they're getting on their pitches. I would think that's in a perfect setting. Riegert's just going to throw that ball, fastball up in the zone after two breaking balls. But some young pitchers, they don't have that pitch. And I think even from Riegert's release point, that more three-quarters, mid-three-quarters, it's hard to throw that rising top of the zone fastball. It's just not really in his repertoire right now.
3-2 the count on Scott.
In fact, you look at the numbers up on the board, that only had 8 inches of vertical and 15 inches of horizontal, and that's sort of opposite the model right now that pro teams are looking for as far as the movement on pitches. And movement on that pitch, 18 inch sweeping breaking ball gets strike 3 on Scott.
It's been a big area of focus. That pitch there specifically, David, he has really zeroed in on that when he shared in his bio with us. And it's got a good effect as Josh Springer takes his call, the Oregon commit. Coach Waz was down below yesterday, the Oregon head coach, Coach Wazikowski. Checking on some of his players that have committed to him and maybe seeking some others. Breaking ball just missed the upper tier. Out on the side of that one and pulls it outside. Where do we stand, David, on the concept of the description of a pitch called a sweeper? Do we need to call things sweepers?
I am selling on that one. I don't think that surprises you. It's not a new pitch. It's just a new descriptive for it. There have been people throwing sweepers forever. Walter Johnson probably threw a sweeper.
Why, folks, do we have to do this? 3-1 the count. That one's outside. The evolution of the concept of the pitch knuckle curve, where a pitcher pulls the finger up, spikes the finger. First it's called a knuckle curve, which Bert Hooton will tell you it's not. That's pushing it straight out. But then we had to call it a knuckle curve, then a spike. We still are allowed to just call it a curveball if we'd like.
Yeah, it's a changeup is a changeup. There's almost an infinite number of different grips for changeups, and big league pitchers, finagle around and experiment with grips on their change-ups. And yeah, we can call it a circle change, or we can call it a split change. And I saw a pitcher throwing a Vulcan change. If you don't know what that is, just think of Mr. Spock, and everything. There's so many ways to throw a change-up, but it's still at the end of the day a change-up.
Josh Springer's from the Inland Empire, Corona, California. Troy Gloss, if you remember the big slugger, he's from that neck of the woods. 17 years old, Josh. Good catcher. Hits it hard on the ground out to short. Right back recovery. Nice little flip. Christopher Rembert working up the middle with Bryce Claiborne as we take a look at the work of Jake Reichert out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota.
Yeah, Reichert came up firing, throwing 92, 93. I think when he was throwing 89, 90 and really getting into that sink, he was a better pitcher. And he obviously has confidence in the breaking ball. That became a really effective pitch for him when he saw hitters couldn't handle it. But at the end of the day, he's a lower slot sinker baller and gets outstanding movement on that fastball.
Showcase Day 3, Game 1. This is the quad header today. There are 4 games today. We'll have them all for you. we're glad you're watching the future of the game here. The top 300-400 players in the United States heading into their senior years of high school.
This is known as the long day. This is not the only showcase that has the same structure, 5-day structure with 12 teams. The Junior National Showcase has it as well, but this is referred to by all those gentlemen behind home plate as the long day.
Jason Bello in the middle of this long day is getting a chance to swing the stick, and he takes a good-looking fastball that dots the lower tier from Jack Frankel. Bello from Fort Myers, Florida, kind of the second home of Perfect Game. Has been for a long, long time. We with PG, when the crushing storms came through, were right there with the people of Fort Myers because some of our people were there, and some of the athletes, a guy like Bello, had to go through it. As he skies that one back of second base into shallow right center field. Jack Haverkamp out there manning right, Curiel in center.
Look, I've not been back to Fort Myers since the storm. I might be going next week or about 10 days just to look at. I have an off day when I'm down in West Palm. I might take the chances to drive across the state and check. I've probably spent 2 years of my life in Fort Myers. I mean, I've spent that much time there, watching baseball games. And to watch that unfold live on TV was it was an emotional experience, even from 500 miles away where I live.
Wonderful people in that neck of the woods. Will Oberson is at Bradenton, Florida's IMG Academy. He's committed to go to Old Dominion. Home run cut. Just a little bit of a dive below that swing. That was a good 2-0 cut. 6'2", 205. Doing a changeup there.
Or we're going to call that a changeup. Palm ball?
Sure, we can call it a palm ball, just not a sweeper.
And we don't have a profile from Jack Frankel?
We do. But I don't know if he opted to be super descriptive. Here's what he said about his scouting report. I asked David, please share a scouting report as if you were sharing it with a college or professional franchise. He gave me one sentence. Change up his best pitch.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Yeah, I'm finding it interesting. And as I mentioned, he's been through some injuries, lost a lot of innings. But as a young man who threw 94 when he was a freshman, the thing that's impressing me, he's not throwing out, he's 89, 91, very consistently, but he has feel for all his pitches. He has that changeup. He's throwing a 2,700 spin rate breaking ball, but he's gone up and down the velocity scale with that. He's throwing lots of fastball with heavy sink and working down in the zone. He has an identity as a pitcher that it wasn't as that fireballer he was when he was, 15, 16 years old. He's acting like a very mature pitcher who's really thought about the craft a lot. That one got away from him a bit. But
the reason I kiddingly called it a palm ball, you could see the grip when we showed a replay where all four fingers are wrapped around that baseball. That's it hard down the line toward left field, toward the corner. That one goes and into the gap. Up against the wall in the bullpen triangle. Ryan Schwartz hit that one hard, and it is a double. Young man out of Indian Trail, North Carolina.
Yeah, I got to see Ryan Schwartz about 6 weeks ago at a little workout showcase in South Carolina, Clover, South Carolina. He was there. He did not have a national invite yet, and he put on a show. So it really warms me to see him playing so well here. He's big arm strength. I talked to him at that event. Big smile, same smile you see out there at second base. So I'm happy for the young man.
Son of Robin and Randy. Bryce Clavon gets ready to go to work again. 0-1 the count. Dip and dive to that pitch. Schwartz decommitted from Campbell, so he'll look for the right place to play.
Oh, he decommitted from Campbell. Okay.
Uncommitted athlete. As is Bryce Clavon for a very different reason. He still is hoping to find a place where he can play football and baseball. Responsible for 40 touchdowns last year in the air and on the ground combined. Hits it hard into center field. It's a base hit. Triple digits exit velocity. Clavon forces a throw from Kiriel. It's a beautiful throw. Tag is applied. Oh, baby. Springer goes out. He gets it. He pops the tag down, but the number one player in the land just flexed with his arm.
And with his arm, and more so, he was playing so shallow and got such a good break on the ball. He put himself in position to make that throw by his route, his positioning, how quickly he got rid of the ball.
Love what Clavon did. Great piece of hitting, certainly, and I love the throw from Kiriel. I love the play from behind the plate. Let's look at Jack Frankel again.
Yeah, Frankel did what he is now. He moved the ball around, saw the breaking ball there, fastball to, I think it was 91 was his tops, and we saw the changeup, and it's such a different changeup. It's 82 miles an hour, but has the same spin characteristics as the fastball, but the hitters aren't seeing it, and it was a very effective pitch for him.
Don't forget, by the way, join us on Sunday, August 27th. It's the 5th annual 13U Select Festival from Knoxville, Tennessee. The top 20 28s in the nation strut their stuff at Lindsey Nelson Stadium on campus, Rocky Top, Tennessee. It's a 2023 13U Select Festival, live Sunday, August 27th. Jerry Brown and I with the call. Jeremy will join us on Perfect Game TV.
Continues to amaze me how many players go through the 13U, the 14 Select Festival route, and then end up as All-Americans a few years later. In fact, Victor Medeiros just made his big league debut with the Angels the other day. He is the first 13U festival graduate ever to get to the big leagues.
2016 was the first game. You're right. He was there.
Yes, and he was Jeremy was very proud of that. And Medeiros, obviously, less a year out of pitching for Oklahoma State. It was kind of a surprise call-up. And I was like, wow, Medeiros is in the big leagues already? And Jeremy said, right away replied, yep, first 13U Festival alumnus, and there are going to be so many more.
All right, so Blaine Rowland gets his chance. He's a Florida commit, Durant High School in Plant City, Florida. A new pitcher to get to show out, if you will, here at the National Showcase.
And Rowland pitches for the outstanding Ostingers baseball program.
Love that group.
Yes, committed to University of Florida, the 84th ranked overall player in the class, 6'3", 205 pounds.
In the Osting squad, Arjun Namala, very high draft pick just the other day on Sunday. A PG alum, was an alum of that Ostingers program.
And that's something that these programs are so proud of. I think they're more proud of an alum that ends up in either in the big leagues or in the first rounder than high schools even are. Because you spend so much time together, obviously, in a travel program, share so many different ups and downs, and with the Ostingers, it's been a lot of ups, to tell you the truth. But always a great point of pride for any travel program.
Blaine Rowland gives Jimmy Osting a lot of credit. He says, Coach Osting has always put me in the best tournaments against the best teams. He believes the only way to be the best is to play the best. I've worked so much harder under his guidance. Just 1% better. We try to get every tournament, every practice as he deals with Jack Haverkamp. First fastball at 92 miles an hour to Jack. Santa Barbara commit. From Carlsbad, California. Beautiful part of the world down by San Diego. 17 years old, 6'4". A lot of length with this athlete. Wingspan that looks well beyond that 6'4" frame.
Yeah, anytime you have a 6'4" athlete who runs a 6'2", 960, and that just resonates. There are not many athletes anywhere that can do that. And you think an athlete that big and long, he's going to be a peak speed runner. He's not going to be a first step runner. Haverkamp had a 1.4610, which is a top 5 time here. So an exceptional athlete. You can see how he can get so much stronger, but that's going to end up, that's close to a big league body right now, and it's just going to get stronger.
talk about working on your speed, as there is some speed with the runner at first. But Haverkamp, and I'm sure you've talked about this, D, and his other opportunities, but here's an athlete. He came to in January at PG Showcase in Irvine, California. Great park, beautiful complex there. Ran a 6.68, and a couple of months later, you go half a year later, he's at a 6.29. I mean, we're watching Trey Turner blossom before our eyes with that height and that speed. Jack Haverkamp. Oh, boy, that's twice he's been hit now.
He's very fortunate he didn't get hit in the head there or clipped in the jaw or something. I think he got his shoulder in front of that. He's laughing it off.
Good. Playing Rowland trying to find the strike zone, or at least the effective part of the strike zone, the Floridian. Son of Kelly and Andy. See if he can do so here. Usually when you see a couple of spin arounds like that in a showcase, this is a pitcher just trying to gather himself as that one runs in. That's just a method to calm yourself. Yeah. He's not uber concerned about the runner. Buried that one right back in the hands. This is not an easy play, but it's made out there. Boy, that was a long, long run to get there. And a nice job in center field hauling that one in. Who's on the move out there? That's Trevor Johnson.
Trevor Johnson. He had that all the way. He looked confident the whole way, but he was playing back, and you've got to respect Haverkamp's strength and power, and he was, and made up for lost ground. Haverkamp just couldn't adjust there because it was inside.
Right.
Just couldn't quite adjust to turn the barrel and get out front with it.
Okai Kea has taken a bold move to go from Hawaii to IMG Academy in his final year of high school. From Kamehameha. Runner on the move, another pitch high and inside, a stolen base there. But David, worth talking about this young man. Little League World Series champion 5 years ago. And taking on a Vanderbilt opportunity and a Florida opportunity to move away from his family. He's going to miss his family. Runner on the move, throw down, cut off, fired right back to the plate. That worked together very, very nicely. Second baseman in that case, slipping on a cross, was Mateo Gray.
Almost like they practiced it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you've got good fundamentals and you've been well coached, that's going to happen. Mateo Gray, we talked before about that outstanding North Broward prep program. He's obviously worked on that a lot before.
Pretty curveball, grabs the inside corner for a strike.
Rowland's one of these rare high school pitchers who has both a true slider at 82, 83, and then the big slow curveball at 74, and has some feel for both of them. It's a fastball right now that he doesn't have a lot of feel for.
Tried to find the track of that breaking ball, ends up lifting it into left center field. Drifting way back underneath it is Adonis Velez, who makes the play for the out. So the Floridian, Mr. Rowland, is done. At least in this inning, we'll see him work some more as he sits down the Hawaiian. 2-2 our score. Not that we're uber focused on the score here at the National Showcase. forget, as we welcome you back, to take a peek ahead at the 8th annual 14U Select Festival. That's Sunday, September 3rd. Jeremy Brown, David Ronsley all have the call for you. The top 27th in the nation, visiting beautiful JetBlue Park in Fort Myers, Florida. As we say, the Florida home of Perfect Game. 8th annual 14U Select Fest Labor Day weekend tradition in the spring training home of the Boston Red Sox. The final jewel in the Perfect Game summer crown. Then it's on to fall and all the fun that goes along with it. We'll have it here on Perfect Game TV. You'll come? You'll join us?
I'm looking forward to it.
It's a public invite for you.
Not 100% sure yet, but I
am.
I've still got to negotiate that with Jeremy. Jeremy's having another baby right around then. I think Jeremy might not even be available.
Ford Thompson gets the call. Snellville, Georgia, Parkview High School. That's a factory there. They do an amazing job. Talk about public schools that churn out one great baseball player after another. Chan Brown, what a great high school coach. So let's watch Ford pitch.
And you will watch him pitch, indeed. You're not going to see 94 or anything here. You're going to see upper 80s. You're going to see a hammer of a curveball. You're going to see the ball moving around at different spots.
Chris Rembert showed off his athleticism earlier. The Auburn commit. Play for Butch Thompson. Breaking ball that went from dugout to dugout and stayed inside that time. Big sweeper.
I think it might have clipped Rembert there on the back arm.
Christopher ran a 6.5 through 83 from the infield. Exit velocity in the mid-90s.
Waiting to see whether we're going to get a clone runner here. I don't think they're ready for it yet. There we go. Who was the first one to get on a helmet?
That matters, right, D?
Yes. That's kind of like first one to the helmet. And there was a whole bunch of guys standing along the rail saying,
Chase Fralick?
Yeah. Okay. What we have here, we have the big catcher out there. He was the first guy to find his helmet and sprint out there. So
okay.
It's not always the little speed demon. Chase Fralick wants to go play.
So Chase will get out there, get some sprints in as Rembert hits in front of him.
I always find it interesting when catchers come out and run or get to run at these, because a lot of levels catchers don't run. They're like courtesy runners for and stuff. And like, no, coach, I want to run the bases.
Rembert fights that one off. So Christopher went down and played up at the Jupiter event, the World Wood Bat Association World Championship last fall for that East Coast Sox scout team. And talk about building some confidence at that amazingly talented laden event. He had 4 hits, he had 4 walks, he got on base half the time. It's one thing to play up, it's another thing to succeed when you play up. I'm getting back on that plane and heading home or in the car with my family thinking, okay, I belong here. It's one of the reasons Rembert has that 31 ranking. One of the reasons he probably is tracking to be an All-American. Drives that one toward right field. Hangs up nicely out there, though. Matthew Scott, the right fielder, makes the play.
He spanked that one. 93 exit velocity, but opposite field. Had 2 strikes on him, still maintained full bat speed.
Now batting number 13, Darren Shaw.
And quite honestly, Darren, when you're at a tournament quality of Jupiter and the top teams, the East Coast Sox being one of them, one of the first things you do when you look at a roster for that tournament, you're prepping for Jupiter, you look at the underclassmen. Because the rosters will be senior, 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 senior. And when you see a sophomore or junior on an Ostingers or on a East Coast Sox or a team like that, you go, okay, that's a guy I need to watch. Because the seniors you've all heard of, they're in the rankings, they're established. That's where you find a lot of the underclassmen, like a Rembert playing for the top teams at the top tournaments.
Garrett Scholl sits on a breaking ball, hits a line drive into right field for a base hit. It was up out over the plate. Scholl will track the throw to third, head on into second, a couple of bases there. 93 off the bat, but it was the approach, too, that was oh so impressive from Scholl.
Yeah, got the breaking ball up. I don't think Ford Thompson's going to be happy with that pitch at all, but just stayed real simple. Stayed inside it. Bang.
31, Henry Allen.
Now, I like Chase Fralick, the catcher, going aggressively from first to third there.
Call me just a courtesy runner. Say catchers can't run. Here's Henry Allen. By the way, Ford Thompson is a Georgia commit. His dream school, he called it. Fastball. Drops in and out of the catcher's mitt for a moment here in the fifth inning. Kalen Applefield is working behind the plate. Thompson's parents are Robbie and Joseph. Younger sis is Finley. Working against Henry Allen now. Thompson part of the 18U national team. Talks about pitchability as one of his biggest strengths. Ability to command multiple pitches, work the strike zone. Said, for me, it's not just throwing aimlessly. I grew out of that a while ago. This is the words of Ford Thompson pitching. Couple of runners on, chance for Henry. 2-2 the count. Now he's from Auburn. He was recruited by Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State when he was in 8th and 9th grade. I didn't really want to stay close to home. I wanted to get to know, it's not that far away, but a different part of the South. Looked up to Rowdy Jordan for a long, long time, and that's one of the reasons. He wanted to go to Mississippi State. 3-2. Committed on his 15th birthday.
As we know, that's not going to happen anymore.
Communication now, August 1st, heading into your junior year. Can't be any earlier. Check swing, and it's chopped foul. You have thoughts on that change, David?
I definitely support it. You know, I've never seen why kids are so anxious to commit early. And I know a lot of it is pressure from the schools. It's not that they want to. There's a lot of pressure. You know, schools will. It's very common to say, "We'll have this. You have a week to decide. You'll have this long to decide." That's a common recruiting technique. You know, putting the pressure on the kids, and just keeping that pressure off the kids and the families until you're really able to make a decision. You know, I don't think a 14 or 15-year-old kid, no matter how mature they are, no matter how much positive parental input, really has the ability to make a decision, unless it's a school. If your mom and dad went to Texas A&M, Terrence Keel's experience, yes, you have a reason to go there, an ingrained emotional reason, a vested family reason to go. Yeah, that's fine, but you can wait on that. No, that's not to say that the college coaches aren't going to know who all the best 14 and 15-year-old players are. They're going to know. They're still going to get invited to camps. As Allen strikes out on that high curve ball.
Side-to-side breaking ball. I also think, and maybe we're not talking about the top 300 level as we see at this event, but I think it keeps certain athletes playing longer and not switching sports, maybe not giving up. That see all their friends at that elite level commit. Well, now they're not going to see it. They may keep playing, and they may turn out to be a D2 player, somebody that's good enough to play college baseball instead of thinking, well, maybe it's not for me, because they're late bloomers, you know?
And we have to remember about the commits. It's a two-way commitment. The school is committing, but the school can change its mind too. Not only because they have a change of coaching staff, but if they look at a kid and say, "Wait a minute, we don't need a catcher anymore. this guy hasn't progressed as quickly as we want. We have a better guy. The school's in the position to end that commitment as well, just as the player and the family have the right to end that commitment. So
Bobo, his friends call him Bo Walker, the speedy outfielder of the Georgia. Speaking of commits, the Georgia Tech commit. Bo hits a high fly ball, very shallow center field. Coming on in, getting comfort under that baseball is the aforementioned Terrence Keel, and he makes the play for the out. The 8:30 game, one of 4 games here at the Perfect Game National Showcase. It's day 3, the home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Glad David and I are very glad that you're spending time with us. We'll be back in just a moment. One more time. And the first pitch is a strike over the outside corner to Jeff Lugie, the Pennsylvanian. Rowan, by the way, needs to be mentioned, went ahead and ran the 60, even though he's a pitcher, ran a pretty impressive 6.8. That one dives low to Jeff.
Just a good all-around athlete. And he has actually hit a ton over the years, has almost 300 plate appearances and a career .312 hitter with more walks than strikeouts. So he has some offensive ability. Want to show his athleticism.
Lugie, his foe, the Select Festival athlete back at the 14U age group. It was around that time that he committed to go to Duke. Son of Tony and Kelly. Susanna, by the way, plays college lacrosse at Lebanon Valley College. This is a Pennsylvania man who is a Phillies fan. It is his team. 3-2.
The thing that's always amazed me since I started working, festivals and such, is these kids, you'll get a group of, 40 or 45 players, 13 or 14 years old. They create an Instagram or whatever social media account, and they stay in communication, that group, all through their high school years. And I hear that from a couple different players and their parents, and they say, yeah, these guys are always communicating. It's a fraternity playing in that one festival. And yeah, you might play in another one, you might end up as a All-American, but that first big event you go to becomes such a bonding for these kids when they're a young age, and it follows them all through their baseball career. And for some of them, as we said, all the way up to the big leagues.
That's really well said, and you see that. Sometimes the group expands a little bit. They'll invite another prospect in who they meet at an event, and they all get to know one another. And you see that on draft day as Lugie waves at that pitch that's high. I had the good fortune of being at Ralphie Velasquez's home as he was picked 23rd overall. But he knew as You see that one, life on the fastball. He knew that we had people at Sammy Stafura's house in New York, and he kept asking me, hey, can you get me a picture of how it's going at Sammy's? Can you get me a picture of how things are going at George Lombard's home in Miami? So the group grows, whether it's a select festival, they stick together, then they'll have some more invited guys to come in, and they kind of stick together. Yeah,
there aren't very too many strangers. We may have 320 athletes overall, and there's some guys playing, who are fairly unknown.
Yeah.
But they are quickly assimilated into this peer group of the top players, and there really are no strangers at this level anymore. With social media, with big tournaments, the WWBA 17 under that's coming up, Jupiter, all these kids know each other. I think it's amazing that they know each other. I had a fun game back when I played high school baseball in Northern California, and always took pride in that I played against 9 future big leaguers when I was in high school. And these kids probably are all playing against or know, 100 future big leaguers. And
it's there's an innocence to it, and that's good. That's good. Runner was on the move. Miles Goshen lifts that one to the right side. Speaking of a WWBA, earlier this year he played in an 18U event for USA Prime and did really, really well. He had a 500 on base, 6 hits, 3 walks. We're seeing more and more teams playing both the 18 and 17U just to get more games in.
I'm glad to see kids playing 18U because 18U 20 years ago was the big deal. It was the most prominent of the WWBA national championships. And now it's almost an afterthought. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get rid of it, or at least a few years ago. But playing the 18U is sort of coming back. I think the whole recruiting cycle thing is what almost killed that age group because we were recruiting at such a younger levels, and kids didn't want to play at the 18U anymore. But it's so glad see players playing up because you're playing against older kids, more mature kids. You're going to see higher level pitching, at least in terms of raw stuff.
This athlete that I'm going to mention wasn't the Pied Piper of pulling others back in, but a lot of talk last year at the 15U, 16U age group when Cam Caminetti played all summer last year with the Chi-Town Cream travel team at the 18U age group. Did it again this year, was invited to join other 17U teams. And people have noticed that, and now I'm not saying he's the Pied Piper, but more and more athletes and or teams are joining those events as well.
Yeah.
I think you nailed why, though. With the recruiting, it's almost, and this is unfair to say that it happens, but being a talented 16-year-old Dominican athlete, a lot of your friends have already gotten the eyes and the contracts as soon as they turn 16, and you're almost forgotten at that point. And so it's great to see, as you said, the late bloomers or the 18U age group in those tournaments gain momentum again.
The irony being Cam Caminetti, who's reclassified to this 24 class, is still 16 years old.
I know.
He's the youngest I've seen of all the birth dates. I haven't looked at all 320 of them, but he's the youngest one I've seen so far.
Reclassified, ranked 10th in the land, as Kalen Applefield chases up and out of the zone. So pretty strong inning this time for Blaine Rowland. We talked about the fact that he could run, a really good athlete. Here's what he did on the mound.
Well, what I saw the second inning there, and we really didn't talk a lot about him, but he came out right away in the second inning and established a changeup. He established his breaking ball more. He developed confidence in him, and he's a 4-pitch guy. I mentioned he had both a slider and a curveball. I think in the first inning when he struggled a bit, he was trying to throw hard. He was trying to, break the radar gun. Second inning he pitched, and that's who he is as a pitcher, not a thrower.
Beautiful view of Chase Field. Got a lot coming on. Once our 5-day stay at Chase Field comes to an end, it's really busy. Have all sorts of major summer events going on August 12th, 13th, 20th, 27th, and September 3rd. I like to call it the All-American Gathering because 11, 12, 13, 14, it's deemed a select festival, that unique Bubble Boy logo, but these are All-American games, and then in the middle of it all, the 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic. And
you have to keep in perspective how many other events Perfect Game has during the month of August. That is our busiest month. I'm going to be at TCU the 4th through the 6th of August for the class of 2006 All-American Games. But I have 4 or 5 other showcases just in the month of August. We have weekends in August where we have 7 or 8 different showcases around the country. And it is really the most intense month of baseball that we have of the 12 months on the PG calendar.
So you can follow all of that on perfectgame.org, or if you just want to stay at the 20,000 feet level, watch those events and have fun with all of that. Athletes constantly, part of what David's talking about is athletes, A, some of them just having fun playing a lot of baseball, and B, working on their resumes, their baseball resumes, taking on events before school starts back, and it's a little tougher to get away for a weekend. Fort Thompson back to work. The left-hander who is a Georgia commit. His head coach Jan Brown has on multiple occasions earned the National High School Coach of the Year award. It's funny you talk about, I mentioned Huntington Beach High School a couple of innings ago. I'll throw Parkview in there as one of the programs that has some of the best uniforms going. A lot of orange in both those programs, by the way, HB and Parkview. Teo Gray now.
I'm not surprised that you would notice that, Darren. Mm-hmm. You have a little style to you.
I try. It's easier to have style when your closet is at home. You're at an event at home, as that one's hit hard on the line. Beautiful swing by Gray, but right to the third baseman. Cale Fountain is playing third this inning.
It's never good news for a hitter when you hit the ball and you end up going back to the dugout and the bat's still in your hands.
Still in your hands.
It means you hit the ball hard, but you didn't get much result from it.
David very happy with Chase Fralick as he takes a chance to hit now. He's in the hole 0-1, and mainly because Fralick took on the opportunity as a catcher to be a pinch runner earlier.
Well, not only that, I looked up his 60 time while he was on base, and he ran the 60 in a less than brisk 7.5.
Okay.
So the fact that he had the courage to go first to third on a ground ball up the middle, I'll add that to the plus thing. An aggressive young man who wants to run the bases, wants to show his speed.
He said he's really grown in 23. His actions behind the plate, taking control of the running game. He feels like that's been his biggest evolution this year. A pretty breaking ball just outside off the plate. Auburn commit. Jonathan and Jackie, his parents.
I watched Fort Thompson warming up, and he threw a number of curveballs warming up. I think that's something he feels he didn't get to. He's just missing. Just missing. He's like, back at Parkview, that's a strike. But yeah, he did. I don't think he felt like he had his good curveball in his first inning. He got away from it, and I think he wants to feature that pitch because it is his best pitch. You see one there, gets the strikeout.
Yeah, good looking pitch. Hand-eye, a big deal for Fralick. We were talking about his running as we see this one more time.
Now, this is a power curveball. Thompson's only throwing in the 87, 88 range, and that's a 78 mile an hour true curveball. A lot of depth to it.
Ariston Vesey now to put a bow on Fralick, our famed catcher and pinch runner. There's a uniqueness to his athleticism. As Vesey takes a breaking ball just off the plate outside. Fralick shared with us a national champion tennis player. Number 3 has been as high in his class. He had 35 Division I tennis offers and has actually played a little bit of professional tennis before committing to play college baseball.
Professional tennis?
Yes.
Professional, like if you win, you get paid.
Let me read this to you. I played a few months of pro tennis before I committed to Auburn.
Okay. Wow.
A tennis star as well, but he loves baseball. It's funny, David, when we have the multiple sport athletes, we're seeing more and more other sports. I'll include soccer in that other sport. We're seeing more wrestlers, tennis, so that's great for hand-eye. It's not just basketball and football. I know I geek out on soccer players. I think there's an athleticism there. That if you're a state-level soccer player and you're playing baseball, there's something special about you.
Oh, yeah. I admit that in part because my stepson was a college soccer player that I've learned so much about the athleticism that goes into soccer. And it's, like I said, Derek Curiel would be an example. Oh, he could play soccer. You know who was a great soccer player? You may appreciate Jeff Bagwell was an all-state soccer player. Up in Massachusetts. I don't know when back in the 1980s what the level of soccer was in Massachusetts, but you think of him, his footwork around first base, his ability to be a 30-30 player with using his very much lack of speed, but just footwork. Jeff Bagwell might have been the best base runner I've ever seen in terms of cutting bases and stuff, but he was a high-level soccer player. Okay, now I'm thinking of Rizzi as a tennis player, and that would be the stance you line up in if you're serving. A lot of tennis players. I'm not a tennis expert, but when a tennis player serves, he starts off closed with that front foot and uses that torque around, gets above the ball to serve.
He takes strike 3 that time, unable to do anything. Return it, if you will, as he goes down on strikes. For Thompson, he loves the confidence he has in his pitchability. That breaking ball is kind of that lower arm angle, dugout to dugout spin to it. But the left-hander's work is done for today. Ford Thompson in this 2-2 game, game 1. What do you think of him?
I think Ford Thompson is not as an example of someone who isn't a showcase pitcher. Showcase, you're coming out and you're throwing 2 innings, maybe 30 pitches. Ford Thompson is a crafty guy who will go out expecting to pitch 7 innings for Parkview High School and develop his pitches, and you don't really get a chance to do that at a showcase, but we saw the curveball his best pitch.
Thompson is done, shows himself a winner certainly at the prep level. Looking forward to the next level. That I find myself, David, intrigued at a showcase like this. I've known about Derek Curiel for a long time, and this is no knock on Derek. It's a pleasure to watch him play, but I find myself equally as excited to watch someone by the name of Asher Sabom pitch out of Ball Ground, Georgia, who's a Wofford commit who, about a month and a half ago, was the most valuable pitcher at the 17 UBCS, touching 93. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons he's here.
I think so, and he threw 9 innings, struck out 16 with no walks at that very high-level event, pitching for USA Prime. But I'm intrigued by Sabom for a different reason, as he went through all the workouts the other day, ran a 6.4 460 through 96 from the outfield, took a high-quality batting practice. This is an athlete right here. He's had 2 days to rest from, throwing 96 from the outfield and 91 from the infield, and a record as a strike thrower and an athlete.
Phoenician Houston Wheeler racing up the line from Sandra Day O'Connor High School, the Oregon State commit. On top of that baseball, he grounds out. You're right, David, doing everything and kind of skewing, as you guys, I know you and Brett have talked about it a lot, being an athlete that be a two-way player, if you will. As a place like Wofford is a place you could certainly chase that.
Whoops.
Shot that one to the backstop.
And just looking at the progress he's made, I go back, 11 months ago, 10 months ago, he was the most valuable pitcher in all tournament, both hitting and batting at the WWBA Southeast qualifier for U.S. Prime, and he was throwing 83, 88 then. Also threw 6 no-hit innings in that event and hit 500 at the plate. So
David Missa. He's for Andy Nieto at LaSalle High School in Sierra Madre, California. UCLA commit. Sabom pulled the string on him that time.
Wow.
A changeup.
Wow, 82, killed the spin very effectively. I can usually tell changeups before the pitcher releases them just with arm and body speed. I did not see that. Neither did David Mize, who was an outstanding barrel control hitter.
Jackson Glick from Kansas City takes a slider for strike one. Sabom, the son of Shay and Tara. Dad played basketball, is a physician, mom an educator. He's won a state championship as a high schooler at North Cobb Christian. Belted toward right field. Glick has that one down and up against the wall. He'll run a bit. 101 off the bat. It's a couple of bags for Jackson Glick. It's got to feel good. This is an uncommitted athlete trying to find a place to play.
Yeah, that Sabom threw that. He'll learn to do this. He threw one low and inside, threw that low inside sinker to a left-handed hitter, and that's Glick's wheelhouse right there. 101, as you mentioned. So some strength from our wrestler, our two-sport guy.
We need a hitter, David. Looks like we have just a moment. I think is that Goshen? No, South the Scene. Ty's got the call here. He's ready. I mean, after the 24 hours he's had, I'd be running to the plate.
Well, he has also been hit by 2 pitches. He's been hit by 2 pitches, has a single, a double, and a home run. So we're looking for the showcase cycle here, Ty. I know you know what it is.
Oh, the outfield's shallow, so I'm looking out there. I see some shallowness.
He gets a gap, it's at least the triple with his speed.
Breaking ball over the inside corner for strike one.
That's a hard arm slot to throw a breaking ball from, and Sabom doing a nice job of landing it.
Roberson shallow in center. If he can shoot it over his head, we'll see that triple. Vegas guy, Henderson in the suburbs, basic high school south of Scene. Baseball family. Others played, dad played. Good old-fashioned brotherly bravado in talking about one another's games. Guy's a joy to be around, full of energy. Did a wonderful feature that will debut here down the road.
And he plays with the same type of positive energy on the field.
I like the word positive. You're right. Add that word to it. Because it fuels him in the right way. Good looking pitch. I think we need to use that word positive energy more often than chip on your shoulder. I always hear a lot of athletes talking about chip on their shoulders. I do believe that was strike 3, but we'll take a moment.
What goes on with attitude? Attitude and energy can be the same thing. And, you always say he has a positive attitude. If you say he just has an attitude, it's a negative implication. And if you say, he has a positive attitude, that wraps it up in a much better way. And we kind of preach that at Perfect Game, to be positive. Everything's a positive with these great players, no matter what level they're at. accentuate the positive.
Good breaking ball over the top of that one. That one disappeared away. Out of the gates into this contest, showing that big spin rate. The kind of stuff that will get you a positive review. Mr. Sabon opening eyes to Wofford commit. Want to remind everybody to grab your app. You can find it in so many spots. We're growing too, by the way, to your favorite streaming services like Fubo and Vizio and Sports Tribal. We've got a real sneaky one coming out soon. But before that happens, go ahead and grab the app on any smart device. No matter if it's a smart TV, that's where it serves you the best. But on your phone, you can do it on your tablet as well. It's Perfect Game TV, all free, downloaded at the App Store now. And if you're setting up your devices like Google Play, Fire TV, Roku, Apple TV, that's how you can do it as well. Watch it on your big screen. Nobody looks better in that big screen high def than Big David Ronsley on the big screen. 72-inch TV. We'll do some features. David's going to be a guest on Perfect Game Weekly, breaking down all that he's seen. Do you have a favorite moment so far? Whether it's in a game or BP, running a 60, throwing from the outfield, one or two moments that, wow, you thought
Well, anything that
because you've seen it all. That's why I ask you.
And you're just talking about the last 3 days.
Just here.
Okay. Well, anything that involves Caleb Bonnemer
is
going to be it. I mean, he has been incredible. The 2 home runs yesterday, the 107 single, and combining that with the whole package, you know, that's incredible. I think for all the whole PG staff right now, you know, that's been the standout. And the other one has probably been watching young pitchers who we don't know a lot about, you know, step up there and do things that we were, you know, just not aware of. And I'd start a list, but I'm sure I'd leave somebody out. There's been so many young pitchers that have even surpassed what our highly ranked pitchers have done. And we might get another one here with Michael Yeager. We'll see.
Connecticut man, Brunswick High School. He's a Virginia commit, and he clocks in at 89 miles an hour and deals strike one to Adonis Velez.
This is our Northeast New England game. Yeager from Greenwich, Connecticut.
1-1 the count. Yeager at the Brunswick School. Johnny Montañez is his high school coach. Plays for USA Prime National. Scott and Helen, his parents, and he is the youngest of 4 in the Yeager home as he spins off that fastball, touching 90. This guy's Max Scherzer. Loves watching Max, learns from watching Max. Max, who made his debut in this stadium. Sinking fastball rolled foul from Velez.
I don't believe I've ever heard an accounting of what Max Scherzer was like in high school. I've heard
Mizzou.
You know, obviously a while back, but he wasn't drafted out of high school. Now, I've heard some accountings of Verlander in high school and stuff, and how he slipped through the cracks and to become a future Hall of Famer. But I don't think I've ever heard an accounting of Max Scherzer and what he was before he got to Missouri.
Velez skies that one toward left field. Hangs up for an awful long time. And it drops into the glove of Haverkamp out there, who for the next couple of innings will play left. I think we need to do that, by the way. That would be something. I'll jump on that assignment. Connect with Max. Let him tell us. The high-waisted, athletic Trevor Johnson. The Pennsylvanian who's a Duke commit. Came up empty that time. 1-1 the count against Yeager.
And definitely looking back at all the big leaguers now, because so many of them have, especially a PG background. You've seen them play. I've seen them play. And when you see these established big leaguers, the guys in the all-star games, the Freddie Freemans or the Mookie Betts and whatever, and knowing exactly what they were when they were 16, 17 years old, because you watched them play. Mm-hmm. You talk to them, and you can tell stories on them and stuff. It's fun. It's part of the whole fabric of what we do for a living, and why it's so rewarding in so many ways.
One of the hottest examples, certainly for us, and we keep an eye on, is the man who plays left field here every night, Corbin Carroll. I mean, it's so current. It feels so recent. It feels like yesterday we were eating the post-game meal with him after the All-American Classic with his family. It does literally feel like yesterday. We were watching him play for the Canes, jumping up a little bit from Jeff Cirillo's WW Sweets team and jumping on the national scene, and belonging. That's probably our most current thoughtful example, I guess. You're right, David. The big leagues loaded with them. Johnson hustles up the line. Nice job working together. That's not an easy play that Fountain made, but he made it and did it well.
Yeah, Michael Yeager is showing that heavy sinker and emphasizing movement, something that's been kind of a theme of this game. He's getting 15 inches consistently of horizontal life on his pitches, working 89, 90 for the most part, but just getting that heavy sinking action. Saw it right there. That dove out of the strike zone. 20 inches of run and sink. -6 vertical on that. That is a unique number.
A.J. Avasco won a state title this spring in high school. He's played all the sports, basketball and football as well. There's a presence in the box when he gets in there, the Kansas State commit. Faith is a really big part of his life. He's open and strong and confident about it. There's a lot of credit to his parents, Becky and Guy. He's an only child. As he waves through that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. 1-2.
That's just a power. He's registering the vertical induced movement in negative numbers, and that almost never happens. He's getting 20 inches of horizontal and -1 down to -3 or 4 in the vertical. And vertical is almost always a positive. We've had vertical numbers in the low 20s, in this, and that's kind of the model with the rising, fastball, the riding fastball. And Yeager's doing the exact opposite. He's throwing things that are visibly minus vertical numbers, which is extremely rare.
Love it. Talks about the evolution of his pitchability in 2023, competitiveness on the mound.
He's just throwing bowling balls up there. Yeah, that was only 85, but -6 on the vertical.
Held that one off, 2-2 the count. Says fastball with solid arm side run, good changeup that plays off of it. That's the scouting report for this pitcher that he shared with us. 2-2 is hit hard, but right out to second base. That is tied. South the scene. That is an out to end this inning. You're right. Derek Lowe, Brandon Webb, they'd all be proud of that sinker. It's heavy, David, and it's a good one. We move along to the 8th inning. Game 1 of 4 today at Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase. Sabom is committed to go to Wofford. He has really showed out this summer, and he gets to face the #1 player in the land. A nice test as he deals with Southern California's Derek Curiel. And that one runs away, 1-0 the count. A fastball at 89 miles an hour. Derek from West Covina, California. 2-0.
I was impressed in the first inning with Sabom's ability from that arm slot and that arm action to bring that breaking ball back over the plate, both from the right-handers and left-handers. You know, it's just a hard slot to throw an effective breaking ball consistently from, and Sabom did a good job with it.
Curiel talks about his time playing on the national team being spent with Connor Griffin, who is the #2 player in the nation out of Mississippi, and they played a lot of ping pong together. Ping pong that was dominated by Curiel. And Connor will admit it, and he said, if you give me 28, I don't know why that's such a unique number, if you give me 28 matches against this man, I'll win 3. He said he dominates me with that backhand as he pops that one foul as Curiel.
Wonder what type of a ping pong player Anson Vesey is.
Good question.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, those at the All-American Classic, as you know, those ping pong matches are intense.
This man's looking forward to it. Curiel's quite the player. It's interesting, he was talking about all the mates, you know, some of the same players from here, and he said, look, Curiel, trying to stay humble, said, yeah, it was he and I. We were the best 2 players. I'm like, wait, if you beat him 25 out of 28 times, did the other guys were they terrible, the other guys? Because if you 2 were the best, the one dude was 3-25 against you. 3-2 the count. Got him with a good fastball. A little late in life. Jumps at the plate. 89 miles an hour.
Curiel's going to go back home knowing where his hole one is in his swing, and that's fastballs on the outside half or even running off the outside corner, because he swung through a couple of those so far today.
Rustin Rigdon. It's a fun story, Asher, what he's been able to do. Breaking ball hits the top floor of the strike zone. 0-1 the count to Rustin. Shows him a changeup.
I wonder if part of Asher Sabom's commitment to Wofford is predicated on his being a two-way player there, because it's those mid-major schools like a Wofford that can gain so much value from a two-way player. And you weren't there at the Junior National Showcase. We had a young man from California, very talented. I apologize for not remembering the name right off the top of my head, but who was committed to Cal Baptist, and he had filled out a profile as a nice harmless ground ball to second base, just what sinker ball pitchers love to see. But the reason he committed to Cal Baptist was so he could be a two-way player. He says, I very strongly want to be a two-way player at the college level, and I will get that opportunity at Cal Baptist. And I love the coaching staff and went into all that. But that two-way ability is going to become more and more important in the recruiting process, I think. And the coaches who aren't going to, college coaches who don't open up their mind to it, are going to be behind the times. Hey, sinker baller's best inning, gets a swing and a miss on an outside fastball, 2 harmless ground outs to the middle infielders. A nice calm outing from a calm Asher Sabom. Just see him again, and like I said, first inning he really focused on that breaking ball. Threw some nice breaking balls, got around him very well. Second inning it was just sinker, change up, use the movement to get weak ground balls.
Michael Yeager from Greenwich, Connecticut. Both these pitchers we've enjoyed watching their approach, believing in the bottom tier of the strike zone. Coop gets a chance. Cooper Johnson, the Ole Miss commit from Jefferson, Georgia, plays for Mountain View High School. Spins off a breaking ball up and away. 1-0 the count to Coop. David and Darren, thanks for hanging out with us. We hope you're having a good day 3 of the PG National Tournament. I'll be honest, I found myself trying to say we hope you're having a good, and when you do events like this, you have no idea what day it actually is.
Oh, I had to ask Brett Dolan the other day what
Thursday?
day it was during a game.
Is it Thursday?
Yes,
we hope you're having a good Thursday, folks.
Well, this is just such a different game than the last game yesterday with the pitchers, as we see it. Easy fly out to left field off Cooper Johnson's bat for the first out. But the whole theme in the third game yesterday was power fastballs. Everybody was throwing 94. Mm-hmm. Had a young man throwing 95, 97. And that was the theme of the game, was the velocity. In this game, it's just been the heavy sinkers. Every one of these pitchers almost has been throwing that pitch. You know, hard sink down in the zone, lots of run. That had 19 inches of run on it. Even a running fastball up in the zone like that can be effective, as Derek Curiel has found out, because it's going away from a left-handed hitter and you get the hitter reaching. That was a strike. Late call by the home plate umpire.
Lucas Ramirez with a base hit into right field. The Tennessee commit later in this ball game handles the sinking pitch pretty well. Found a hole.
Stayed with it well. Didn't try to do anything. Try to lift it. Went right with it and finds himself with a clean single and out at first base with one out.
Jason Bello, top G, the Fort Myers native. Bishop Verot High School, where he plays for Casey Scott. 1-1 the count. That one misses up and in. 2-1 the count to Bello. South Florida commit, Exposure 17U, his travel team. He just felt like USF was his best spot. He had a chance to visit quite a few schools. It's that one hard toward the hole. Base hit through the 5-hole in left field. Ramirez out front, heading to third. He will get there. Big aggressive turn by Bello at first. He'll scamper back to the bag. But both Ramirez and Bello hard hit ground balls that find their way right on through.
But that's the thing about a sinker baller. If you're going to score a run on a sinker baller who's throwing strikes, you need 3 hits to do it. Because you're going to get a lot of hits like that. But as long as you limit the extra base hits and the free base runners, a sinker baller can get away with a few things.
High pop right side. Will Orbison will see that one disappear foul. Yep, he had him scampering a little bit too far off the bag. Nice move, too. If you're a sinker ball pitcher, you better be able to have a good move.
Yeah, that's the first pickoff we've seen so far. Game 4 of this PG National Showcase. We've seen a lot of runners thrown out by the catchers. That's the first one the pitchers picked one off.
Ramirez at third. Another baseball well struck that sneaks right on through on the ground. Exit velo below 90 miles an hour, but 3 that had eyes in this single, and as you said, you got to stack them up against a contact pitcher.
And that's what they've done. Oberson kept his swing real simple there. And that's what you need to do against. If you're gripping and ripping against a sinker ball pitcher, you're playing into his hands. Oberson's a very interesting player, and I'm going to go back to the two-way player thing a lot. Committed to Old Dominion, but a young man who you can easily look at his resume, what he does on both sides of the ball, fastball in the low 90s, plays multiple positions, and a guy like Will Oberson, has a future in college baseball as potentially a two-way guy.
Schwartz gets his chance now, the Indian Trail, North Carolina native. Train tracks are active outside of Chase. We can hear it going by. Schwartz plays at Combine Academy, and he fouls that one off. That's the kind of contact you like if your pitches move. Sinker or slider, either one. That's the kind of contact you love.
Well, Schwartz almost has to be, with that big leg raise and the close, has to be geared for a fastball, because if he isn't geared for a fastball, he's never going to get the barrel out with that hanging leg lift, the closing so much. So he's got to be geared for a fastball. And if I'm a pitcher, you're either breaking ball away or fastball in. I know that's a formula for a lot of success on any hitter, but particularly a hitter with that kind of big hanging leg raise.
Michael Yeager drops under that one just a little bit. Yeager, the pitcher, the son of Scott and Helen. Three and two, the count. I find myself intrigued by the studies of Michael Yeager based on one of the answers he shared with us in his bio as he deals with Schwartz. Got a swing and a miss. As he walks to the dugout, I'll tell you, he said, in 10 years, I hope to be playing baseball at the highest level. I will at that point also be fluent in Chinese and still speaking it often. I hope I'm also very good at the guitar, maybe even professional.
It's a man with many, many goals in life.
I like it.
Hat off to him.
I like it. A well-rounded young man. Who is he as a pitcher?
He's the sinker baller. You threw out a few good ones, and Brandon Webb and and Brandon Lowe, and he is what he is. He may not even know why his pitches get so much sink, but they do, and that's his strength as a pitcher.
San Antonio, Texas. Let's meet Tristan Bristow. He's at Harlan High School, where he plays for Coach Jason Fox. On the travel circuit, he plays for the famed Banditos scout team. And he is a Vanderbilt commit. This talented right arm who played for Ray De Leon in his travel ball. And we'll see Tristan go to work now.
Yeah, Tristan's made a big jump in the last year. His last tournament of 2022, he was 84, 85. Crew at the WWA South Invitational in Tomball, Texas in early June was 89, 92 with a 80-mile-an-hour slider and struck out 8 in 5 innings, allowed only 1 hit. So, young man who's gained 7-8 miles an hour in the last year, and certainly got the attention of Vanderbilt's coaches in the process.
Yeah, that's one that made sense. He said, my recruiting experience was exciting. I chose Vanderbilt, the unique combination as he deals with TK here, Terrence Keel. He said it's a unique combination for me of prestigious academic status along with an elite baseball program. That kind of sums up Tim Corbin's Vanderbilt program. Brandon and Victoria, his parents. Boy, that's a good-looking hammer as that one dives low. Bristow's favorite player to watch, he says, is Javi Baez. Said he isn't as crisp as he used to be, but he plays with so much passion and heart still. Former PG All-American. Strike 3, elevated fastball, 92. Up with effect that time.
With intent, yes. He's ahead in the count. Throw the ball up there.
Well, that's where Ryan Schwartz wanted it. You could see that Schwartz wanted it there.
Yeah.
Matty Scott, the second from Spring, Texas. Top 100 player. Son of Ebony and Matthew. Dots the outside corner with a tight breaking ball.
That breaking ball is a quality pitch. He's throwing it 80-82. That was a shorter, tighter slider break. He's thrown a couple, though. That one right there, same velocity, 81, but that had downer action to it. That had, that was more of a curveball shape. But to throw a ball that goes down like that at that speed, that's a swing and miss pitch.
Tristan Bristow goes back to that pitch and skips it in there. Played on a backhand by Schwartz.
I don't think Matthew Scott wants to see another curveball here, because he struck out on 3 curveballs his last time up. He's got his 2 strikes here on breaking balls. He's saying, please throw me he throws him a fastball up and out of the zone, 92 miles an hour. I don't think, to his credit, Matthew Scott knows what to look for right now. He's getting mixed up on so much.
Number 21.
Down with the breaking ball, up with the fastball. Yeah. And the spin rate's not crazy. It's 2,100, but it certainly has the appearance of that late jump at the plate.
Yeah, he had 15 inches of vertically induced on that last one, which is solid. It's not exceptional, but it's when you get the location there, and he's already proved twice that he can go up with intent.
Josh Springer now. Bristow sees that one roll to the right side. Throws a little bit low. Boy, that's an inning. I mean, that's a statement inning by Tristan Bristow there.
It was easy. It was all quality pitches. There wasn't a wasted pitch there, really. It was all quality pitches. He threw 10 or 12. And they were all quality. Nice first inning of work for the young man from Texas.
Looking forward to seeing him head back out. 3-2 is the number on the scoreboard in a showcase game, but Tristan Bristow, the Vanderbilt commit, strong here at Chase Field in Phoenix. More in a moment.
For the green team, now pitching number 31, Levi Sterling. Lead off for the black team, number 7, Bryce Claiborne.
Levi Sterling takes the rock and he rolls as the right-hander goes to work for the green team on the mound. Levi is the Notre Dame High School, Southern California two-way athlete. As a pitcher now he's a two-way. He's a gifted infielder, but a Texas commit.
And almost a reluctant pitcher from what I understand, talking to our Southern California scouts, but an immensely talented one. One that I think not only a lot of the perfect game scouts, but a lot of professional scouts.
Bryce Claiborne gives that one a ride. Diving attempt out there. It kicks away. What an effort it was, but unable to make the play. Claiborne is in with a couple of bases there. Is that Matthew Scott out there laid out? Eric Curiel was right behind in center field.
I think that's Ty Southacini.
Is Ty out there
working?
working?
I think that's Ty, who's not an outfielder.
Yeah, Matthew Scott was originally set to play left field. Good effort, though, if it's Ty. It's a couple of hits in his last couple of at-bats by Claiborne. Rembert. Sterling might be a reluctant pitcher, but he just threw a wicked sinker at 92.
22 inches of horizontal on that.
Goodness.
I mean, you just look at the body type, 6'4", 190, and that grabs your attention. He throws so easy from the infield, from the arm works fluidly.
Spins a slider that stays up above the strike zone that time. Sliders at 85. Talented Rembert. Goes back out there at 92 miles an hour. Breaking ball swung right through that one. Oh, this reluctant pitcher. With a pitch like that, with a spin rate of 2,600.
And I didn't give Levi Sterling enough credit for how much he thrown. He was a reliever, the primary reliever at Notre Dame High School this year, but he got in 15 games and threw 38 innings. In those 38 innings, he had 59 strikeouts and 10 walks. And an 0.55 ERA. 7 saves. So he'd start every game at shortstop, and then, 15 times in a 30-game season come into relief very effectively. And with pitches like that, you can see why. 26.54 on the breaking ball, 81 miles an hour.
And then a changeup at 86 that freezes the hitter over the inside corner.
I don't know what that had 22.77, which is not changeup spin at all. I think that might have been a
backup slider,
a two-seamer, a backup slider. Although I don't even recognize the phrase backup slider. I think that's a slider right there. That's an 85 mile an hour, sharp, big league quality slider right there.
I think the other one was just a backup slider. Bo Walker.
94 on that last fastball. Levi's doing a horrible job of convincing everybody he's a primary shortstop.
There once was a shortstop and a pitcher that went to the very same high school. That shortstop and pitcher now pitches for the Cincinnati Reds. Mr. Green once was a shortstop as well. Now, he threw a little bit harder than that 92 to 93 he we're seeing here. I believe he threw about 98 at the National, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think.
Maybe 99. No, I don't. Yeah, 98. Let's just give it that. I think it was 99 at the All-American game.
Two and one to count to Bo Walker.
Of course, you have been up here. I've been trying to make Connor Schaus a primary pitcher all event.
Really?
And all he's been doing is hitting 100-mile-an-hour missiles all over the place. And then I looked up his his numbers this year from so far on the PG circuit, and he's hitting 455 with 4 home runs. And it's like, I'm going to stop trying to make Connor Schaus a pitcher, even if he's going to throw 97 off the mound. Sometimes you just let the players show you what they are.
Let the players show. That's a great call. Schaus, Georgia boy, as you said. Some character and courage in the personal side of life, so it's wonderful he's such a good talent catching your eye. Runs in under the hands. Bo Walker swings and misses. Sterling looks great.
He did everything you want to see. He's like, okay, Clavon. Hey, you know they played against each other. We've got the Georgia athlete. We've got the. Now, who do we have out here? Derek Carriel is going hard.
I think you're right. That's Ty.
That's Ty.
Ty Southacene all over the field through 9. Some of the best athletes that you can find at all age groups. Don't forget, live broadcast coming up Monday, July 17th. Our very own Brett Dolan will be on the call of the 9 and 12U PGI, the National Championships Perfect Game Invitational from beautiful Stone Grove Park in South Haven, Mississippi. And then the 17U WWBA, probably the crown jewel of summertime travel ball events. I'll get a chance to call that one on Sunday. I believe it's the 24th, Sunday the 24th. As we get back to work and excited to watch Tristan Bristow pitch again. I am anyway.
Well, he doesn't look like he likes being on the mound for too long.
No.
He throws strikes. He throws quality pitches. So little effort there, too.
Great student, NHS, National Honor Society. He has passed a bunch of AP exams already. Your parents know what a deal that makes as he takes a walk around the mound, getting himself back into pace. He's passed the AP World History exam, Human Geo, U.S. History, A-Push, the kids call it, as that one sails high. So you pass that AP exam along with the class, that's a college credit you've completed.
You've basically
wow.
You are going in as a second semester freshman or first semester sophomore. And
ouch. Oh, boy, that got him up in the helmet. He's and having a hard time controlling the fastball this inning. Is he okay? Boy, that's great that he's okay.
Haferkamp got hit twice his last at-bat, too. The same type of riding fastballs. I thought he got clipped in the helmet on one, but he got his shoulder up in time, so.
I'm glad to see he was okay. It's scary. Second inning, not quite as crisp for the Vanderbilt commit. All academic basketball performer and baseball performer. Runner on the move, throw down, smacks the tag down. And not in time. That's a stolen base. Looks like that's Houston Wheeler out there running. Cannot confirm, but it looks like it's Wheeler. High fly ball, well struck right. Just shy of the warning track, now onto it. That's a nice play made out there. That was leaned on and way, way back to the wall. And I'll just tell you, a pretty swing, but the ballpark, perfect amount of space to hold that one.
Now batting number 26.
Bo Walker went back, and then ended up on the track.
The thing about Haferkamp, though, as a high schooler, hitting at 365 oppo gap in a big league park, that's out of most ballparks he plays in.
In high school, you bet, huh?
Going opposite field, you know, that's some big potential power in a 6'2" runner at the same time.
Oh, it skips by. Ryan Schwartz couldn't hold on that time. So the bases will be clean. Chance for Kea to hit. Oh, Kai Kea. Breaking ball. Now he's finding that touch and feel again. Woof.
Yeah, that's Bristow's pitch, is the breaking ball. Yeah, he throws 90, 92, but he wants to get into that slider situation.
Rushed. Kea drives that one toward the alley into left center field. He bounces it up over the 413 marker. That got up over the wall for a ground rule double, 101 miles an hour. That ball is out of every high school field.
And out quickly. Well, if you saw his batting practice, you know it's in there. He was hitting balls 440, and then that's a contact swing. He got jammed by a fastball, pulled his hands in, and has that kind of strength.
Bristow turned, looked at him, and shook his head and thought, I'm glad I'm pitching to you in college, not against you. Yeah. That's his future catcher, should they both make it there, as the breaking ball skips by. Behind the back of Jeff Loogie.
And you may remember at the top of the broadcast, I said, of the things I want to see, I wanted to see Kea square up a baseball, because he takes such a good BP. He does have swing and miss in the games, but to see him hit a ball hard like that, especially off a quality pitcher like Bristow, goes a long way to having confidence that he's going to, get the barrel to the ball and get that power into play, as he progresses as a player.
Pennsylvanian Loogie takes a fastball that's a little bit low. Loogie, the son of Tony and Kelly. About Sis playing college lacrosse. As he takes low, 3-0 the count. It's another good student hitting. 4.0 GPA, 1310 SAT. Scored 5 on a pair of AP exams. Runner goes. We'll need a runner out there at second base if that's in fact a ball. Loogie with a chance. Fouls it back to the screen. It's fun, the green dugout's the first base dugout. and this is their final game, and they don't usually play with one another. It's a showcase game, but they're cheering, trying to get the lead back. They know Luigi can, in this mythical score, give them the lead.
Yeah, they're all up on the top of the dugout steps. You look over at the black dugout. No, they've got two people on the up against the railing. Green dugout, everybody's on the railing.
Swing and a miss. He goes down on strikes. They get Luigi that time. Yeah, it makes it fun, right?
Yeah, they're having fun over there.
Now batting number 31, Levi Sterling.
And here's Levi Sterling. Just saw him deal for an inning.
Now, of course, if he were to drive in the 2 runs now, he's both the winning pitcher and has the game-winning hit. That's a two-way player right there.
And to be the winning pitcher statistically and have the game-winning hit in a perfect game showcase game, that and $2.25 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. But I like the two-way part of it.
I'm just trying to write the story before it happens.
I know. I hear you. I'll pitch in the 225. That one skips away. Listen to the dugout. Listen to the dugout having fun over there as the game gets tied up. As we said, the mythical score. They come out, they're high-fiving. It's going to be fun, like as a scout, when you see that, David.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy seeing that?
Oh, I love seeing it. It's kids enjoying themselves. It's baseball. That score will be lost for eternity the minute the game's
right,
over.
in 5 minutes.
Right.
You're exactly right. Breaking ball goes down on strikes, so they tie it up at 4. Seems to be that I'll mention the score, which I hardly ever do in a showcase game. But again, Tristan Bristow, there is a lot to like about his upside as he heads to Vanderbilt.
Well, he's got a swing and miss pitch right now, a plus pitch in that slider, and that's not going to go away from him. He ran into a little trouble there in that inning with fastball command, hitting a batter, walking a batter. But when he's feeling that slider, that's the swing and miss pitch. I said Matthew Scott never wants to see another breaking ball in his career. Then we also saw Jaden Kia with the rocket. We won't see it here. We'll see the swing and miss. But a fun inning from every aspect.
Bottom of the 10th inning now. And we'll pause for just a moment. His mates on the black team get a chance to sneak in, get an inning in. A young man from Tyrone, Georgia. We'll deal with Mateo Gray first.
The multi-talented Ariston Rizzi, a 6'6" runner in the 60, 90-mile-an-hour from behind the plate. Multi-sport athlete, a professional tennis player. We'll see how that. He's never really had that high velocity translate to the mound. Maybe this is the day he does. And by high velocity, I mean relatively high velocity. You'd think, okay, 90 miles an hour from behind the plate. I know you've always been fascinated with the idea of how hard kids can throw from the catching position, from a crouch with equipment on. 94 on that fastball, though, so
Quick body, arm couldn't catch up on a breaking ball.
Now, Mateo Gray has had a nice day today. Rocketed a double into the corner. Made some good plays on defense.
Down he goes on strikes. Breaking ball, good high spin rate.
Good old-fashioned minus 18 on the vertical on that breaking ball. That's a downer 12-6 curveball.
Here is Frelick. And to be clear, I think we got our wires crossed. It's actually Frelick that's the elite tennis player. Yes, it is Frelick.
Frelick is the elite tennis player.
Yes, as he pulls the hands in and lifts it into right field, and it's hauled in. I just grabbed the notes here and looked down, and Rizzi and Frelick were working together at the same time. One then the other as he smiles as he trots by, but it's Frelick who was the elite tennis player.
Wow.
And I say was because he's moved on to baseball.
That's interesting because of the athletic profile. Frelick, a 7'5" runner, a 6'3", 210 catcher.
Must have great hand-eye, baby.
Yeah, it must be have a wicked serve.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, that's a serve and volley guy right there.
Good call. No confusing this man, as we told you earlier, the athletic black belt. Adonis Velez, Danielle and Yahaira. We got a chance to meet them at the Junior National Showcase last year. Really enjoyed getting to know them. Loses his hat and fouls it off. I asked Velez, what will you be doing? And 10 years, he says, I'll be 27, so 6 to 7 years, I hope, in the big leagues. 3 gold gloves and 1 silver slugger, like Lindor has done. I will have been named Rookie of the Year and won a World Series like Baez and Pena have done, as that one bounces in there. Then he says, of course, life has its own course of actions. Whatever I do in my life, I'll do my best to be as highly successful with the gifts that I can. So he gave me the little top part, and he actually said, so you want me to be creative? I'll keep this in mind. Here you go. And he gave me the answer as that breaking ball sends him back to the dugout.
Well, we said Levi Sterling did a bad job of convincing us he was a primary shortstop. I think Aniston Vesey did a real bad job of convincing us he's a primary catcher. 95 with a hammer curveball. Wow.
So some good showings in this game by these athletes. As you said, good moments, some talented arms, an opportunity to, for the last time, see these two teams play. And some moments started at the beginning at the top of the order with Rizzi, but it was fun for all these athletes as we bid the number 1 player in the land goodbye, amongst them, and Derek Curiel. They shake hands down below now as they'll all see one another at upcoming tournaments. Some will wear a USA across their chest representing our country. And over the next couple of months, their lives will change as they head into their senior year. There's DC going down on strikes. Curiel, Manny Ramirez's son, playing in this event as well. Great efforts in the outfield, even by guys who don't play in the outfield all the time. And some talented arms like the sinker of Yeager and the hammer of Bristow. Game 2 in just a bit. Perfect Games National Showcase from Chase Field. David and Darren, the rest of our broadcast team. See you soon.
The Perfect Game National Showcase 2023 rolls on. Another game today. Team Gold, Team Maroon. Brett Dolan and David Ronsley from Chase Field in Phoenix. And David, I always enjoy seeing these teams for the first time, and sometimes I enjoy seeing them for the second time because we might get a chance or a different look at some of these individuals.
Oh, and then we'll see a whole different set of pitchers, of course, today, Brett. And that's always an exciting part of these games. This is all the process of getting to know the players better. There's a lot riding on this. You know, we talk about the rankings a lot. Maybe we haven't talked as much about the PG All-American Classic and the role that the National Showcase plays, a huge role in that, so far this event. But we're starting to see the first list generated, starting to think about who might be PG All-Americans from this class, and we'll get a lot more information today to go into those decisions.
Dylan Jordan will start it for the Maroon team. You see his PG rank of 81, Florida native, Vieira High School, and a Florida State commit.
Jordan, a big 6'3", 205 right-hander, powers down the mound. You see that big, strong, athletic body. Haven't seen him pitch this year. He was up to 91 in Jupiter last year. But one of the themes of all these players is how much they improve from year to year. And we've seen that with countless players so far. We're on day 3 of the Perfect Game National Showcase, day 3 out of 5.
Here's your gold roster. And again, the player rankings on the right side. Aaron Beatty has been a lot of fun to watch over the course of this event. Also see Noah Franco, a top 10 player, and several top 100 players just on the first page of this gold roster. And we have 3 different pages to show you. Bryce Rayner, 7, PJ Orlando, 3rd. And always fun to see a few of these guys who might kind of make their way up the rankings, so to speak, over the course of this week. There's Owen Pano, 9. In fact, he's hitting second in the lineup today, although this team has played 1 game already. So we are about ready to go. Indoor baseball at Chase Field. Game 2 of 4 today, and we're underway with strike 1 from Jordan to Burke Mabius.
Jordan already topped his previous high PG fastball of 91 with a 93 first pitch offering.
Good look there at Dylan Jordan. Again, plays for Power Baseball, the Blue Jays scout team. Give you his self-scouting report after this pitch. He says, long, whippy arm action and a full arm swing into a lower 3/4 slot. Sinks deep into his legs and his delivery. That already is somewhat creative. Creates difficult angles for the hitters and a lively arm side run of the fastball.
Like 17 inches on that horizontal run.
So the slider is a high swing and miss pitch. Throwing everything with a little more power. Mixes in that low 80 slider.
I'd say that's a pretty accurate scouting report based on the first, 5 pitches we've seen from Dylan Jordan. It's kind of a unique arm action. It's a power sinker arm action. We saw a lot of that in Game 1 today with the power sinkers, although we didn't see a lot of power 94-mile-an-hour sinkers with that kind of life to them, 18 inches of horizontal induced life.
Spin rate, that fastball gets a strikeout to Burke Mabius to begin things, and Ryan Costello next man in. I feel like these kids are paying PR agents, though, to write their self-scouting reports because they are much better done.
That's something he pulled off something that was written for him. Trust me, and I'm not being disrespectful of Dylan Jordan at all, but that's a lot of baseball speak in there that he's pulling off. I could have written that on a scouting report, and it was very, very on point.
Ryan Costello, a New Jersey native. Next man in. Pittsburgh commit.
I've liked what I've seen from Costello so far. He's well timed at the plate. Kind of a weak swing there on a good slider, but before then, he's shown the bat speed, and he'll get another chance to show it.
Castro laid out, tried to make that sliding catch. He lost all of his gear, but didn't get the baseball. Not quite able to get there in time.
And that arm slot that Dylan Jordan throws from and the whole arm action kind of makes it hard to throw a consistent breaking ball. That's built for a fastball changeup, a sinker changeup type repertoire and to get around that breaking ball. Usually a slider from that arm slot consistently is tough. But when you have 93, 94 with that kind of like 20 inches of horizontal induced movement on that, that's a swing and miss pitch there. We saw it a lot in the first game today with that fastball running away from left-handed hitters. And when you get that type of movement, the left-handed hitter is saying, oh, that's over the plate, I can drive it. No, now it's off the plate, I can't even touch it.
Yeah, a couple of strikeouts, and here's Lou Costello. He's glad he wasn't touched by that one.
He was touched by that one.
Oh, he was. It got him.
Oh, and by the way, we have a new phrase for the runner that just appeared
Well,
at first base.
I must hear.
That's a clone runner.
Well, I'm not sure I'm partial to that just yet.
Okay, well, that was introduced by the Diamondbacks production staff here when they were like, why are you calling it a ghost runner? And they said, we're calling that a clone runner because it's still the runner at the plate. It's just his clone down at first base.
Okay. We'll put that in the laboratory and kind of work on that one. I might need to marinate on that.
I thought it was kind of a technical term myself. Might go to a little more science than baseball, but it's on the table.
So Costello dealing with that new runner over at first, still working on that name here at the top of the first inning.
I'm perfectly comfortable with Ghost.
There's the high set, high fastball. The throw down is low, and it's not in time. And we're going to have a stolen base.
We have Dante Nori as the Ghost/clone runner. And
that's
Nori,
not fair.
6'15" runner. You would expect he'd be the first out of the dugout to want to be a runner, and he shows his speed on that steal.
He might feel like he's in scoring position from first base with that speed. That one's popped up. It's going to find its way back amongst the scouts. A lot of scouts, PG scouts, seeing some college coaches. Saw Coach Waz from Oregon, Coach Johnson from LSU just today. Well, that is a high set position, and there's a chopper to third. Castro with a little bit of a bobble, but able to gather and throw on the run to get the out to end the inning. That could have been trouble once it started to squirt loose.
Yeah, and he was able to throw that off the wrong foot. And once you bobble it like that and you're on the move, the most important thing is you make an accurate throw, and DeCastro was able to pick up the third out.
So half inning in the books, and the Maroon team coming into bat here in Game 2 today, the Perfect Game National Showcase. roster, a home team today. Players will introduce you to a handful of top 100 players, in fact 4 in that first page. Continuing on with our next list of both position players and pitchers. We'll see some do both, of course. But for Team Maroon, this is the second opportunity they've had to play. Yesterday, they had just the one run on a homer from Caraballo in that game that they were kind of handled rather easily. We'll see if they change that today. And we'll also see the new pitcher on the hill. For the Gold Team, it is Zach Swanson.
Yeah, this could be really loud. Swanson ranked number 29th overall. I've been looking forward to seeing him pitch for some time. I've never done it, but he's been up to 94. That was last October. Nasty slider. 94 on that first fastball with 2,500 plus spin rate. Yeah, this young man, everybody I've talked to about him just says this is a high ceiling live arm.
How about that pitch?
28-45 spin.
Oh my goodness.
85. That looked like a curveball, and it's an 85-mile-an-hour hammer slider. That was nasty. That
2,800 plus.
That was the best breaking ball we've seen in 3 days. So I'll go on a quick limb and say that right there.
You know, we had the TrackMan with me in the SEC games now at home, so I'm able to follow along with the spin. And I saw one breaking ball this year at 2,900, and that might be one of the biggest I saw all year.
Yeah, that's above average to well above average. We've seen 94, 96, and mid-80s on a big slider. I'm almost going to call that a curveball. So it's a breaking ball.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun if you're Ira Jeffries. Led off yesterday, struck out, line to left in his 2 ABs. Able to put that one in play, but a chopper to first, easily handled on the dirt. That's going to be an out. Ryan Costello there to scoop it. Retired Jeffries to begin at the bottom of the first inning.
We'll see a 3,000.
Think so?
I think so. He got the first one over at 28-45. Those last two, he sort of cast out, didn't really get behind him real well. I think we'll see a 3,000.
Is that God-given to be able to have that type of spin?
Yeah, that's a talent, just like creating bat speed or velocity or running fast or what have you. That's a talent that very few are blessed with. You can do things to modify, improve, like in any sports skill, but to do it at that level, it's something.
I would agree. Michael Torres, the batter. Miami commit, Miami native. Well, he laces one to second base, and laying out and making the catch for the out is Owen Peno.
Nice piece of hitting right there. Better piece of fielding. Yeah, Torres didn't mind that 93 fastball. Got the barrel behind it.
Brings up Colt Myers. Myers had a ground out and a strikeout. Going to be fun to watch that spin rate this inning with Zach Swanson. Might not be fun for those in the box, but we've had a ground out and a line out, and Colt Myers batting for the third time over the course of this week.
There's the good one, the 28-60. 83 miles an hour. Brings to mind a former perfect game All-American, former first-round draft choice who went directly to Japan, Carter Stewart.
Yes.
Who would regularly throw 3,300 spin rate curveballs.
Yeah, he was
regularly.
Off the planet.
Yeah, I mean, he would throw curveballs that I'd be sitting behind a plate at a major event with 100 scouts around me, and there would be audible gasps when he threw a breaking ball.
Next pitch to Myers, the Florida commit. Misses in the count now, 3 balls and a strike. Myers said he chose the University of Florida because he says, come on, it's the Gators. It's SEC baseball. It doesn't get any better than that at the collegiate level.
Now they're going to get a new facility and coming off a big College World Series run.
Yeah, the new stadium's beautiful, and you know, everybody then has to add to the locker rooms and the indoors and the pitching labs and everything that comes with spending the money.
I'm sorry, a few years ago I had never heard of a pitching lab, and now it's like, well, you're a SEC AC school, of course you have a pitching lab.
And big league teams might occasionally come visit just to see what you have and maybe throw one of their pitchers in there just for some analysis. And I think the whole point is, and it's a good one, that sometimes you're out there and you're not having success and you're thinking, I'm not any good. And other times they might say, listen, throw this pitch in this count and use this shape to your advantage, and all of a sudden success follows. You've got the tools, utilize them.
Yes.
Put a runner over at first base. Colt Myers staying in the box. And Swanson, after the pause, the pitch, that may have been a cracked bat dribbler to second base. And the play will be made, and the inning comes to an end. So off and rolling here in game 2. Scoreless first inning, top and bottom, between the Gold Team and the Maroon Squad here at Chase Field. We roll into the second inning, zeros up on the board. Dylan Jordan back to the mound, working here in the second inning against the Gold Team. Devin Fitzgerald, first man in. Dylan against Devin. Dylan Jordan. Big Zach Wheeler, Josiah Gray fan. Also a basketball player is Jordan. Good look at the NC State commit there, and Fitzgerald. Here's the 1-1. That's just right on that outside corner for a called strike.
And that's where someone with Jordan's pitch shape, his stuff, is going to live to left-handed hitters on that outside half with all the run he gets on his fastball. And that's nice, showing that even from that low three-quarters arm slot that he can elevate the fastball. That's a pitching lab thing, Brett.
It is.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you've got 2 strikes on the hitter, left-hand hitter. He's been watching your sinker. Now, can you go up in the zone and get the ride on it? He got 14 inches of ride there, which is not exceptional. But with his pitching style, to be able to give it a different shape is going to be a big advantage for him as he works up in the baseball level.
Sometimes it makes you wonder how these hitters compete with all the technology.
They still manage to,
They
because
do.
At the same time, pitchers are getting better. Hitters are doing their own version of the hitting lab. But there's a point where, you know, for Jordan to throw that slider, that's his best breaking ball so far, easily, that he's thrown in his 2 innings. You know, sometimes it's just a matter of what the hitters have to do is recognize the mistakes and be able to hit
that's
them.
it. That's exactly it. Cyril knocks one foul.
Because you can have all the knowledge and the stuff, and even in the big leagues, you know, you still make mistakes. And you still put pitches in the hitting zone. And as a hitter, sometimes it's more important to learn what you can hit, because there are certain pitches that you're not going to hit. You're not going to hit the nasty slider, you know, on the corner. Recognize the pitches you can hit and maximize that. And I think that's where you get a lot of the 3 true outcome stuff in today's baseball is, you know, if you can't hit it, you can't hit it. You might as well take it, maybe get some walks, and, you know, take the strikeouts.
Cyril down on strikes, so that's 4 Ks for Jordan. And now Reggie Sharp will bat. But I'm with you. I think sometimes there are pitches when you leave them in a certain box over the plate are just simply going to be put in play. And as much youth softball as I broadcast, it's the same thing. You think about rise balls, drop balls, but when you leave it in that spot, good hitters aren't going to miss it. They may foul it off, but they're probably going to hit it hard someplace, and that's where pitchers have to avoid that hot spot. Tell you what, it's been a big couple of days for Michigan natives. See if Reggie Sharp might be able to keep that one rolling. And that's a wave and a miss again. So what Dylan Jordan's going to try and do is strike out 5 batters over his 2 innings. Sharp from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Michigan commit. And that's another wave and a miss.
Yeah, he's just challenging Reggie Sharp here. He says, I'm throwing fastballs, my sinker running fastball down the middle. There's another one. There's strike 3. Beautiful inning there from Dylan Jordan.
David, that's 5 strikeouts and a ground out in his 2 innings.
Yeah, that was an outstanding performance. You know, better than we've seen from him ever. He was able to land a couple breaking balls, which from that arm slot really excites me. But at the beginning, end of the day, that's his pitch. He started that one beautifully over the inside corner, brought it back over the plate. He gets glove side run, he gets arm side run. And there's velocity, 91, 93. This is an outstanding performance from Dylan Jordan, showing his whole package of tools there.
It felt like he was completely in command. Zach Swanson back to work, his second inning here in the bottom of the second. Got a couple of ground outs and a line out in his first inning. And that one is smoked but fouled off the bat of Jackson Walker.
I think Walker was sitting fastball right there and got one on the inside half and was just too quick to the ball.
I don't blame him for wanting to ambush a first pitch fastball. Then you get that swing and you're like, darn it, that might have been my best chance.
Oh, yes. Swanson's first thought is here. Okay, hit my fastball. Here's a slider. There's the really good slider, too. And now you've got 0-2 and an open book.
Hey, Walker drives that ball fairly well to left center field. It's going to be a long run, but it is a deep yard, and the catch is going to be made by Nori, who has all kinds of speed to burn to get back and cover the ground. He plays a shallow center, too, and I think that probably factors into his speed.
Anybody with that kind of speed should be playing a shallow center field and cut off all those singles in front. Trust your speed that you can run it down balls up the gap over your head. I have noticed, despite a fastball that was 95, that hitters are taking good swings on Swanson's fastball. Now, slider, that's not going to happen. But they've got some good swings on his fastball so far. I have to look some of the pitch characteristics there, and maybe showing the ball early on the fastball. That one, I think that was a changeup. 88-mile-an-hour changeup. You don't see too many of those in the high school ranks, but it was something that he hasn't thrown before.
See the Lakeland, Florida native, KJ Scobie. Intrigued by that high school. Oh, my goodness. It's a wave and a miss. Goes to McKeel Academy of Technology, but that pitch was not much fun for Scobie. He's trying to tell Evan Taveras what he just saw, and he said, good luck.
Yeah, that's...
Number 12, Evan Taveras.
I'm thinking maybe that pitch at 88 was maybe a cutter or something. That I think the pitch profile that I saw up on the board was very cutterish.
Evan Taveras takes one down and out. A couple of strikeouts yesterday for Taveras.
That was the get me over slider there, the 1-0 slider.
Just a very simple windup, it looks like, from Swanson. Not a lot of swinging arms or body parts.
Not a lot of what we call them timers. Timers are variables. You know, when you have that complicated delivery, whether it's hands overhead or a big leg raise or a big swinging gate out front, they're timing variables, and you eliminate the timing variables, and you just let you let your arm go basically after that. You can repeat it, and he's around the strike for someone with that kind of power. Everything's around the strike zone.
Even when he raises that leg, I mean, he kind of tucks that left kneecap somewhat close to the body. There's not a lot of distance maybe from some of the parts. Or separation, maybe.
Yeah, I talked to an old pitching coach once who always made the distinction about a pitcher who raises his knee like that or raises his foot. A toe raiser or a knee raiser. He says you're never going to stay balanced and consistent if you're raising your foot.
That's definitely a knee raise.
Yeah, and that's a knee raise, and you're controlling that with your big muscles, with your hips, with your quad. And staying close and compact with your body. And he says if you see a pitcher raising his foot, he's going to get off balance.
Because you're almost swinging that leg a little bit rather
than... Then you're going to be swinging the gate out front, as we call it, one of our cute little scouting terms.
I learn something every day. We're not even in the third inning yet. I've learned something. I like it. Here's a 3-2. Is that a swing or not? On the appeal, it is. So Taveras is going to be tagged out. That ricochet off the backstop has been the best catcher weapon of this event.
that was a very fitting pitch for Zach Swanson to end on a slider that just flat out disappeared, and that's obviously a pitch. That was an awesome one there. But he landed the most impressive thing, Brett. He's throwing this 28-50 slider, 85 miles an hour, and he probably threw 80% strikes with it. And if you can have that quality of pitch, he'll mention that 93, 96 fastball had some hittable traits to it, but that slider is his pitch.
Strong 2 innings for Swanson, finishing with a couple of strikeouts.
That was kind of fun. He was sitting there watching the board, the same thing we were watching right there. He was watching himself perform.
Well, still looking for our first hit going into the third inning. We've seen some good pitching so far. We'll see if that'll continue with Ashton Alston, Tennessee native, Alabama commit.
Alston, big 6'6", 200-pound right-hander. Haven't seen Ashton for a year at Perfect Game Events. Was up to 92 last year. 93 on that first pitch.
Facing Brennan Siegler. Well, that had some movement to it.
It's kind of a... Mentioned the fact that most of these pitchers are throwing sliders. That was more of a over the top of the ball curve ball at 76 miles an hour.
See Siegler from Knoxville, and he's going to take strike 3. Farragut High School, and that's quite a beginning for Alston.
Good morning, good evening, good night.
Thanks for coming.
When you locate 3 straight quality pitches like that, it's when it's tougher to hit.
Here's Dante Norrie. Tell you a little more about Alston as well this inning. A Gallatin native.
Well, Brett, I have the stopwatch out.
Okay.
I have the stopwatch out to see if Norrie and his 6'1", 560 will put the ball on the ground.
Or in the gap. That would be fun, too.
That would be fun, too.
Foul.
Now that we've been educated on what a good home to third base time is by Ellie Dela Cruz and Corbin Carroll and their sub-11 second triples.
Yeah, they just set the bar that anyone that wants to try and top that in future years, go for it.
Yeah. And a triple is the most exciting play in baseball anyway, and now that you attach an absurd number to it, like 10.84 or whatever it is that Dela Cruz ran, the other week.
Well, if you can get 3 stolen bases on 2 pitches and 1 trip around the bases, more power to you, too. As Norrie takes that one outside from Alston. Alston, by the way, says he has a commanding mound presence with a 5-pitch arsenal to keep hitters off balance. There you have it.
Okay.
2-2 is sliced foul.
I would submit to Mr. Alston that if you are 6'6" and throw 93, keeping hitters off balance probably isn't your top priority yet.
You can overwhelm some.
Yes, I think most of them you can overwhelm.
Said he's really worked hard on locating his secondary pitches so that they're more effective. Which one of those secondary pitches didn't get the chase swing from Siegler?
Here we see Norrie. Powerful running style, big, strong lower half on a 5'9" athlete. Looks like a sprinter.
Still the best 60 time to this point, 6.15.
Well, we've got 4 more teams tomorrow to work out, Brett. It may survive, it may not.
I think he's got a pretty good chance. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and that'll put the ghost runner aboard. Norrie wishes he could run for himself in this spot, but this is the one time he can't be the runner. He'll stay in the box and swing.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. He is not going to be the leading 60 guy.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, you've looked ahead.
Yes, there's a young man from California who's on Vegas Gold 11 named Matthew Priest. As Norrie drives that one deep to left field. Playable, though.
Put away by the maroon left fielder. I don't believe that's Caraballo out there in left, but Norrie's retired.
No, in all seriousness, I can't wait to see Matthew Priest play. And I love watching him play. He plays so fast. And he's not a smaller. He's a 6', 6'1", 195 athlete.
Wow.
And he is just fast.
I think that's the beauty of this event. Whether it's throws from the outfield, speed, whatever, you see a number, a radar reading, you're like, my goodness, that's going to be the best. And then you're like, you know what? There's a handful of guys who could challenge it or surpass it.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt Priest runs a 6:05.
Oh, and Pano takes. There's a throw down to second base that's not in time. Pretty good toss down there by Kalinic. But Gold has a runner in scoring position. Fouled back by Owen Pano, heading towards second level of seats. Pano, young man from New York State, but an Ole Miss commit. part of Canes National. Ball spanked to center, hit rather well, but again a big yard, and the catch is going to be made by Torres. Tagging and advancing to third will be our ghost runner, but now that should be the final out, correct? It is. So there's no need to tag when there's 2 outs.
Everybody a little confused out there.
That was interesting. Torres was as well. He's firing it back in, but regardless, when you get to 3, you get to stop, even in showcase rules.
That was a nice piece of hitting by Payno, because that was a very good breaking ball from Alston. He stayed back on it, pulled that a bit. Maybe he could have gotten himself some extra bases.
Pitcher for the goal team as we head into the third inning. Zach Swanson at 2 scoreless, and meanwhile Jackson Sanders, an Auburn commit, comes on to throw.
This is a tough game to be a hitter in, I'll tell you. Jackson Sanders is one of the top lefties in the 2024 class, 27th overall. Quit last year. In 2022, he threw 18 innings in PG tournament play. He struck out 36 and walked 1. Fastball up to 93, big wipeout curve slider. Has been pretty unhittable when we've seen him play.
Caden Lopez is going to lead things off. Lopez had one of the handful of hits for the Maroon team yesterday. So we got an Ole Miss commit and an Auburn commit going at it right here. Give you the self-scouting report for Jackson Sanders. First of all, he's a Clayton Kershaw Madison Bumgarner fan, but he says he has pitchability, physical, athletic build. That one just about took the back foot or shoe off Caden Lopez. How about a 4.5 GPA? I didn't know they went that high, but that is Jackson Sanders. It's a big chopper to short. And the throw, is it in time? It is not. Fitzgerald tried to get it over there, but Caden Lopez smelled a hit and beat one out to begin the third inning.
That's such a difficult play for shortstop, especially a young shortstop as the game gets faster and faster, because you can't back up on that. The moment you take a step backwards, you're done. Lopez is flying out of the box. Like you said very aptly, he smelled a hit right there, and he got it.
So Derek Gonzalez-Adams steps in. Left-hander out of the stretch, misses high, but I'll give you one other thought from Jackson Sanders. Talked about pitchability. He said pitching isn't velocity, throwing is velocity. Getting hitters out and throwing complete games has been his focus. And that's fouled outside of third base.
And that's sort of been his track record as well. You know, when you have 1 walk in 18 innings at this level, and when you have that kind of stuff, sometimes you're going to walk more at this level just because hitters aren't going to be swinging. It's tough pitches. If they don't think they can hit it, they're not swinging. And you've got to be in the zone.
It's another reason why this event, I think, is so appreciated by scouts and coaches. Because it's one thing to put up eye-popping numbers. Then when you can continue to have success against even better caliber of hitters, 1 through 15, whatever it is in a batting lineup, you realize that they're truly the cream of the crop. There's a big wave and a miss.
Yeah, kind of a unique arm action from Jackson Sanders. It's so long and so offline and so whippy, but he commands and repeats so well.
Stolen base there by Lopez. Ball wasn't handled cleanly behind the plate. That's Aaron Beatty catching too.
Yeah, and if you look at his fastball characteristics, they're very, very unique. He's getting big horizontal life and almost no vertical life on his pitches, and that kind of matches the arm action.
Really does feel like he kind of loops that thing back behind him, which might be, well, it's just a lot of movement for one. I don't know what the hitters think of that. If they're able to see it, or that causes a little more confusion.
I think on one hand that the offline and back lets the hitter see the ball, but his arm action is so unique and so fast. It's a fast arm swing.
One sent down the line in right. Will it stay fair? It is foul. That might have been a 3-base hit with that thing rolling along the warning track. Our first base coach said fair. Our plate umpire had to call it in a 2-man crew. I thought it was foul by maybe an inch or two, but don't hold me to it. You get down to the line in right where there's pretty much only dirt and foul territory. But I thought I saw some sand rather than some dirt. Counts 3-2 to Derek Gonzalez-Adams out of the Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy. There's another play at short for Fitzgerald. He's going to have to hurry that throw. Did he get him? He did not. Back-to-back infield base hits this inning.
Now batting number 17, Logan DeGroot.
And again, these
That's
hitters,
a catcher, by the way.
The hitters getting out of the box fast. Yeah, definitely safe.
Logan DeGroot, next man in. Logan had a fly out to center yesterday and a strikeout in his 2 at-bats. And he's going to take one on the outside corner for a called strike. It's another good swing by DeGroot. Sending Nori back. He's got room to make the catch. Lopez will tag and score, so DeGroot will get the fly out, the sac fly, and an RBI. And the Maroon team has the first run of the game.
The irony being that was easily the hardest hit ball so far of this inning. First out, but a couple of soft ground balls, shortstop that turned into infield hits, put 2 runners on.
And Luke Dickerson will bat. New Jersey native, Virginia commit. Pick back at first. That's going to be close but safe. I would say the Virginia Cavaliers were excited about some of the performances of their individuals here, including Caleb Bonnemer. Also getting a chance to see Luke Dickerson.
Lest you forget from our quick 11th inning yesterday, Trey Gregory Alford throwing 95-97, a Virginia commit.
Is that right? Okay.
And I will contradict you, Brett. They are very disappointed in what they saw from Caleb Bonnemer. And I think you know exactly what I mean.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. And we've got a lot of baseball to be played here, a lot of baseball to be played at the 17U WWBA next week. But Caleb Bonnemer's going to be in the discussion for the number 1 ranked player in the class. I can pretty much assure you that right now. He will be at least in the discussion for that after the tools and the performance he's shown at this Perfect Game National Showcase.
I think it would be a fun conversation to listen to. And that one fouled back to the right. Be a fly on the wall because it's one of those where, you get down to those top 5, 10 players, you can't do much wrong, but I know you got to separate for the purpose of rankings.
And there's so much that goes into it. Obviously, this event's important, but there are so many events that these players play in during the year, their history going back. It's a whole package, but, your latest impression is your last impression, often the most important.
Well, Jackson Sanders almost caught that throw that was on its way to second base.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, because if Cole Arambidi was throwing the ball hard, Sanders has no chance to catch it.
I think Sanders was confused by that too. He's maybe lucky it didn't roll into left field or deflect away after Derek Gonzalez-Adams, the catcher who had an infield base hit, also had a stolen base.
See another runner on at first base. Runners at first and second now, and one out.
Luke Dickerson, a big Bryce Harper fan, takes a big swing and fouls one to the right and out of play. Derek Gonzalez-Adams got so far off second base, he slipped, and had Sanders pivoted, he might have had an easy pickoff back at second base. Tell you what, if I'm a hitter, though, and it's 0-2, I'm concentrating on that pitcher. That ball is lined into the gap in right center field. It's down. It's going to go all the way to the swimming pool area. It's going to chase home a run. Why not two? Dickerson continuing to run into third with a stand-up 2-run triple.
Just a nice piece of hitting there. Line it to the right center field gap and use the speed. We've been talking about Nori speed. Dickerson almost matches him for speed.
Oh, I just cruised in. In fact, David, I was reading his bio, and I didn't get a chance to throw it out there, in part because he was kind of fighting his way up in the count as DeCastro hits a one-hopper to first, picked nicely, and that's going to be an out. But Dickerson said great speed that can steal bags and make plays. Well, he had a 2-run triple. Make it 3-0. The Maroon team in front after 3 innings here in Game 2 today of the Perfect Game National Showcase. Well, the Maroon team yesterday struggled a little bit offensively, but they put 3 runs on the board, facing some good pitching. And now the Gold Team comes to bat in the top of the 4th inning. Gold Team watched Dylan Jordan throw a couple of innings, faced Ashton Alston
Number 10, Noah Franco.
in the 3rd, and now they get him again in the 4th.
Yeah, Alston had a really nice, smooth first inning of work. Was hitting his spots from literally from the first pitch. Let's see if he can follow up in the 2nd inning.
This is Noah Franco. He's going to dump one into center for a base hit. So didn't waste much time, able to put one in play and get a base hit for the Gold Team here in the 4th.
Nothing like the 70 exit velocity base hit right off the handle. Or right off the end of the bat, whatever.
I think he did get it off the end. Michael Torres could not get there to make the play. Get to watch Cade Arambidi swing to bat. We saw him do just a little bit of everything over the course of the workout day and set a couple of records. Took a big wave and a miss. Threw 102 from the outfield. 1-7 pop time. Had some exit velos and BP of triple digits. Number 4 player in the class. From Tomball, Texas. And an LSU commit. Off and running is Franco. The throw down is going to be late. Franco got a great break and able to swipe that one. Not much of a chance for Kalinic behind the plate. Arambidi waves and misses at 91 and down on strikes for the first out of the inning.
I think that's the question now with Arambidi, with all the huge tools he has, is he has a history not really handling velocity real well at the plate, and he had some rough swings there at 91, 92 miles an hour, and that's going to be something as he moves forward, as he goes through the evaluation of the scouts as a potential day 1 draft next year, as he assuredly will be considered that they'll be evaluating, the rest of the summer, during the fall if he plays in Jupiter, and then of course next spring.
Funny you say that. As Bryce Rayner steps in from Simi Valley, the first thing I did after that swing and miss was look at the velocity and wanted to see if it was 95, 96, and said it was 91.
Yeah,
the swing looked like you were a little late.
Yes, and that's going to be the issue with Arambidi. I mean, Alston is a fastball pitcher. He's sort of established that so far, and he has a very firm fastball, very high spin rate fastball with some ride characteristics to it.
Bryce Rayner, a Texas commit. You see the spin rate as well there for Alston on the pitch that comes home to Rayner. Part of the Canes team, and you can see that helmet as well. Kind of goes with that gold roster of his, or gold uniform. Big Freddie Freeman fan. You might see why, as a lanky left-handed hitter from California.
Of course, Freddie Freeman with one of the most distinctive swings, I think, in baseball. I mean, it's to see him go yard left center field so consistently and drive the ball to left center field with the authority he does.
Sprays that one foul down the left field line and out of play.
Freeman was a PG National player at the PG National we held in Arkansas at the University of Arkansas.
Is that right?
Back in the day. Yes.
How many years ago was that?
Well, Freddie Freeman's 33, so it was 16 years ago, as I'm going to deduce.
Okay, that's a wave and a miss by Bryce Rayner. Yeah. So back-to-back hits.
Yeah, Alston has confidence in that fastball. He talked in his profile about mixing pitches. He's had a 5-pitch mix, and I kind of lightly scoffed at that. It's like, dude, you're 6'6" and you throw 93. And he may have heard me, because that's what he's doing right now, is just throwing quality strikes away from the middle of the zone with a high spin 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and hitters can't handle it.
Chris Newstrom, the batter. I mean, sometimes we talk about kids at the junior showcase where they're only throwing fastballs and you want to see a secondary pitch. I would say sometimes when a pitcher comes here, knowing he's facing good hitters, the last thing you want to do is be throwing your 4th or 5th best pitch.
Exactly. I mean, at this level, you're throwing even to very good high school pitchers, you don't want to throw them the third or fourth best pitch. That's not necessary. If you're thinking of throwing 7 innings, 100 pitch outing, yeah, you can mix it up. But Alston's shown us a good 2,500 spin rate breaking ball. But the fastball is his go-to pitch, make no mistake.
He has a chance for a couple of scoreless innings. Pair of strikeouts here in the fourth. He is behind Chris Newstrom, however, 3-0.
I was thinking about that Arkansas National, and I'm trying to think what other players were there. Freddie Freeman was one I definitely remember. I also remember Madison Bumgarner there, because I was with my son, who was 13, 14 years old then, and we looked at Madison Bumgarner, 17-year-old Madison Bumgarner, and I pointed him out to my son. I said, that is what a future big leaguer looks like at 17 years old, because Bumgarner looked like a big leaguer at 15 years old.
Oh, we might have a steal of home. There's an out at second base, however. Good throw down by Kalinic to end the inning. Those catchers love to throw against these good base runners. And
that was Norrie going down to second. Kalinic has been challenged often. That's at least the second runner he's thrown out. We'll take another look at Ashton Alston and his outing, a very impressive outing, not only on the scoreboard, but watching him use his stuff, his power fastball from the long 6'6" frame, and very impressive.
Boy, indeed. Hey, if you like what you're seeing here, in just over a month, the top 2024s in the nation will find themselves right back on this very field for the 21st annual All-American Classic, with alumni like Max Clark, Jackson Holiday, Corbin Carroll, Hunter Green, Bryce Harper, and a whole lot more. This is the event on the amateur baseball calendar each and every year. The 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic, streaming live Sunday, August 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively at perfectgame.tv.
When the process has started, we just got our first email this morning, the staff, on, okay, here's some names on the list, add, subtract. The process has started. But like I said, with the 17 under, WWBA National Championship, I believe that's like 468 teams in it. There's going to be a lot of refinement that happens, with players who are here. I'd be surprised if a player comes out of nowhere next week to put themselves, that's not unprecedented at all.
David, it almost feels like a spring training when you get down to the end, and those last 3 or 4 spots are the ones that you spend the last week kind of agonizing over.
Yeah, and actually there's been 2 instances I can remember, because I was involved in both and tracking down the player, where players have literally been invited to the All-American Classic a week or 2 before. But the 2 players were Matt Manning, recently part of a no-hitter, the Tigers, and Trevor Rogers, the outstanding young lefty
New
with
Mexico.
the Marlins.
Yeah.
And they were literally selected in the last 2 weeks, and they had, with the players we'd been hearing about but we'd never seen, and we had to chase down and see.
I remember Rogers quite well, because Jerry Ford was kind of escorting him California to make sure that he'd be willing to come to the event, and it changed his life.
Yeah, it did. I remember seeing Rogers at the area codes a week before All-American, and in the first inning texting Jerry and a few others saying, this might be the best pitching prospect in the country, guys. We got to do this.
It's amazing how fast things can go then when you get that opportunity. This is Paul Green facing Jackson Sanders to begin the bottom of the fourth. We were ready to play without a left fielder, and while I encourage pace of play, it does help to have 9 people on the field. Paul Green is going to pop one up. Will there be a play over near the dugout? And there will not. Heads up for our camera guy. Green yesterday had a pop-up and a strikeout in his 2 ABs.
And of course, with Matt Manning, the whole story with Matt Manning is he was a basketball player. He was a D1 level basketball player whose dad played in the NBA for a couple of years. And so he really didn't pitch that much. But we just kept hearing rumors, hey, there's this kid in Central Valley out in California you need to see. And it's like, well, let's get him to an event. Let's put him somewhere where we can get eyes on him.
That's an aspect, though, a perfect game that I enjoy, is Green sees the count go full. There are some people, if you leave it up to the family, whether it's circumstances, whether it's different sports, whether it's timing, as Green waves and misses might say, we just can't make it. But I think it's the encouragement in saying, we need to see you. This is an opportunity that can really change your son's trajectory. We need to figure this out.
Yeah, and I think that's the main point there is, and I can understand parents not realizing how potentially important, whether it's getting to an event here and just throwing an inning or two. I mean, with the young man last night, Trey Gregory Alfred, that changed his life last night. I mean, that will change his life. I don't know whether he knows it right now. It will. I can attest with 100% certainty that will change his life. Those 12 pitches he threw last night.
12 pitches.
Or however many.
Yep.
And with somebody, a Trevor Rogers, with a Matt Manning and countless others over the years, that one performance can change your life.
This is Balon Caraballo, homered yesterday. We thought he might have been struck out and got another chance to stay in there in the box and swing and put one a couple of rows in the bleachers and left.
Yeah, this is young. For a player like Balon Caraballo, who's not a well-known prospect, one swing like that got him a lot of notice, and with that body,
that's an athletic build.
Yeah, I mean, scouts there are loving that right there. They want to see more. They want to know what his background is. They want to know a lot more. Sanders, by the way, has done a better job this inning of landing that breaking ball. I think that's what he didn't have in the first inning. The big sweeping curveball is an integral part of his pitching repertoire, and he described himself as a complete game pitcher, a guy who's going to, and that's often not, showcase is not the best outing. We mentioned the first game, Ford Thompson, another lefty, high performance lefty. Maybe not the best showcase type of pitcher because they're more oriented to mixing, and I guess that is strike three.
That is strike three.
Yeah. Some confusion there. And a pitcher like Sanders or Ford Thompson is best when he's mixing his pitches, working ahead, getting ground balls, playing the team aspect of baseball.
Understood. That was strike three to Caraballo. Meanwhile, Dickerson was the ghost runner they put over at first, and Kalinic will be the batter. Florida native. Had a chance to throw out a would-be base stealer and did at the top of the inning. Not just any base stealer, but Nori to end the fourth.
Yeah, Kalinic is interesting to watch because he does not post.
There goes Dickerson. Well, we wanted to see Aaron Beatty throw, and it was a little bit higher. He might have had the very speedy Dickerson.
But Kalinic does not post, has never posted drill pop times that are impressive at all. But he throws out runners in games, and I think it's the accuracy factor, is that he makes accurate throws. He also doesn't sell out during drills to get a pop time, and I respect that. That being said, his big tool is still his bat. He's hit a number of balls hard. Left-handed hitting catchers are a very valued commodity at any level of baseball.
It's an interesting conversation, though, about catchers, David, and that is a wave and a miss to end the inning. I talk about at youth baseball, youth softball, the same thing. Strong arm versus accurate arm, and accurate arm throws out a lot of runners, and strong arm hits the backstop a lot, and there is a difference when it comes to game action.
We'll take another look at Jackson Sanders here. Like I said, second inning, he started getting to his breaking ball. We saw it on Kalinic, the last hitter. And when he's throwing that breaking ball for strikes, and he throws it at various speeds, he threw some hard 78s, he threw some low 70s, some 68s. But that's his pitch, the breaking ball. And he got so much more comfortable with it in the second inning, and that just makes his fastball play up even more.
We'll step aside and come right back to Chase Field through 4 innings. intriguing new pitcher. We talked a lot about Alex Hernandez as a position player, David, but we're going to get to see him pitch both the 5th and schedule that again for the 6th.
Yeah, this is usually a secondary pitcher, only throws 1 inning. But Hernandez has been so good this summer, up to 93 at the PG South Elite Championship back in June, that they've given him 2 innings in this slot. And he's one of the names I mentioned yesterday, the list of names I sort of keep in my mind. I'm sure the rest of the PG scouts do, that have said, opened your eyes. Hey, this guy is better than we had him before, and I think that applies to Alex Hernandez, and he just has another chance to add to that on the mound today.
Talks about a 90s plus fastball plus curveball slider and changeup. Has the ability to throw 3 pitches for strikes in any counts. Need to improve on fastball location is his own self-scouting report, which we don't often see guys kind of nitpick at themselves.
And I would say that's the case for almost every pitcher at this level, is improving fastball location.
Chris Newstrom will bat, although as a position player, he does say that he can field his position well and control the running game, so we shall find out. Newstrom was at the plate when there was a caught stealing to end the top of the 4th, so comes back with a fresh count, albeit against a different pitcher. That is a wave and a miss at 91 over the outer edge. Big tight leg kick on the next pitch. Not a comfortable swing by Newstrom, and down on strikes to begin the 5th inning.
Well, that's a nice start for Hernandez. He just threw 3 pitches essentially exactly where he wanted them. Breaking ball to start off, fastball outside corner, and then buried the slider for strike 3. That's exactly where he wanted to throw that ball, I'm sure. He wasn't throwing that for a strike. He was throwing that to bury it for strike 3, and he did a great job of executing it.
This is Hogan Denny. Indiana native. It's Hogan Denny. Mooresville, Indiana. It's a good pitch in there for a strike.
Denny's hit some balls hard so far, both in BP and games. Very strong young man. Very simple approach. He's hit the ball hard to the middle of the field, which is not advantageous here at Chase Field. But
David, you'll like this then. We asked these kids where their game has grown the most since January. He said hitting baseballs consistently hard for hits.
Okay.
That's what he pointed out. His goal, he said, every time he's in the box to hit it as hard as he possibly can. And he said from January of 23, had a batting average in high school, and now in summer ball of 500. And above that have come up with a lot of hard hit balls on a consistent basis. So, I think that's a great goal for any young hitter, just more consistent contact.
Square the ball up. Quality at bats.
He's also a football player in Indiana. Although he did get hurt in football his past season, so overcoming that was a bit of a challenge, and we'll see if he continues to play football going forward. Put a runner over at first. See if Denny can time up Hernandez. Chop foul. Mentioned he's an Indiana commit, future Hoosier, and he said he chose Indiana because of the coaching staff, but also wanted to play for the state that he grew up in and represent the state of Indiana. And I think there's always a little bit of that from some of these Midwestern kids. And sometimes they want to go to the warmer destinations and more true baseball college hotbeds, but others want to stay home and play for the home state schools. Speaking of hard hit balls, how do you like that one at 98 in the center for a base hit? I love it when a plan comes together.
I really love it when a plan comes together. Hit the ball hard to the middle of the field. Now, Hogan Denny just has hitter's hands. You watch his setup there. He's got that busy active. He starts short. He's short to the ball, but he has such hand strength and hand quickness. You can have strength without quickness, but when you have hand strength and hand quickness together, you're going to hit a lot of baseballs hard.
Good combination.
I know Brian Sikowski is down there behind the plate right now, who's seen a lot of Hogan Denny so far this spring. Just raves about his hitting ability, and It was on display there.
Burke Mabius, the batter, he started off this game with a strikeout. The Oregon commit, Henderson, Nevada native, and Bishop Gorman High School product. Little tapper in play. Oh, a bobble, and everybody is safe. Thought maybe DeCastro was going to come up with it. We saw him earlier maybe bobble it and then come back and gather. That time, unable to do so.
Number 23, Ryan Costello.
Here is Ryan Costello. Costello, a strikeout victim back in the first of Dylan Jordan. But that was a nice job behind the plate, just smothering that baseball from Derek Gonzalez Adams to keep it from squirting away.
Outstanding play with the bases loaded. Not an easy pitch to block at all.
One out in the inning, bases loaded. That ball hit high in the air. Deep right field. Back to the fence, and 4 will score on a grand slam from Ryan Costello. Got one up and out, and a grand slam at the National Showcase.
You could see Adams signaling for the fastball up beforehand. Watch his glove beforehand. He was trying to get that pitch up. He didn't get it up. Hernandez threw it basically right down the middle. Costello knew what to do with it.
Number 31, Luke Costello.
Does that ball just disappear?
Got some happy teammates there smiling
I'll say so. From 3-0 down to 4-3 up, and again, these scores really don't matter. Although in the first game there was a late comeback, there was some dugout life, which made it kind of fun for a 10-inning game. Lou Costello is going to pop one up. This ball's going to take a long time to descend out of the rafters. But the catch is made, and I believe that's 5 batters, is it not? It's 5 batters to me.
Well, looks like they're going to let him
Now
one more hitter up to the plate.
Devin Fitzgerald.
Oh, no, I see Jared Goodwin behind the plate going, no, wait a minute, switch it up. Yep.
In part because you want to throw him another inning. If he faces 6 batters and then 5.
Yeah. Your instincts were right on that one, Brett.
Okay, well, sometimes you have to check, right? We had a guy tagging up on a 2-out fly ball, but this was the grand slam from Ryan Costello, David, which is the highlight of our day offensively to this point. 4-3 game as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Hey, got a new pitcher for the Gold team as we roll into the 5th inning. Aiden Hayes on to pitch. Another Tennessee commit.
For the Gold team, now pitching number 21,
And Aiden is a player, I believe, just got an invite here.
Yeah, he's
to
not
the
even on my
Perfect Game
roster.
National. Yes. He has no ranking, a 500 overall ranking, and had never appeared in a Perfect Game event until, 4 weeks ago at the WWA 18 and under National Championships, pitching for USA Prime. 89.93 during his outing there, 75 curveball, 81 change. Nice young 6'3", 180 body, just 17 and a half years old. So a lot of things to like here from the Morris, Illinois native. And recently on the map, Tennessee has obviously found out about him before. And now the Perfect Game scouts will get their first extended look at young Aiden Hayes.
See, the one thing about Tony Vitello, he's an active recruiter. We talked about Jay Johnson being here. The number of bios where kids have talked about Jay's influence on the recruiting. For Tony, though, he's not afraid to expand the region. He's from Missouri, coached at Arkansas. He's willing to go wherever the players are. And there's some schools, for whatever reason, I mean, kids are paying half their tuition, if not more. You kind of regionalize. But some of the schools really aren't afraid to go outside that area.
Oh, no doubt about it. And Tennessee should with the emergence of that program under Coach, Vitiello, and with the resources that they have, they should have a national brand.
Jackson Forbes, the batter, Peoria, Arizona native. And the one thing now in today's day and age, David, and you know this, these college games are available pretty much every single one on TV. Obviously, you get to the big games in the SEC, the conference tournament, the regionals, the supers, the College World Series. You can be in California and you can watch Tennessee play almost every single game.
Yeah, and that being on TV, I'm sure it's the same for baseball players. I'm a huge college basketball fan, and when you listen to stories of college basketball and stuff, you always hear that, I want to be on TV. I want my people at home to be able to watch me on TV. It's all about the TV and the exposure you get, and that's grown from, it started with football, of course, playing on Saturday afternoons.
But you're right, basketball preceded baseball as far as that ability to have all the games available. There's a bouncer to second base, and Jackson Forbes is going to be retired here in the 5th inning. I believe that's Bryce Rayner able to make the play.
And if you're a fan of a team, whether it be Tennessee baseball, I'm a huge Creighton basketball fan. And here I am living 1,500 miles away from Creighton. And the only games I miss of Creighton on TV are when I'm at a baseball field. And they're playing on a Saturday afternoon or something, and I'm at a baseball field. That is literally every other game I can watch them on TV.
No, it makes sense. Good strong fastball in there to Alex Hernandez. So one pitcher facing another now. Hernandez had a strikeout and a ground out yesterday in the 2 games. But that front door spinning breaking ball just about caught the corner.
Aiden Hayes, just looking at his body, his face, looks like he's about 15 years old.
I thought the same thing.
With a very mature arm, just pretty much sitting 92, 93.
When you see a kid, David, that you know is going to be bigger or stronger, how much does the projection come in to your thought process? There's a ground ball punched into right, a base hit by Hernandez. We're seeing a lot of kids in this event where they are in their adult bodies. They will continue to get stronger, bigger. But there's probably more to come for Hayes.
Oh, there's no, and that's why the age factor is such a big deal with so many teams in the draft. It probably should be a big deal with a lot of coaches. I'm sure they're aware of the difference between a 17-year-old and a kid who's going to be a 2-year player potentially at their university. But a player like Hayes, you can track all these pitchers, and I mention it when it's appropriate, as that's fouled hard down the right field line off the bat of Samuel Bradley. But I mentioned a lot, last year I'll say that this guy was throwing 85, 88 last fall, and now he's throwing 92, 94. And that is the age you see it the most when you're going from 16 to 17 or 16 and a half to 17 and a half, where you see that velocity jump where you can get 7 to 10 miles an hour even in 1 year is
Wow.
at that age. And that doesn't mean it happens for everybody. There's
Correct.
there's hard work. There's just genetics. There's maybe delivery changes. There's a lot that goes into it. But you see it so often, and there are teams that will make their draft decision based on 8 months of birth date and make it just on that.
Samuel Bradley, a Kentucky commit, Georgia native, has a count of 2 balls and a strike. Runner on base. That is a swing. The throw down was impacted just a little bit, I believe, by the swing, and it ends up in center. Hernandez gets the stolen base. Hernandez needs to save some of that energy for another inning on the mound.
Yeah, we might want a courtesy runner here. No, that's not going to happen with Hernandez. Watching this at bat, Samuel Bradley has some serious juice in his bat. Him in batting practice, and he has low hands to start. When you see those low hands there, he's getting him in launch position. This is going to be an uphill swing. He's looking to lift and pull the ball. He's got the strength to do it. Couldn't do it on that changeup, though. That was a nice changeup working away from him. He's kind of lucky to foul that one off.
Yeah, that is a low hand slot start. The 2-2, almost kind of a delayed swing there. I'm not sure if he was ready to pull the trigger or not, but then wrapped it through and went down on strikes, and Hayes will get the K.
If you're a pitcher or catcher or coach and you see a hitter up there with low hands, you want to throw it above his hands. Because coming up to the ball is so difficult, and I don't know whether Hayes thought that, but he executed it.
Back to the top of the lineup in Ira Jeffries Harris out of Atlanta, North Atlanta High School. East Cobb Astros, his travel organization. He was recruited in the 8th grade, made his choice. That coach got fired. He said, "You're so overwhelmed at that age." But once he took a leap of faith and decommitted, he found out doors really opened up. Talked to other coaches, visited programs, and found out that Georgia Tech was the place he wanted to be. I think that's in part why these rules may have changed. Not just the coaches getting fired and such, but these kids are just a little bit older to make those decisions down the road.
I see no way a family or a kid can make a decision on that when they're 8th grade or sophomore in high school.
Agreed.
It's just not possible to have your priorities. It's not possible to have a depth of knowledge to make a good decision. And that leads to, decommitting, confusion, guilt, all sorts of things that we want to avoid in life.
No, all good points. 2-2 pitch misses and the count's gone full, and I think it just allows these coaches to take a breath. Whenever the top schools start recruiting kids at a certain age, there's competition then for everybody to start doing, and it just becomes overwhelming.
Yeah, it's a follow the pack. Once
Yep.
2 or 3 schools start committing 8th graders, everybody wanted to, and it snowballed, and hats off to the coaches for self-correcting there.
That's a strikeout by Hayes to end the inning. Couple of Ks in the frame. We played 5 innings here today. It's a 4-3 lead for our Gold Squad. go to inning number 6. These are 10-inning games. This is game 2 of 4 today, so 40 innings of baseball from the National Showcase in Phoenix.
40 innings.
It seems longer when I just say it in that manner, right? Rather than 4 games for 40 innings.
It does. I think my personal all-time record for innings in a day was 49. I've done 49 a couple times. That's a lot of baseball one day.
It is. As Devin Fitzgerald bats. Fitzgerald struck out back in the second against Dylan Jordan. I will say the air-conditioned comfort of Chase Field helps. That was a smash to second. It's going to continue on into right field. Wasn't handled by Colt Myers. That ball was stung off the bat of Fitzgerald.
96 off the bat. I think that just got on Myers. Myers made a little assumption how it's quick and just got on him a little fast. And an easy decision, I think, for the scorekeeper.
Ethan Sirawick, next man in. Pitch caught the inside corner for a called strike. Smoke to left. That's down for a base hit. It's going to skip and cut off nicely before it could get to the warning track. That's a long single for Sirawick as Fitzgerald has to hold at second base. That was played back in nicely by Paul Green.
That was hammered. 103 off the bat. And he got some top spin on it there, which kept it from going into the corner. What do they consider a hard hit in the big leagues? 95 miles an hour?
I think they do.
Yeah, I think 95 is when they start figuring the percentages of hard hit baseballs. And that's at 95 in the big leagues. And that was 103 off the young man's bat.
Reggie Sharp, the batter. And she went down on strikes back in the second. Gold team scored all 4 of their runs in this game on one swing. Last inning, a slam from Ryan Costello. That's strike 2 on the way to Reggie Sharp. So a couple of base runners with nobody out in the 6th. Hernandez looking for one here. Boy, snapped off a good one.
His best slider of his outing so far, buried that. And when a pitcher can bury that breaking ball intentionally when he's ahead in the count, that's such a weapon for them. You're trusting your catcher with runners on base to get down and block if needed.
Brennan Siegler will bat. Big wave at a miss there. He went down on strikes in the 3rd inning. Place for exposure, National Church. He's the young man who's added 40 pounds since last season, and his arms gotten stronger, body's bigger. He went from 175 to 205.
And when you add that much strength, of course, in a year, it's just not lifting. It's nutrition. It's lifestyle, almost even for a teenager.
But I'm sure the effects really helped out Brennan Siegler. Especially when you get to a stage like this with the caliber of players. That's a wave and a miss. Both runners are going to move up. The throw, though, is going to go to second base. Derek Gonzalez Adams looked at third, then threw down to second. Sirawick able to get in there.
Now batting number 15, Dante Nori.
So after the Sigler strikeout, back to the top of the lineup for Dante Nori. He lined out to left in the at-bat he had back in the third inning against Alston. Hernandez, real deep breath before the pitch that misses up and out. Maroon team scored 3 in the third. The Gold Squad had 4 in the fifth. For the most part, pitching has been in command, but this is the second game for these teams towards the back half when we've seen some of the elite pitchers you want to see in the first few innings.
I think we still might see an elite arm or two later in this game.
One thing's for sure, we know the pitching depth and the talent is deep across the board, whether it's position players, whether it's pitchers. Three and one the count to Nori. And that would be in essence ball 4, so we'll put another free runner aboard. Another bases are loaded again for the Gold team. Thought that might catch the outside corner, but it did not.
Yeah, I just did a little, okay.
Nori, the Mississippi State commit, fouls one right back to the screen. Plays for Canes National and the Mets scout team. He committed to State right after they won the national championship with Chris Lemonis. Next pitch down and in. That was the beginning of 3 straight SEC West teams winning national championships. Mississippi State, Ole Miss, LSU.
Now you're just bragging on the SEC.
Well, had Arkansas been able to finish off Oregon State a few years ago, it would be something like 4 out of 6, all from the same division.
Yes,
of the same
I will say that same division is certainly impressive.
And now they're beginning to do away with these divisions soon when Texas and Oklahoma come in, so then you lose the exclusivity, if you will.
When you have 18, 20 team leagues,
yes.
That's the... And I understand the financial motivations for that. It sort of takes a little adjustment.
No, it does. I'm still adjusting, if you will, to the changes in college sports, but I'll be left behind if I don't at some point.
But what do you do when you have a conference that has a number in it?
Well, that's a story for another day, right? The Pac-12 that has 10, or the Big 12 that has 14, or the Big 10 that has 16.
Exactly. That's starting to venture into the theater of the absurd there.
Well, Hernandez issued a couple of walks in the same sequence, so we had multiple ghost runners in this same plate appearance for Nori. Pushed across a run. And Hernandez in that position where I think he's about to face his last batter. He just wants some courage,
I
right?
can confidently say this is his last batter. It's a 10-pitch plus at bat. And Nori's being very annoying. Is his job? He's taking balls and fouling off strikes.
And he's going to poke one into center for a base hit. It's going to chase home a run and maybe more. In fact, 2 will come across on what should be the final batter of the 6th inning. So Nori delivers the 2-run single, and in all, 3 runs come across in that 6th inning. I'm not sure how many pitches Norrie saw, but he eventually got one to his liking.
It was 10 plus, and he was patient. He stayed real short. He didn't try to do too much, and you like to see that maturity in a hitter.
Well, it's a 7-3 game through 5.5 innings. Again, a late addition to the Gold team and to this national showcase. Pitched the 5th, gave up a single, but also had a couple of strikeouts. Now he's back out there for a 2nd inning of work, and Michael Torres will lead off.
And Hayes, very impressive in the 1st inning, especially considering his lack of overall national profile. In fact, the only national part of his profile before today has really been that commitment to Tennessee. But certainly on the map now with a lively 93 fastball up to 93. The young body, the young arm. Has had some good vertical characteristics on his fastball.
Works with pretty good tempo and pumps in a strike. Let's say if you find a rhythm, if you get into a rhythm, no need to deviate. Chopper up the middle. Nice play coming across the bag at shortstop. That was a good effort. I think that's Pano.
And that's exactly what you want to see a shortstop do, because at the speed of the game now, you've got to come through the ball. And if he circles that and back, goes up the middle, he's got no chance. Obviously, no chance to get the runner. That's the only way you can get the out. And Pano who's a big 6'3" type shortstop, showing nice quick first step, a nice route through that ball, and of course made the accurate throw, which is always the ultimate key.
I agree on all. I mean, that's a big-bodied guy. There's a liner in the center by Colt Myers and a base hit with 1 out.
Colt Myers has put a few good swings on balls in his game at bats. Made a nice swing adjustment right there. Went inside, took that ball to right center field once he recognized the pitch. 90 miles an hour exit velocity.
Jackson Walker next in. He flew out to rather deep center in his only at bat here in this game. A couple of at bats yesterday, so maybe this 4th and final.
Walker's feasted on fastballs. He's such a twitchy athlete. You can just tell he wants a fastball. He's been around some low 90s fastballs and pulled them foul. Drove one hard to left center field that he got out over the plate.
I think he's got an interesting mindset. He says he plays to have fun and be happy. That's his goal, rather than maybe shoot for a result and be result-oriented in a game where that can be cruel at some times or maybe demoralizing?
That is a very mature approach because, it goes back to the Pete Rose days, the players who can calculate their batting average on the way to first base. And it's all result-oriented. But in baseball, if you calculate your batting average every time you're walking back to the plate, dugout after a strikeout or turning right after at first base after a 4-3, that can be depressing.
It can be, especially when you're making good contact and driving the ball well, but not necessarily getting the results. That's when the game starts to really grind. Soft flare that Pano's going to backpedal and make the catch. Didn't panic on that one, just retreated and made the catch to retire Walker for the second out.
I learned that at a young age when I was back in high school, back 40 years, some years ago. My center fielder as a sophomore and junior was Kevin Bass, who played 18 years in the big leagues. And he came back after his first year in rookie ball, and we were talking to him about experience. He says, when you play every day, you don't know how fast you can go 0 for 20. And he says, all of a sudden you look up and you're 0 for your last 20, and it's awful hard not to get worried. And he was a second-round draft choice. I know, but he was telling you go for 20. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm seeing the ball okay. I'm just not getting a couple of hits. And he's like, you're 0 for 20. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm nervous.
Scobie torches one to left, but that ball is going to be caught. Well struck ball. But the inning ends, and a couple of innings for Hayes in the books to complete his outing.
A nice quiet inning of strikes. A couple balls, found barrels, but just more and more strikes. For a player, as I said, had no national profile before today, except for his Tennessee commitment. He certainly has one now. I think the scouts, especially those who profile the younger pitchers, are going to love that. I wouldn't be surprised to come back next spring and see, Aiden Hayes throwing, instead of 89, 92, touch of 3, he's throwing 90, 94, touch of 5.
7-3 our score. Hey, coming up, the 5th annual 13U Select Festival. Going to be a lot of fun. You can watch live on Sunday, August 27th. And as always, games this season, all of our select festivals and whatnot, airing exclusively on PerfectGame.tv from Lindsey Nelson Stadium. They're at the home of the Tennessee Volunteers in Knoxville.
And Brett, I will be at the 13U National Showcase in West Palm Beach next week, where they will be selecting the roster for the festival.
How many different players will you see in that event, or do you think?
Oh, I haven't even looked yet. I'm still in this event right now. And I know we've been really actively trying to grow the 13-14U National Show. I think the 14U is going to very soon, not this year, but next year, be a full 5-day event. It's been growing so quickly. But I'd expect to see 150 players at least at that 13U National.
That's kind of what I anticipated, maybe even more.
I mean, it's an invitational only. I do a number of 13-14U showcases during the spring. And after every one of the first orders of business is sending the email out to Jeremy Brown about, okay, these are the guys I'm recommending for 13 and 14U Nationals.
Bryce Navarre, David, is on to pitch from Montgomery, Texas, outside of the Houston area. Left-hander committed to Texas A&M.
Yeah, 6'1", 190 left-hander. Ranked 320th overall. We've seen him up to 89, but that was last August, so I'm sure there's some improvement there.
Saw Dylan Jordan for a pair, then Ashton Alston pitched 2. Alex Hernandez finished off his 2, and now Navarre on to work. Scheduled for the 7th and 8th innings. And again, these are 10-inning games, so we have 5 pitchers scheduled for 2 innings apiece.
So I think just like we saw at the end of the first game today, Brett, we're gonna see a 1-inning pitcher or 2. I think Noah Franco, for instance, is going to throw 1 inning at some point, whether that's in a 11th inning or not, or a 10th inning. But I anticipate some changes to that rotation. Okay. We're just going to have to adapt to it.
Be flexible. Here's Owen Pino. Saw this 6'3" young man playing short last inning. Old Miss commit. That one has popped up back over our heads and going to come back down and try and take out a few scouts.
Saw Navarre last year at the PG Underclass All-American Games. Just kind of looking at his report here, and it says threw both a slider and a curveball, both with high spin rates, both effective pitches that play off each other well and are thrown for strikes.
I like that.
And I see that spin rate, 29-22.
Oh, my goodness. 2-strike pitch.
Then I see the 21 inches of horizontal break on that, and it's like, yes. That's going to be an out pitch at the next level and the next level after that.
I mean, that just took a right turn.
Yeah, that's 77 with huge. As I always say, the plate is 17 inches. That had 21 inches of horizontally induced break to it.
This is Noah Franco, and that's not a comfortable swing. What's the number that kind of gets your attention from that type of break? Is there one where it separates from a different tier?
I don't have enough experience with those numbers, not at a regular showcase having access to it.
Right.
So I can't really say. I'm going off the eye test and that spin rate test. I look up there. That was only 15. He didn't really get on the side of that. Well, that was more. I think that was more of his curveball rather than the slider. And that, if you want to call Noah Franco is not seeing the baseball. He is like, what is going on here?
I'm not sure Evan Taveras is either, and he's the man entrusted with catching this.
Okay, Noah, take a deep breath.
Through the slower curve.
3,046. That's our first 3,000 plus spinner of this national showcase, at least that I've seen.
Goodness gracious. Might as well throw it again. He was over 3,000 again. He hasn't, for all those RPMs, he's not getting the drop.
Yeah, those are they're spinning hard. He's not putting them to where they want. If he gets over it a little bit more.
Good afternoon, good night.
And Franco guessed fastball on that. And 88, and he was still late.
That's at almost 2,500 spin on a fastball.
Yeah.
There can't be many big leaguers that have that type of spin on just a fastball.
It is a high spin rate, but that breaking ball is going to be what gets him.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Aaron Beatty. That's going to pop one up.
And that was just a little two-seamer. That was a different fastball. That was 84, 8, different spin characteristics, ran 20 inches away. So that's a two-seamer that's getting huge running life on it. And come back with something goes 16 inches the other. That's a 36-inch variance in horizontal movement between his two pitches.
They tell these hitters to kind of, cut down, look for a pitch in a certain spot. I don't know how you do that right there. I mean, if you're looking inner half, you're looking fastball, and he's throwing you a curve and a slider and a fastball, and they all spin and they move that dramatically. Two-one pitch in, and you could see even some of the footwork from these hitters right now. They're not comfortable in the box.
I can understand why. Now you're going to. I assume Texas A&M has a pitching lab, since everybody else does.
I don't think Coach Schloss is going to be outdone when it comes to some of the renovations that they're looking at doing. In
I think
stage.
I don't think he wouldn't. There's a cut fest. That fastball had cut on it. It might have even been with intent at 87. Right under Aaron Beatty's hands. This is he hasn't thrown 90 yet, and this is as uncomfortable as that bat.
There's your spin.
And he just struck out two top 10 hitters in this class. He just struck them out, and they were defensive swings. When they even were able to swing. Wow, what an inning!
He might get up to 3,200 before all is said and done. We'll step aside and come back. It's a 7-3 game. Stretch time at Chase Field. gold team as we manipulate a little bit deeper into this game. Matthew Champion, number 7, is going to pitch the 7th from J. Sarah Catholic High School in California. And another LSU commit.
Yeah, Matthew's been on the prospect map for a long time. Really is a two-way guy, has evolved more into a pitcher. 14U Select Festival player in 2020. Goes to J. Sarah Catholic High School, one of the alpha high schools in the baseball world of Southern California.
Evan Taveras is going to lead off. And again, willing to go from California to LSU. And we were talking just maybe an inning ago about the SEC West and LSU winning the national championship. No more finish that than one of the press releases that pops into my email box is the college baseball attendance leaders. LSU number 1, then it was Arkansas, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, all SEC West teams. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and with the revenue, more dollars to put back into the programs and facilities.
Yes, and it's a self-cycling process there. You're big with your fan base. You have the facilities. You can recruit nationally.
In fact, David, of the top 8, there's only one team that wasn't an SEC team, and that's Texas, who will be. And then if you go to the top 10 and you factor Texas as a future SEC team, the only one in the top 10 who was not an SEC school was Southern Miss, not even another Big 12 or ACC school, Southern Miss. Taveras takes and looks at a strike. He went down on strikes back in the second inning.
I guess my question there, you have state of Mississippi with 3 teams in the top 10.
I hadn't thought of it, but you're right.
And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, Mississippi isn't known as a, quote, baseball state, but the fans seem to be awfully hungry for baseball.
You're 100% right. Put a ghost runner aboard at first, and sometimes we think college baseball might be a kind of a regional sport, and in some senses it is, although its popularity is growing across the country. But when it comes to putting people in the stands, Evan Taveras is going to lift one very high in the air to right center. Going to require a little back pedal effort by Sigler, but he'll make the catch.
And I think college baseball is just starting to become popular.
I would agree.
And I think part of the reason for that not only is the greater exposure on TV and such part of it, but as you well know, there's been a contraction in the minor leagues. They just lost 44 minor league teams over the last couple of years.
That's right. And more could come in the future.
Yeah, and that is definitely in play. And all those aren't going to just follow those teams as they go into, quote, independent ball or anything. It's much easier to root for a team than have a fun night at the ballpark with your family. I mean, that's going to be getting you tickets to go see, your team play, whether it's Ole Miss or Mississippi State or Campbell or Wofford or Old Dominion. I mean, you're going to go see your team play. And as more money's being put into facilities and marketing and such, I can just see college baseball growing tremendously.
I can too. I think for those exact same reasons, as Caden Lopez fouls one back. And, when I watch Arkansas games in the SEC and then I'll go watch AA games for the Texas League, with the exception of the year when Bobby Witt and MJ Melendez and Nick Prado all passed through town, for the most part, I'm going to see more prospects, I think, that'll play in the majors in an SEC weekend than I will watching a AA Texas League series.
I think you are right. I have no doubt that you're right.
Pitches into Lopez.
And when you get all those different reasons, whether it's quality of baseball, whether it's name recognition, whether it's rooting for the old alma mater, my team, the one that I have the jerseys from, there's just so many reasons to follow college baseball now.
Ball to strike to Lopez. Tell you what, that was some defensive positioning by Sharp.
By middle infielder Reggie Sharp, playing the shift over and shallow right on the right-handed hitter.
There might not have been many right fielders that would have had a chance to make that play were they not fast and starting in that spot. I mean, look where this ball ends up. There's no chance at second it's going to be played. There aren't many people that are going to make that catch unless you're in that spot. This is Derek Gonzalez. Adams hit an infield single, swiped to base, scored a run way back in the third.
And I'm going to do the counter programming for your SEC here.
Okay.
And one of the great things about college baseball that really doesn't exist in football, not really even in basketball, is that every year you are going to have a Coastal Carolina. You're going to have a Campbell. You're going to have an Oral Roberts, for goodness sakes, who are like, what are they doing? But they're going on competing at the various highest levels.
Close at second, but safe.
You look at a draft list and you see players from the mid-majors, first, second, third round picks. And that's, I think, just part of the nature of baseball is that players are going to improve. You're going to have certain dynamics on certain teams that will enable them to overachieve. And that's going to happen in college baseball. And that's, everybody loves the underdog. You don't want the underdog to beat your team. But, everybody loves the underdog.
No, I'm with you, and the count goes to 2-1, and we've read off the college commits I have, and for the most part, they're the same 15 schools with 3 or 4 or 5 schools really getting 8, 9, 10 kids here in this event. There's been a Kent State, there's been a Wofford, there have been very few mid-majors, but what that allows them to do, there's a lot of overlooked kids who aren't great at 15, 16, that might get better at 17 and 18, and you get that kid with a chip on his shoulder, someone a little bit overlooked, and you come in late with an opportunity to play college baseball, and then you can develop those kids and coach them up. That's when you can really have mid-majors doing some damage.
Yeah.
Or the kid that goes to the Power 5 school and doesn't get a chance to play and then comes back.
Those are going to become more and more prevalent. I think that's an unseen part of the transfer portal. Is you're going to see players who go to an LSU in Arkansas, what have you, Florida, and they don't play. And they are now able to used to be they'd have to go to a junior college, go to Chipola, go to San Jac, go to Walters State, and then re-enter. Now they can just go straight to a place, go to Old Dominion. I know I'm going to play Wofford, wherever. Somebody that recruited me early, gave me lots of love. Let me do my thing.
Luke Costello handles that ground ball in the inning in, so Champion able to get a couple of fly ball outs and a ground ball out. We've completed 7 innings. Heading on our way to the 8th. This is a 10-inning game. But we've seen a little bit of offense here today from the National Showcase. Well, once our 5-day stay at Chase Field ends on Saturday, we're taking this show on the road. July 17th, it's championship day for the 9U and 12U PG Invitationals from South Haven, Mississippi. Then we head to East Cobb, Georgia for the 17U WWBA National Championship game on July 23rd. So many great events this month on the PG TV calendar. So for the entire schedule, go to perfectgame.org and find out. And I'm going to be on hand in South Haven, Mississippi, assuming I can figure out how to get there from Phoenix back to Arkansas to Memphis to South Haven.
That's what your reference in between innings for your 5-hour drive.
That's it.
Going to South Haven,
That's right.
A suburb of Memphis.
I'll be there. The road hits back every once in a while, but why not?
Have you ever been to South Haven?
I have not.
That is a beautiful, if they're playing that where I think they are, it's a beautiful facility. 17 fields in a great part of South Haven, just a wonderful, wonderful place to play youth-age baseball and such. If it's the same place where I've been to go to PG Showcase.
It's kind of the home of Austin Riley, isn't it?
It is the home. Oh, Austin Riley is revered in South Haven. When I was there about a year ago, that's all they could talk about was Austin Riley.
Here's Bryce Rayner. He's going to lead off. Hard hit, base hit into right. So Rayner wasting a little time going up there against Navarre. He saw all those spin rates and all that nasty stuff last inning, and he wasn't going to wait around.
And that's almost what you have. If you're a lefty on lefty with Bryce Navarre, with the stuff he showed that first inning, you've got to go up there thinking, first fastball I see, I'm going to jump on. Because if you're lefty on lefty and he gets to where he can throw that breaking ball, you're toast. Noah Franco, who's one of the best hitters in the country, was essentially toast once he got into that breaking ball count. And he knew it. His body language said he knew it.
Chris Newstrom, and that's a swing right there. It's almost like it's, I'm not going to swing, I'm going to swing, and there's a little hesitation?
Chris Newstrom is a top 120 player. He was late on 88. And you have to, if you're evaluating Navari, you have to notice that as a scout. It's like, wait a minute, he's throwing 88 and blowing it by good hitters.
Just missed that outside corner, not by much.
That's that two-seamer that he's turning over, 17 inches of horizontal break.
We're in the top of the 8th inning. Our second frame looking at this lefty going to Texas A&M. Wave and a miss at 87. And again, this would be a fascinating pitcher to kind of break down in some of those labs, not only because of his movement, his spin, nearly 3,100-ish on a curveball last inning, but the way these hitters react to his pitches, certainly the fastball.
Yeah, and I'm looking at his arm action, how much he keeps it behind his body, because that's one of the ways you can – your fastball velocity can play up and that you hide the ball and hitters just don't see it. And if you're a hitter who's having to cheat to get the barrel out front on what you're looking for a fastball and you break off one of those spinners like that, nice piece of hitting there.
How about Chris Newstrom with a single to center? So that's back-to-back base hits.
That almost looks like he was looking breaking ball on that and just made a good guess. You know, he'd seen a two-seamer, he'd seen a four-seamer up. Okay, now he's thinking, okay, this is going to be a breaking ball. I've got the right-lefty advantage. You know, got out to his front side early, brought his hands with him. Clean single to center.
Not so sure that isn't the approach we saw from a few other guys who were unsuccessful. As Hogan Denny bats, he had a sharp single in his center back in the 5th and cues one foul. But we've seen a few guys almost like they're sitting on something else, and when they get the fastball, then they're late or kind of jumping. But Newstrom was able to handle it and get the base hit.
If he had gotten a fastball there, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. I think he was out on that front side looking breaking ball, and if he'd gotten the fastball, he would have been late on it. But he guessed right, and he was rewarded for it.
Hogan Denny would like to get out of here with a couple of barreled up base hits. Singles by Rayner and Newstrom here in the 8th inning for the Gold team, leading 7-3, and that one fouled right back.
Denny is such a confident look. I was watching his eyes that whole at bat, which you don't get to do when you're sitting behind the plate or on the side. I was watching his eyes, and you could just see him he's got that little subtle hand movements. He's got a little smile on his face, and he took a hack at that ball.
He's working that gum over.
Yeah, he saw it. Just, you look at his expression, it's like, yeah, he gave up on that one right out of his hand. He recognized that right away and just went, I have no interest in that pitch. And when he gets an interest, his eyes open, he smiles. He's seeing the ball. Ooh.
Swinging a foul tip into the glove of the catcher.
Took a hack at it. Was a little late. And that's, again, 88-mile-an-hour fastball that he's late on.
Yep. And just a little bit of run, too, away from the bat.
Yeah, 11 inches of run, actually.
Burke Mabius in. 4th batter of this inning. Reached on an error his only time in and did score a run. Bishop Gorman High School product.
I want to see Navari throw that back foot harder 78-mile-an-hour slider and see if he can back foot Mabius here.
I'm wondering, David, and that one poked foul, if you're a little more reluctant to throw that with runners on base because your catcher might have a hard time handling you on some levels, even when there's nobody on base.
In a real game, that definitely applies, I think. But then you're working with a catcher who you work with and you have confidence or not. It's a showcase. Throw a 3,100 spin rate slider right at his back foot and impress us all.
Runners are going to take off. Here's the pitch. Poke to the left. That's a base hit off the bat of Mabius. It's going to score a run. The throw goes to third. Not in time. Mabius provides run number 8 for the goal team.
Yeah, that just wasn't the right pitch for Navarre to throw. He threw a two-seamer that he wanted to throw away, maybe get a double play grounder. He got it over the plate. Ends up allowing a run.
Number 23.
That would have been the fun way. Hey, let's go for the strikeout.
Right.
And if your catcher can't handle it, well, you can live with that.
Well, Ryan Costello's had a day already. He's at 1 at bat. He knocked in 4 runs with a grand slam back in the 5th inning. And getting a tough lefty, though, for his second AB. Let's go back and take a look at this slam.
And that pitch, Alex Hernandez wanted to get that pitch up. The catcher was signaling fastball up. He got it right down the tube, and Costello knew what to do with it. And 4 will score.
We're going to have another throw down. That nearly took out our lefty on the hill. My goodness, he was lucky that one didn't catch him. And by catch him, I mean in the back of the neck.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more. Pitchers can get a little bit less energetic about that than they probably should.
It's just dangerous. Here's a 1-1 pitch, cut on a missed. What was that pitch, David?
That was basic fastball.
Okay.
But when you're maybe looking breaking ball, again, that 88 plays up.
And it's just, you see it sometimes by the reaction of the hitters. Just a little kind of off balance maybe.
Good job with the glove, handling that foul tip.
That should be 5 batters. So Costello will K, the inning ends. A couple of innings from Navarre, but David, there was a lot to like.
Yeah, there's a ton to like, and I bet you didn't know scouts were selfish. I'm like demanding to see the back foot, so I don't care whether it's run or not, but that breaking ball is so fun to watch. It was better in the first inning, the second inning. It was downright unhittable in the first inning, and that just makes your fastball play up. And, we've been talking about, All-American game and stuff. I've never seen a mid to upper 80s lefty in an All-American game, but he's a guy that I hope we discuss. We at least discuss, because that kind of stuff can pitch in the big league. Will he throw harder? Yeah, he'll probably throw harder, but you can't spin the ball. Most baseball players cannot spin the ball like that. That's a unique talent.
We'll come back for the bottom of the 8th. That's a way to begin an inning. Not if you're looking to group. I don't know if that got him with a crazy bone or the elbow. That was not a great deal of fun.
Yeah, I think that got him right there on the elbow. Yeah, he's smarting right now. No elbow guard that so many of the players wear. Lloyd Thompson coming out to check. Like, are you sure you want to hit still? We'll send another guy up there.
Now you're just angry. The adrenaline's rolling now.
Yeah.
Heartbeat's up. Champion had 3 rather quick outs in the 7th in his first inning. coming back for a second. DeGroot got an RBI and a sac fly to center. Back in that third inning, he just rips one to third. How about that leaping grab and a throw back to first that's going to end up in the seats? That ball was absolutely torched right at Newstrom.
That might have been our defensive play of the event. That leaping catch, all instinct, all reaction and twitch. If he could have turned that into a double play, 97 off the bat.
End up getting an error out of this after you make the great leaping grab on the throw back to first that nearly took your first baseman's teeth out of his mouth. But if you're Logan DeGroot, you were hit by the first pitch, you were angry, then you blistered one off the bat and were robbed of a double.
Now you're really angry.
You're irritated. Whoever said this was a fair game.
Yeah. No, if Newstrom had gotten that throw up a bit, I mean that's a play you want to be watching on national TV tonight. I mean that's just a Nolan Arenado type, Scott Rowland type play by Newstrom at third with that athleticism, the twitch.
David, we saw Dickerson with a 2-run triple back in the third, and he went in standing and coasting into third base.
We've talked a lot about Dante Nori, and that's a 6.15. There's not a whole lot of practical difference between a 6.15 runner and a 6.24 runner. But they all have to be able to hit a slider, and that's a hard pitch to hit.
That's true. To utilize that speed, you need to be able to put in play, which is exactly what Dickerson did back in the third. But Champion trying to settle in after that line out.
And Dickerson's swing on that triple was very much directed at right center field, the way he pulled his hands in. Going to watch him to see whether he's going to do that again.
Two balls, two strikes. There's a big chopper that's going to bend foul. We're in the 8th inning of a 10-inning game. This is game 2 today. 2 more to follow. We have 4 more teams we have to get through this skills day at some point in this week. We've seen, 8 of the 12 teams?
8 of the 12 teams. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, we'll be doing the drills in the BP for teams 9 through 12.
Two balls, two strikes, next pitch. Hard hit to third. That one kicks away and propels to short. Tell you what, it's been a busy inning for Newstrom at third base. There's really no chance whatsoever to get Dickerson, although nice effort by Rayner to play that deflection.
Now batting number 15.
How are we scoring that one, David? I'm leaving that one to you.
That's tough. I've got to believe that's a hit. That's why it's the hot corner and what separates what a good major league third baseman from an elite level third baseman, because that probably goes down as a hit. But there are players who can make that play, and Newstrom's thinking, my goodness, I want to go back to shortstop.
Yeah, I thought the same thing on both. I said that's a hit, and you all of a sudden you move over to third and you just get tested. DeCastro hits a chopper up the middle, maybe some miscommunication, and it continues into center for a base hit, and it'll score a run.
Yeah, something happened there up the middle where somebody hesitated.
Felt like this might be even a double play ball.
Yeah,
somebody near the bag.
And that was right over the bag. So it didn't lead the shortstop or the second baseman at all. It was literally right over the bag. And let's see a replay of that.
You take it, I got it.
Yeah.
Gives Paul Green a chance to do a little more damage. He becomes the 4th batter this inning.
You know, and the second baseman's instinct on that is to take a direct route. That takes the double play out of play and makes for a difficult throw. If it had gone through clean and the shortstop had taken a direct route, it's an easy double play. But it's two players who've never played together likely in the middle of the infield.
And that's exactly it. And whether it's an all-star showcase format, whatever it is, we talk so much about double play combinations, how they know each other's instincts and where each other is going to be for throws and whatnot. It's exactly the opposite in something like this format. It's going to find its way to the backstop.
No chance for our catcher. Hit the front of the plate, bounced over his head.
You could hear the thud, couldn't you? From
Yeah,
up here?
Just about. I was just thinking about the duo who I think may have played more games together at short and second than any other duo in Major League history.
Trammell Whitaker?
That is exactly who I was thinking about. And they could probably see each other telepathically in the dark.
They could.
They could go into a blacked out indoor stadium with no lights and turn double plays.
Chop it a short. Will there be an effort at first? Throws a little bit wide, so 1 run scored, and now a second one will come across as well. Rice Rayner handled that hopper up the middle, but could not navigate the throw to first, so probably an infield single and then another error.
This is kind of a everything can happen in the infield inning.
Well, you're exactly
For Matthew Champion. I mean, we've had the leaping grab of the line drive. We've had the errant throw. We've had the in-between choppers. We've had the ground ball up the middle. Rayner had a chance. It wasn't an easy play, but it's a play that an elite player who hopes to play at the highest levels of baseball, can be expected to make most of the time.
He was determined to get there after that previous ball went up the middle. Then you get there, and then you realize a lot of your momentum's carrying you.
Yeah, you have to think, Rayner, I mean, we've been talking about Newstrom this inning at third in his adventures. Rayner had the deflection that he tried to make the great play on. He had the roller where there was the confusion. Now he has that chance on that play. If I were Newstrom and Rayner, I'd be saying, I hope this guy hits a right fly ball to right field.
You're like, this is the final batter of the inning, Caraballo. Yeah, I'd prefer he put the ball in play someplace else just to give us a break. He did more than that. High in the air. Deep left field. Caraballo hits one off the fence. He just missed what would have been his second home run of the showcase. He'll settle for a double instead, and he knocks in a run.
That's the one place in left field where that ball's not out, in that little corner out there. Caraballo found it. I think he thought that was out. He was in his home run trot. I thought it was out based on how he hit it, where he hit it. He's hopping, he's watching. But right there in that corner, my goodness.
It's almost unfair. You're right, any place else.
But hats off to Caraballo. I mean, he had a home run before, a no-doubter in the stands. Just missed on that one.
A couple of big swings, though, this week for Balon. It's a 9-3 game as we have completed 8 innings.
For the Marine team now pitching number 8, Caden Lopez. Leading off for the ball team, number 31, Costello.
Well, it's an 8-7 game as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Also going to get to see another new pitcher. Seen him as a position player and a batter, but it's Caden Lopez on to work from the hill in the 9th.
Caden Lopez's performance here at the PG National Showcase has kind of been an eye-opener. And yes, Lopez, the 99th ranked player in the class, so we've seen him a ton, being from Central Florida. But 100 miles an hour from the outfield, a 6.5 260, some really, really good swings both in BP and the games, hard impact. 93 on that first fastball.
Facing Lou Costello. Had a pop up and a ground out. Chopper towards third. You could tell that play was going to be made rather easily by DeCastro. He wanted to get that on the hop and not take another bounce.
Yeah, that's a advanced play by third baseman. He wasn't too far back to begin with. Sometimes if you're too far back as a third baseman, it can work as a disadvantage because you can't get to that one hopper. But that was a very clean, very mature play, and that's like the third or fourth time it's registered in my mind that DeCastro's made a very advanced defensive play.
Right. Devin Fitzgerald, the batter, and by the way, Lopez on his pitching scouting report says he has a fast, sharp slider, a tight curveball, and a changeup with fade. So,
I think he also referenced throwing up to 96.
Correct.
Yes. We've only seen up to 92 prior to this, 93 on the first pitch.
You hit it once, you count it.
You count it. Oh, yes. That's what we do when we say, oh, we've had him up to 92. That's
right.
I don't know whether we saw that 10 times or once, but
it's the guy on the golf course that shoots a 79 who normally shoots an 88, and you're like, well, how'd you shoot? Well, I got a 79 about a month ago.
Next time I had a 93, but speaking of 93, there's another 93.
All right.
Out of Lopez's strong right arm.
Fitzgerald will take a strike. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School product, Devin Fitzgerald. Just going to shoot one to the left for a base hit between short and third.
Of course, Drew Fitzgerald, the son of Marjorie Stoneham Douglas head coach Todd Fitzgerald.
Number 19, Ethan Sirowick.
There's Sirowick. He singled and scored back in the fifth inning.
He just didn't single. He crushed a single.
You're right. 103.
103.
It's funny, I even put that on my little
de
facto score sheet.
103 with heavy topspin. You translate that to backspin, and that ball is deep in the lower bleachers.
How about that one again to center at 103? Two singles, both 103 off the bat by Sirowick. That's an impressive use of the barrel today.
I was just like, wow, those balls are crushed.
Number 1, Reggie Sharp.
The echo around this dome stadium was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and we have our headsets on, and we can't really even hear it exactly as this, but you so often talk about that sounded different, and that's very real. Trust me, that is hugely real. When you even watch, especially watching batting practices, the ball sounds different off his bat, and Syriac is one of those guys that I think you're right. The ball just sounds different off his bat, and it certainly comes off the numbers differently.
Absolutely loud. Here's Reggie Sharp. A couple of strikeouts on his ledger today. He'd like to change that. Fourth batter in this inning against Caden Lopez.
Well, Lopez is 94 now, so he's creeping it up there. It's got a lot of vertical and horizontal life to it.
I suppose, David, at the youth level, whether that's high school, travel teams, or whatnot, no matter how good of a position player you are, when you have that type of arm, you're going to find your way on the mound at some point in these tournaments or events.
Most of the time that's true. I'd say 80% of the time that's true. You take a Cade Arambidi, who may have the best arm of any player in the class in any way, shape, or form. I have nothing on record that says he's ever pitched. And that has to be something that he just doesn't want to do. Because I'm sure Cole Arambidi could step on the mound and easily throw 95, 97
Yeah, and
miles
I suppose there is that concern
there are
when you're that type of player that you don't want an elbow injury when you're not a primary pitcher.
Yeah, I happen to be at one of the few games that Justin Upton ever threw. And it was like, I wonder how hard he's going to throw. Oh, he throws 94. Back when 94 was like really special. It's like, yeah, we expected that. But I remember talking to Manny Upton, his dad. He's like, oh, no, he never pitches. He says, I'm kind of surprised he even knows what to do.
Sharp will tap one foul.
But, when you have the talent, it's there. But that doesn't mean there's the desire, the willingness to go out on the mound.
Great players sometimes don't want to look foolish, and you can on the mound sometimes. If you're not throwing strikes, you don't have command, you can't throw a secondary pitch. And let's face it, pitching oftentimes is feel and rhythm, and if you're not doing it on a regular basis. We see I go back to my 11 and 12U Select Fest experiences where these kids give you their positions, and it's all of them.
Yeah, of course.
And everybody pitches and everybody hits. At some point, though, that may change. A Sharp will go down on strike, second out of the inning.
Well, I remember hearing stories, and they're all stories. This was a nice fastball there, right on the outside corner, low at 93 for Lopez, who does show some pitching instincts. But hearing stories from the kind of thing, there was no camera anywhere near, that when Ichiro would go and throw bullpens and stuff, and throw upper 90s. But he would never do it, obviously, in public.
Sure.
But one of the greatest right field arms in history of I don't know how many time Gold Glover, but he would go out just playfully throw bullpens and throw 98 and stuff. And people would look at him and just go, "Dude, you're sick. You're not supposed to be able to do that."
There's a lot of things. If he ever wants to go play for the Savannah Bananas or something like that, he'll be fascinating. As Brennan Sigler bats, just because of what he could do from a uniqueness, a tricks standpoint. 10 Gold Gloves for Ichiro. That one gets to the backstop. Both runners will move up.
I think we're going to cycle the inning right there, especially with Lopez as a secondary pitcher.
Not a bad idea. That'll complete the top of the ninth inning. Moving on to the bottom of the inning. 8-7 our score. The Gold Team in front of Maroon. miss a minute of the action with Perfect Game TV in their app. You can take us wherever you go and watch live coverage, re-aired games from the past, get inside information from the great PG scouts, and watch in-depth features on athletes from the past, present, and future. It's all on PG TV. And the best part, the app is free, so download it in the App Store now. We have a ton of viewers for the Junior National Showcase and the sophomores. I would imagine it'll be similar this weekend as well, this entire week in Phoenix. Meanwhile, this game's going to go into the bottom of the ninth inning. We saw Champion throw a couple of innings. Now, Franco, I think you promised we would see him earlier, David.
Yeah, I don't know whether to say strap on your seatbelts for some special stuff or not. I think it could be really special here. I've always thought Noah Franco had at least a 50-50 chance to be a primary pitcher. I've heard that I was told actually by one of his pitching coaches that we might see mid-90s here.
Wow.
I don't know. I really don't know what we're going to see. I really do not know what we're going to see. So
Michael Kalinic is going to lead off here in the bottom of the ninth inning.
all I know is if you see an athlete with broader shoulders than Noah Franco, point them out to me. And those are just coat hangers.
Fouled away by Kalinic. This angle is one that shows it, too, from the backside.
Yeah.
Those shoulders just keep on going in each direction a little bit longer than most of us.
'91 and '92 on the first few fastballs from Franco, who did hold the distinction of being the #1 prospect in the 2025 class for a period. He's now since, of course, reclassified to the 24 class. 17 years, 2 months old at present, so very young for the class still.
Finds the outside corner for a strike. Well, it's a young man that left home at 14 years old to move across the country to attend IMG. We're talking about California to Florida at the age of 14 to chase this dream. So I would think reclassifying up is just another one of those challenges you put on the list. That's got to be a strike, isn't it? It is.
Pretty nasty curveball right there. Overmatched the hitter and the catcher. Almost overmatched the umpire, I thought, for a second there. Kalinic is going, yes, I'm guilty of being overmatched as well.
All right, Jackson Forbes, your next man in. Oh, goodness. He just lost a bat, and he is going to be retired easily. That was
ouch.
A nifty play by Sharp at short.
Jackson Forbes wants to go hide right now.
It's a wonder that bat isn't in about 6 pieces.
Noah Franco reminds me of Nick Prado, Royals.
I could see
first
that.
baseman, outfielder. Prado was very much a two-way guy at the same age. In fact, Franco had a little better stuff. I never believed in Prado as a hitter so much. I thought he would end up as a primary pitcher. And he still has some upside as a hitter, obviously. In the big leagues, he's playing, first base regularly for the Royals. But it's a very similar package, both from Southern California, very similar builds. It's a pretty tight comparison with me.
Prado, a good defensive first baseman. He's played some outfield when Pasquantino was healthy, but saw a lot of him in the minors. Alex Hernandez bats again. He got a single on his previous AB. Franco's scheduled, though, just to pitch this 1 inning. See if that might change.
I think he's another player. We had Levi Sterling earlier, who is, you look at how he appears on the roster here. He's a tertiary left-handed pitcher, not even a secondary left-handed pitcher. Who, there's obvious talent there. but it's just merely another avenue for the talent, like a Levi Sterling. I think Noah Franco, thinks of himself as a primary position player without doubt.
Put a runner aboard with 2 outs in this 9th inning. Jackson Forbes. He lost his bat running down the line, but they'll get a chance to go run the bases here.
I was wondering about the etiquette. If you are a ghost runner and you're coming from the third base dugout, do you run between the pitcher and the catcher?
I was wondering the same thing.
Or do you run behind the catcher, or probably behind the catcher, or do you take especially when you don't have your helmet ready, you run between?
Well, that one might have hit a shoe, and it's going to propel out in the right. That was 102 off the bat of Alex Hernandez. Thought it was going to be the final out of the inning. That will not be the case.
I think the official score is going to give him a single on that for just hitting the ball so hard it ate up the second base.
I think Owen Pano may have lost a toe on this one.
That might sting, you're right.
Samuel Bradley in. He was out in front of that pitch. Lefty. Franco's pitch doesn't break as much. Bends in to Bradley. Maroon team put 4 runs on the board back in the 8th. Pull within a run. Had 19 combined hits in this game. And this was a Maroon team yesterday that I think had just 3 hits in their 11 innings that they batted. Popped up. It's going to be back and out of play.
That was fairly local, wasn't it, Brett?
Yeah, that was kind of ricocheting around the PA booth to our left.
Oh,
we could feel the vibrations.
I was like, wait a minute, that noise came from awfully close. I just have no instincts for being up in a big league booth.
Well, that's strike 3.
Balls.
We haven't had one yet, but I'm not saying we won't at some point. Meanwhile, Franco navigates the single and sends this game into the 10th inning. A lot of baseball here in Game 2, 8-7 our score. Back in a moment. We're going to send this game into the 10th inning. Saw Caden Lopez pitch the 9th. Going to come back out there and work a another inning. Give up a couple of hits, but also was able to get out of his own mini jam, but showing some pitcher instincts. Going to get the top of the lineup with Dante Nori, Owen Pano, and Noah Franco, who we just saw come off the mound himself.
Well, that's going to be a dangerous stretch of strong and fast left-handed hitters.
Nori line to left, also got a 2-run single back in the 6th when we think he saw somewhere in the neighborhood of a number of pitches equal to his jersey number, and maybe not quite 15, but he saw a ton with ghost runners all over the place, and then finally he knocked in a couple of runs.
And he did exactly what you do in that count is you foul off the pitches you don't want to hit, and you take the pitches that aren't strikes, and you just are patient.
A pitcher will see him at the college level if he's playing there for Mississippi State. And the thought is, I don't want this guy to be on base. And then you start to aim a little bit. You start to kind of nibble without wanting to risk putting him on. And he's going to do that a lot. Foul pitches off, and then you're going to get frustrated.
I am not keeping track, obviously. He must have fouled off, and this is probably 4th or 5th at bat, 15 pitches so far.
I think you're right.
And, you know, you can look at it two ways. Well, he's been in a lot of fastball-only counts, and he's fouling them off, okay? But he's still fouling off pitches and you know, stretching at bats, doing all those things that are positives. And he, at the end, 95 on that fastball. I think Lopez is going to might reach his 96.
He's getting there. He's working his way in that direction.
95-2, round up. That's what he'd be saying now. Doesn't work that way, Aiden, but you might, you know, get it anyway.
He might.
And
he
that
might just get there.
Comes back with a changeup. But yeah, he obviously has barrel control, and he's late on a lot of those foul balls, which makes you wonder for somebody who's so twitchy why he's late. But then he does that.
That ball's going to carry, and Caraballo could not bring it down. I thought maybe we'd see Nori turn and go to third. Caraballo, with those big strides, got back there, but was unable to bring it in.
And that ball had slice on it that Caraballo didn't. But that's Nori. He was so short and so quick, and he squared that up, and that ball has that big tail on it, and got on Caraballo so fast. Well, Nori was thinking 3.
He was.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to wonder. You know, he handled 94 right there and lined it out. It's just that it's a weird hitting dynamic that Nori has.
Understood. I think it makes sense.
And I think he realizes how fast his hands are, and that he has some strength and how twitchy he is, and he's just going to wait as long as he possibly can to fire those hands.
Owen Pano, little dribbler to first. This is going to be an easy play. Nori will take third. He rounds third, thinking about maybe trying to draw a throw as Pano's retired by Samuel Bradley for the first out in the 10th inning.
Number 10, Noah Franco.
This will be an interesting at-bat for Noah Franco because he got Bryce Navari at his peak in his first at-bat, lefty on lefty, throwing just nasty breaking balls. And Franco was overmatched that at-bat. And for such an advanced hitter as Franco, that had to be uncomfortable. And it's going to be interesting to see how he rebounds right here.
Does have a chance, though, to go 2 for 3 should he come through against Caden Lopez. Hard hit. Flagged nicely by Bradley, but that's going to be a foot race to first, and they're going to say in time. Tell you what, Franco wasn't stopping. He was going to try and beat that out.
Look what that was off the barrel.
Oh, boy. 109?
109. Yes, right into the ground.
Number 5.
But 109, that's how it came off the barrel. That's just bat speed.
This helps having a position player on the mound to get over there and cover first
there's
base.
absolutely no doubt. You've got a position player who runs a 6.5. Otherwise, that's a base hit for Franco. But he took a big hack at that 109. The numbers don't lie. That 109 off the barrel, and some of the highest exit velocities in the big leagues are on ground balls.
Aaron Beatty's going to shoot one down the line and left. We know he can run in full stride, trotting into second base as Caraballo plays it back in. But big props to Bradley for handling that smash. And then Aaron Beatty hits a line drive that just cleared Scobie's glove and gets into the corner.
He's got fast and furious action here. Got a breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Knew what to do with it. We were talking about Aaron Beatty last time about whether he can get around on quality fastballs. Well, he can get around on the quality curveball and show the barrel control and the ability to drive it. That's for certain. That was a heck of a play by Bradley, wasn't it?
It was.
I'm trying to backtrack between
I am too.
109 and now Aaron Beatty doing that. It's like go back one more step, and it's Bradley making just a phenomenal play there to corral that ground ball and then make a good feed to Lopez covering.
This is Rayner, the batter, and you're saying, well, he got knocked down. 109. I mean, that's almost like a hockey goalie self-preservation play.
Yeah, that's a great comparison there. Yeah, you think 109 with top spin and what that ball
with
did.
Spin, correct.
Yeah, because that's going to be top spin.
2-0 the count to Rayner is going to take a strike. Rayner has singled and scored in a couple of at-bats. It's a 9-7 lead for the goal team as they pushed across a run on that ground out. So Franco gets an RBI out of all that. Ball's going to pop out of the glove, but a good throw would get Aaron Beatty, but it wasn't a good throw, and it propels towards short. Three balls and a strike from Lopez to Bryce Rayner from Harvard Westlake High School. It's in there for strike two. Simi Valley, California native. See if Lopez can finish off his second inning of work right here. Hooked foul by Bryce Rayner. Texas commit, so another Californian headed to the Midwest, if not a little bit further than that. He says he has a good frame to add muscle and strength, and that might be the case. He'll wave and miss here. Rayner will K. Lopez navigates his 2 innings of work.
Somewhat exciting 2 innings of work. And Lopez showed great stuff, 92, 95 on the fastball. But a lot of hard hits and interesting defensive plays.
Going into the bottom of the 10th, then Michael Torres for the Maroon team is going to pitch for the Gold against his Maroon teammates.
Torres, one of the members of the 2024 class who was originally a 2025, was a 2020 13U select, a 2021 14U select player before moving up. Primary outfielder, but he's been up to 91 on the mound. Just a very, very good athlete. You know, much like a Noah Franco, and he plays the outfield, he plays first base, he hits left-handed with power, barrel control, pretty much does everything a left-hander can do on the baseball field.
Taft Middleton is going to bat. We saw him sneak in late and bat against our hard-throwing Colorado native in the 11th inning yesterday and grounded out. Pitch in there for a strike.
Taft Middleton's primary pitch is going. I don't know why I wanted to hit this. Last night I faced a guy throwing 97, and now I'm facing a lefty with a wicked breaking ball. It's like, no, I really don't want to hit
not
anymore.
Fun. I would agree. It's a strikeout. Torres says throws his fastball 88-91.
Number 7, Ira Jeffries.
Changeup he can throw for strikes, a slider and a curve. Ira Jeffries Harris back to the top of the lineup, his third AB. He'll be one of the few that can get those 5 ABs over the course of a showcase. Chopper fouled outside of third. Combined 21 hits in this game. So we've had base runners. I think you pointed it out last inning. We've had ricochets, interesting plays, a little bit of everything.
It's been an interesting baseball game here. Not a classic per se, but most importantly, we've seen the players and seen them show their tools. And
really, that's what it's all about at this point. 2-1 pitch on the way. Didn't miss by much.
We seem to have lost our scoreboard velocity, spin rates, etc. for Michael Torres.
I think it's tired, the scoreboard.
We've got 20 innings to go, Brett.
I know.
It better take a strong coffee break. It's going to get some Starbucks between games because it's got a lot of work to do.
It's a Mountain Dew ballpark from what I understand, so that might be part of what's needed. Waiting for a ghost runner that now we're going to find out, David. Is he going to go behind the mound?
Well, it's his teammate. He can do whatever he wants. They're going to say hi on the way past.
And Torres is saying, let's go.
Yeah.
Get over there.
It's like, I'm going to pick you off, bro.
We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Again, 2 more games to follow today. This is all games today. The only game I think of the entire weekend, maybe with the exception of Saturday, where it's 2 games and a wrap, where there's no skills.
Yeah,
this 60s.
That's why we call it the long day.
Is that right? It's got its own name. It's
yes. No, we call
Showcase?
it. Yeah, and there's only 2 events now, I believe, the Junior National and the National Showcase, that go on this same 5-day format with 12 teams, 300 plus players. I think the 14U is going to join it fairly shortly in that format, but we call today the long day. You survive the long day, and actually tomorrow is longer, but just because you don't have the break in the skills here, you just have 40 straight innings of baseball, occasionally 41 or 42. It just seems like the long day.
Makes perfect sense. That one's outside to Ira Jeffries Harris. One on, one out here in the bottom of the 10th. Torres trying to work that outside corner, but not connecting. Middleton struck out. You talked about picking his buddy off, but there's somebody got to get down to cover second base, and Glasses went flying, and the throw to short was a little bit late. Pano could not quite get over there to take a throw.
Caden Lopez, who just likes being on the field, evidently, he just pitched 2 innings, and now he's running, was just flying at the first move from the pitcher. Steals second pretty easily.
Ryan Costello was the first baseman. He'll handle this one, maybe. There's a bobble. There's a flip. Are we going to get it out? Yes. There was a lot comprising that simple ground ball to first.
And again, we have a very athletic primary position player on the mound who's able to get over there, get his feet set in time, and make the play.
All right, David, I've encountered a problem because Torres is now due up to face himself in the lineup.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm not sure what we do.
Now, we've had situations with the Ghost Runner where players have driven in themselves, metaphorically. They're on first or second base from where they got on base, and they drive themselves in. I don't know about the pitching to yourself thing.
No, that's not going to work. They're going to skip him, and Colt Myers will bat. I would say if you're Michael Torres, you're like, I could get another AB, but wait a minute, I'm due up, but I'm pitching. And the Ghost Runner manipulates his way around with the walk, the stolen base, a ground out, and a wild pitch. So they just skipped right past him and moved on to Colt Myers, who singled and grounded out. Two gone, though, in this inning. Pitches into Myers. Torres able to work from that full windup again, and that one sent foul down the line and right. Back in the seats. Coming up about a half hour after the conclusion of this one, it's going to be gray against navy. Orange and purple will play the nightcap. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. on Friday, that's when we'll start 4 more teams with their 60s. Outfielders, infielders, and first baseman will throw in the catchers and BP. And then 3 games will follow that, and a couple of games Saturday morning and afternoon to wrap up the National Showcase. Torres trying to wrap up this game. A combined 17 runs in the air to right field. This should end the inning. Will it end the game? We'll find out as Myers flies to right. That's 10 full innings, and I think, David, that's going to do it for Game 2.
The way the players are coming out of the dugout, I would agree with you. It's always touch and go whether we're actually going to end a game. But I think we've ended this one.
A little bit of everything in this game.
A little bit of everything. A lot of offense, certainly.
Well, that's going to do it. David, you're done for games today, correct?
I'm done for games. I'm going to go down and scout a bit. Maybe grab some lunch. No, it's not lunch. It's 3 o'clock.
You do whatever you want. We've seen a few of the highlights. That was I
think the highlight of this game was that grand slam off Costello's bat.
It sure was. Grand slam from Ryan Costello.
Yeah, I think we just saw it right there.
How about our lefty from A&M today as well?
Left Bryce Navarre. Hey, all you pitchers out there, you don't have to hit 90 to be impressive and throw nasty stuff, because Bryce Navarre had that today, never hit 90. But boy, he was the pitcher who left the impression. Outstanding point.
Indeed. So for David Ronsley and our entire crew, I'm Brett Dolan, thanking you for tuning in. The Gold Team takes down Maroon 9-8. We'll come back with Game 3 at about a half an hour from Chase Field in Phoenix for the Perfect Game National Showcase.
Leading off the fourth, Rizzi. Number 6, Alejandro Maverick.
Welcome back to the Perfect Game National Showcase. This is Game 3. Brett Dolan, Brian Sikowski. We have got the gray team. We have the Navy. And our first pitcher we're going to see today is Ryan Ashford, a left-hander out of Lake Mary, Florida.
Ashford, a Miami commit, 18 years, 1 month old. Lake Mary, Florida. Lake Mary High School has obviously produced some good players over the years.
There's a bouncing ball to third base, a little bit of a bobble, but the throw is made and the tag is applied. Trey Craig had to slap that tag down on Harry Hargett for the first out.
Good job to stick with that. You hit it hard enough. As a defender, sometimes you don't have to necessarily come up with it clean. Stay balanced, pick it up, make a strong throw. Situation like that right there.
This is Perry Hargett. He's going to bat against Ryan Ashford. Anything to watch for today with this left-hander, the Miami commit?
Yeah, it's a guy I haven't seen a ton of, though we have as a company. Just a lot of these 2024s I'm kind of getting my first look at, some of them anyways, and Ashford being one of them. He's already achieved a new top velo here today. His previous top was 87. He's been up to 88, 89 already, so stuff like that. And generally speaking, would expect the pitchability to be strong from this type of profile of player.
We saw Perry run a 6.2 960 the other day, North Carolina commit.
Big arm strength, too. He's toolsed up. Solid size. Projects to play in the middle of the diamond, shortstop, somewhere. But that kind of athleticism and bat speed and power upside, very, very strong player.
From Peachland, North Carolina, plays for the Dirtbags. So just underway, Game 3 of 4 today from the National Showcase.
Ashford's fastball's got a ton of running life on it. The data backs that up on the board. He's getting 18, 19 inches of horizontal movement with very little vertical. Speaks to a big sinking fastball.
How often do you find yourself looking up at the induced vertical break, horizontal break, or is it something that you're verifying from what you see with your eyes?
Oh, every single time. Like just watching it, evaluating. I'm looking up every single time. Not only for the velocity, but for all the other stuff too. It just any sort of extra information I can incorporate into what I'm looking at. Like I take that opportunity every time I get it.
Our left-hander going to A&M in the previous game was one that had so much movement.
Big
Bryce
spin, yeah.
Navarre?
Yep, big spin on the breaking ball there. And you can, sometimes it matches the eye test. And like that one absolutely matched the eye test.
Away.
Yeah, like, okay. This guy looks like he's really spinning it.
Put that runner aboard. There's a big bouncer to second base. This is going to be an easy double play. Handled by Theo Gillen. So just a couple of batters will provide 3 outs, but we're going to see at least one more hitter after that DP with our ghost runner out there.
Yeah, generally speaking, we want to see at least 3 batters per inning. So in the situation like that where like there was 2 or 3 outs made by 2 batters because of the ghost runner or whatever, definitely kind of try and roll it again. It's not only like we want to see the pitcher face 3 batters in an inning. We want to make sure that we're staying on schedule with the hitters getting as many at-bats per hitter as possible.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Still want to see these guys get as many opportunities as they can, although in the previous game, Michael Torres was supposed to face Michael Torres in the batting line.
I wonder how he would have done.
I do, too. We were very curious to see an outcome. We did not quite get one, but just skipped him. This is Noah Sheffield from Tampa Jesuit High School. Spins off that pitch and fouls it away.
Interesting stuff here from Ashford. It's moving along that flat axis so much. Like neither his fastball nor his slider have a lot of vertical movement at all, one way or another, up or down. So moving 16, 17, 18 more inches each way along that flat axis, it's an interesting look.
Next pitch on the way to Sheffield is up and out. So in other words, you won't see a lot of guys with a similar type of movement?
No, it's just there's guys that exist like that. It's just when it's more specifically horizontal movement in both directions, depending on pitch type, without that much depth involved. it just makes it a little bit more of a unique look. And I think that was a changeup there at 84, again with a bunch of horizontal movement. That was interesting.
Strike 3 to Noah Sheffield. So ground out, put a runner aboard, got a double play, and then a strikeout. Off and rolling in game 3. Good start from Ryan Ashford. Squad is the home team as we take a look at the roster and, of course, their rankings on the right side of your screen. Several players, at least on that first page, well within the top 100 of this class. We've gone through the workouts as well for this individuals and this team, but a chance to see another game. There's Landon Victoria, number 12. Ray Schneider, 42nd. To complete the Navy roster, pitchers included, there's Anson Siebert, number 6. Handful of players like Trey Gregory Alford, who might be on the move after his performance.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple guys on that list that are going to be on the move, and we glossed right over Caleb Bonnemer, who's been the star of the show.
I'm saving him.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll see him shortly.
We're going to come back and talk a lot about him.
But yeah, Gregory Alford was, the word is explosive last night, but up to 97, a vicious slider, big arm speed, physical guy. That was fun to watch.
Ethan Malone, by the way, on the pitch.
Yeah, Malone, this will be my first look at him, though we've seen him as a staff. Our California guys have done a good job seeing him over the years, recommended him for national. He's committed to Cal State Fullerton. It's a 3-pitch mix, probably up to 90-91. He'll throw a curveball in there at varying speeds and shapes and mixes in a changeup, as does all good Southern California arms. They all have changeups.
Grant Hollister flies out to Heath Whitlock for the first down.
Hollister's a guy who can hit. I think he'll continue growing and come into some more power, but he's just always on the barrel every time we see him. It's 2 for 3 with a double or something like that. Just a good player, well-rounded player.
This is Elijah Hurt out of Sarasota. He ran the exact same time in a 60 the other day, 6.34 through 92 from the outfield.
Good tools, long body, going to grow into some power. Has some. He's got some thunder in his hands now, but that's more of a power projection profile. But good tools for sure.
I might have got him right off the wrist, did it, or did it get to the bat? No, that got him on the hand or the arm area, shaking that one off. 93 off the wrist is not the way you want to start your game.
I can't imagine that felt good. I've never had it happen to me, thankfully, but I can't imagine that feels good. 73 off the wrist hurt. So
well, that ball's going to get away, and our runner is going to advance easily. Our ghost runner, in fact, Consarini is not going to stop. He's going to continue all the way to third base.
Big opportunity already for the Navy squad. Get a run on the board early. And a good situation for Hurt. Got a guy on third, nobody out. You're already down in the count. What are you going to do with that?
Big rip and a miss.
It's a fastball's taken off. Got over 20 inches of vert with very little horizontal. That was 3 inches there. That's very nearly perfect backspin with a lot of carry at the top of the zone.
Pitch up around the helmet. Explain that to me again through the process of some of those numbers.
Yeah, so when you have a big induced vertical break number and a small horizontal break number, that means that the pitch is not really moving. It's not really moving left or right, and it's got that backspin to create that amount of vertical. So it's kind of just staying on that plane straight, and that's that perceived rise from the hitter's perspective. And you can miss a lot of bats up in the zone with it, a la right there.
Right there. Hitters not terribly fond of that as Hurt goes down on strikes. And I think that's really the challenge from these hitters, and that's why I tip my hat to those that come out here and perform extremely well, because they're facing such amazing pitching. And while they see that over the course of the summer, they're not going to see it every single at-bat like they may here.
Right. The events like this, and it is the reality. It's not like a hidden secret or anything. Showcase events are oftentimes geared more towards pitcher success. He only has to throw 1 or 2 innings. He can go out there and feel free to blow it out, air it out. A lot of times the hitters have never seen you before, and a lot of times they're not going to see you again. So it's just a one at-bat, best on best type of situation. And that is geared more towards the arms. So when you have guys that go off offensively and have multiple 95, 100-plus exit velocities over the course of the games, or multiple home runs or whatever, that really, really stands out.
No, I would agree, and Gavin Kelly chops one foul. You think about a guy like Kelly yesterday. In a real game, he would have been 0 for 0 with a couple of walks, but he ends up flying out and striking out after he would have accepted a free pass. So he's kind of doing his job, trying to get deep at accounts, see pitches.
And that's all stuff we keep track of. You know, even if it's not, he didn't end up going 0 for 0 or whatever with walks. Every time a guy walks, we make note of it. You know, in a showcase setting, like we're keeping track of that stuff too. The evaluation of a hit tool is so dependent on the approach and your ability to work counts and ability to walk. We got to keep track of that stuff.
Sharply on the ground to short, but a bobble, and a run's going to score. Schaus unable to make the play. And that'll provide a Navy run.
Kelly 4-3 down the line there, which is not amazing. That's solid average, but for a catcher, really good speed.
For the most part, we've seen a lot of that this week where you don't have to tell these kids to play hard. They know that there's scouts here, evaluators, college coaches, and whatnot. But the one thing you can control is your effort and intensity, and these kids have been playing extremely hard, and let's face it, this is a great place to do so in this big league ballpark in this setting as Eddie Reinder's bats.
No question. And, we're making note of that, too. That's another thing. Like, anything you do in this week is getting written down by 100 guys, So it's just to play hard, stay within yourself, but play hard, play with your hair on fire a little bit. Like, it's noticed.
Reinder's fouls one back and out of play.
One of the biggest things we notice is who are the guys who are always willing to jump up and be the ghost runner.
Right?
We're always writing that down. Who's the guy who can't wait to get out there and try and steal another base?
There's a lot to that. Wanting to be here, wanting just to kind of soak up this entire experience. I was watching the guys still shagging the other night at about 10 o'clock at night are still running around.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The guys that are having fun with it out there and staying energized because this is such a cool environment. It is such a cool experience.
Riders from Wind Lake, Wisconsin, a Kent State commit. We're also kind of mentioning that yesterday. We probably have seen 4 or 5 teams, it feels like, that have a bulk of the commits. There's Georgia Tech, there's LSU, Tennessee's well represented, a few others. There aren't a lot of mid-major commits, so I give credit to those schools that have been able to grab a guy like Reinders who's worthy of being here and had a Wofford, I think, another one of the mid-majors. Off and running is Kelly. Throw is on line, but it bounces and it skips into center. It's going to provide another free base. Tanner Waldrop, the catcher, behind the plate, but Kelly's going to end up at third.
Nothing but respect for the Mid-American Conference here from me, as you know. So,
well, as a Cleveland guy, a Michigan guy, you've got to be all about the MAC.
A MAC grad.
I bet on Tuesday nights in the fall you're locked to your television.
You have no idea. Some of my greatest college memories were Tuesday nights in the fall.
Bet they were. The pitch down and out to Eddie Reinders.
Kent State is now kind of the home game for me when we're talking about like when I go out scouting in the spring, living in Cleveland. That ends up being like the closest place where teams that I need to see come through.
Scenic place in the spring.
Absolutely.
Another one fouled back to our left and out of play. It's a different era, though, of mid-major baseball, and I don't know if that's going to continue for a long time or not, but college baseball has never been older, and because of that, seeing a lot of mid-majors with some talent, those that have either been backlogged or even some guys that were at Power 5 programs that have found their way to a different school.
Absolutely. And in the age of the transfer portal, I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. It's rare when, the guy from the SEC enters the portal and then goes to another school in the SEC and is successful. It's more common when you go down, or whatever, from major to mid-major. But
Reinders grounds out to Eric Parker, so a run did score that inning. So the Navy team is on the board. We played an inning on our way to the second here in Game 3. Perfect Game National Showcase from Chase Field in Arizona. Took a look at the roster for the Navy team. Here is the Gray squad. Already into our second inning. Saw Perry Hargett bat, Samuel Richardson do up this inning. Noah Sheffield also batted back in the first. These rosters comprise both position players and pitchers, so we'll see them all over the course of a couple of games. This is Dalton Wentz batting in the second inning against Ashford.
More of the same here from Ashford. Just played that sinker slider job on the flat axis like we talked about. Have a lot of success with it.
Pitch rode up and out to Dalton Wentz. Young man from Virginia committed to South Carolina. That's another one of the schools that's done extremely well with commits over the course of this showcase with the volume of players.
A lot of South Carolina guys here. And obviously had a great year this year, expecting more next year even, and South Carolina on its way back.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. That's up and out.
Wentz is a physical guy, has two-way tools. Things to like about him in a lot of different ways. The power stands out, of course.
A little bit of an open stance for Wentz. That's the pitch that's been riding a little bit up and out from Ashford away from the right-handed hitter. So we'll go ahead and put a runner aboard at first on what would have been ball 4.
Looks like he's just kind of fighting that finish right now. A little bit extra recoil.
I think it makes
effort.
sense.
Yeah. He's not quite finishing over the front side, missing arm side.
Let's ground ball to short. We've seen this a couple of times today. Put a runner on, then get a double play and get 2 outs for 1 batter.
That'll play.
Started by Theo Gillen. On to Trey Snyder. Over to Trey Craig. Ashford tried to get off the mound after facing just a couple of batters last inning. We said, no, come on, face one more. Well, he's gotten 2 outs on one batter here. This is Samuel Richardson.
He's actually finding that to be more efficient, and that's
think
fine.
it is.
I like guys who think outside of the box.
Richardson waves and misses. Got put on a fun BP the other day, did Richardson, the uncommitted player, part of the East Cobb Astros, Mississippi native.
Big power in the right-handed swing. Some of the better power I think we've seen just in terms of like ability to hit the baseball hard and far. And a great athlete for as big as he is and as much power as he has.
I talked about him being a Mississippi native, Brian, and one guy who is going to spend some time with him just talking about baseball is Bill Hall. Grew up in Mississippi, former Milwaukee Brewer.
Bill Hall had some great years.
Well, sure did.
Hit for power. One of those kind of early second basemen who could run a bunch of balls out. Yeah. I'm remembering now.
High school team won the Mississippi 6A state championship in baseball for Samuel Richardson. Lewisburg High School. And the 1-2 pitch, tomahawked back up and out of play. Been a third baseman throughout really his entire career. So really enjoys watching Manny Machado, Nolan Arenado. A couple of pretty good guys to follow if you're a third baseman.
Some of the best third base defenders we've ever had. Right. Guys who revolutionized defense at the position.
Yeah, just joys to watch defensively.
Definitely.
Not so sure he doesn't have a little Bill Hall in that swing, too, with that open stance. The more I see him, going back and watching Bill, there's a chopper. How far will Richardson be able to race up that line fast enough to beat it? That was not an easy bare hand play by Hollister.
Kind of did all he could there, but Richardson flies too, so that was always, I think, going to be a base hit.
Number 19, Eric Parker.
Boy, Hollister, though, came in, got it with a bare hand, made a good effort, but really no chance at first, as you mentioned. Brings up Eric Parker from North Gwinnett. Fast runner and another South Carolina Gamecock commit.
Another guy who the BP, the physicality stand out. He's just a good all-around player, obviously, but just the length and the stretch that he creates when he's not even super physical yet, and the power that it's just easy to project huge power here.
Yeah, I was curious with that. Obviously, you look at him, and he's a tall and thin young man. There's a lot more to come from the physicality and the strength. How much do you kind of look into your crystal ball and consider how big he could be in 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, 100%. It's a huge part of the evaluation. Like, none of these guys are finished products. If they were finished products, they wouldn't be here because they probably wouldn't be good enough to be here. But with the projection when it comes to power, it's like, what do you really, like, how much do you really think he's going to weigh? Or how big do you think he's really going to be when he's at his peak or his prime? And this is the same for any player. And then, like, okay, what does that equation look like, and how much power is that going to then add, and how much power does he have right now, and is it more strength driven or is it more bat speed driven? Because one of those is way more projectable than the other. And a lot goes into it, but a guy like that with broad shoulders and long arms, put some more weight on and already hitting the ball hard, like, dude could be second deck here type of home run power.
That's going to be strike 3 on Parker. So in essence, that's 3 outs, but we're going to throw up another batter. Dylan Feen.
Number 25, Dylan Feen.
Fina to Temecula, California. Ground ball into the hole. Nice backhand. Strong and accurate throw. Is going to be in plenty of time to end the inning. Nice job by Theo Gillen.
A couple good defensive plays from Gillen last couple innings. Scooping easily, showing balance, getting it over there on time. All boxes checked.
Just an infield hit. That's it. We played an inning and a half here in game number 3 from the Perfect Game National Showcase. Pretty good outing as well by Asher.
Yeah, and you can see what we're talking about with the kind of the horizontal lateral game that he plays. The fastball isn't a cutter, but it looks like it's a cutter because of the angle from which he throws that. Like that camera angle makes it look like a cutter, and then the slider goes in even harder than that. And two-seam life on the fastball, that was fun. He pitched well, didn't give up a lot of hard contact, if at all. Got himself out of the tricky situations he was in by just having one base runner on. But, yeah, it was a good performance.
Leading off for Navy, 22, Jack Giordano.
Navy team coming to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Malone back to work. Jack Giordano from San Diego, California, steps in. A couple of groundouts in the game yesterday and may have one here. Roller right to second. One pitch, one out to begin the bottom of the second inning as Eric Parker makes that play.
Wanting to see more of the same from Malone this inning. Get some whiffs on your fastball up. You just see a little bit higher quality of a breaker, I think, than we saw in the first inning. It looked like he was just kind of casting it a little bit. But either way, it's a big fastball given the metrics on it. He already is kind of sitting 91, 93, which is not slow in and of itself, but the action on it adds to it for sure.
Sage Sanders, next man in from Westlake High School in Austin.
Change up there. 85, that's firm. Gets the spin down on it. Fairly substantial amount of horizontal break on it.
Found the inside corner, knee high to Sanders. It's part of Lone Star Baseball 2024. Josh Sanders, his travel ball coach.
Committed to the University of Houston. Moving to the Big 12.
Even for a guy who lives in Houston, for the most part, it takes a little getting used to. You think Houston is just natural to think American Conference, but yeah, that's a Big 12 now. Parker started to his right, had to regather, get to his left, smothered that baseball, made the play for the second out.
Smooth there at second base too from Parker. That was obviously an athletic play. The hands are out front. Smooth to kind of slide to slow yourself down like that. You know what I mean? It's just an athletic play, naturally athletic play.
I haven't gotten a feel how the carpet plays, whether it's springy, whether it's fast. I mean, when they used to have grass in this facility, it was like a runway because that ball would hit and it would shoot and it would go.
I think a lot of these guys are pleasantly surprised. You know, they're so used to playing on turf now that even if it's normal-ish turf and not the hyper speed stuff, out here it's like, okay, this is more like it. This is more real.
Here's Mitch Wilson, South Carolina native, North Carolina commit.
Malone up to 94 this inning. That's a new top for him. I've just read our scouting report from Steve Fiorendo, our SoCal area scout. He saw Malone back in the spring, and he was 88-91. So, wow, headed in the right direction velocity-wise.
I mean, you might expect 1 or 2 mile an hour increase, but he's certainly on quite a trajectory.
Yeah, and I think that was early, so he might have not been fully
understood,
like mid-season form in terms of velocity. It's possible he was throwing this hard in the spring. But either way, and then in a short 1 or 2 inning burst,
you let it go.
You expect to see guys maybe throwing a little bit harder anyways.
I think the tendency might be not to overthrow at times when you get on this stage.
Absolutely. And we see guys do it all the time. You get the bright lights, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of radar guns sitting up behind you, and then the TrackMan's on the big board, and you're pitching on TV. And it's easy to try and want to throw at 98.
Hey, it's an Eric Parker inning. Handled all three. Not bad. Ends the frame. And that'll complete a couple of innings from Malone, so I think he's going to like what he put forth today, too.
No question. It's a real fastball. We talked about it. There were several that were very much plus by metrics, and got some swings and misses on it, showed good ability to command it. He was putting it at both edges. He was putting it up in the zone. He was landing it at the knees. Changeup had some uniqueness to it. The breaking ball will need to firm up, and I'm sure he'll tell you that, too. But either way, a good performance from him.
A couple of innings in the books. We go to the third inning. New pitcher coming on for the Navy team. It's Ian White Jr., a Pennsylvania native. Goes to the Haverford School, part of the Dirtbags for his travel team, and he is an East Carolina commit.
White we've seen several times over the years. Obviously, playing with the Dirtbags, we're gonna see him most times out. Good physical right-hander. You can see the body there. It's strong, durably built. Has some more projection moving forward. Usually living in the 87, 90, 91 range, somewhere in there. Throws a slider in the low 80s and good heavy spin on his changeup that has fade. He's a three-pitch guy, committed to ECU. It's a starter profile. I think his top fastball velocity with us is 92, so we'll see what it looks like here shortly.
It doesn't differ too much from his own self-scouting report. Talked about a frame that has room to grow, but his biggest strength is competitiveness and the ability to spin a slider in any count. Throws three pitches for strikes, high spin fastball and slider, as well as a sinking change. Biggest room for improvement, consistent fastball command when working out and in. So, see how that plays. Carlos Martinez is going to lead off this third inning. Port St. Lucie, Florida native. And a handful of our uncommitteds. And the first pitch from Ian White on the way in the third inning. A little bit outside for a ball. Carlos Martinez plays for the Phillies scout team 2024.
Good tools for Martinez, 97 from the outfield, ran a sub 6.5, 6.59 is what he ran, which is plus. It's welcome to the game there, unfortunately. Yeah.
During the fall of 2020, moved to the United States. To Albany, Georgia, to an academy, and then later the academy moved to Port St. Lucie, Florida. So from the Dominican to Georgia to Florida, it's been quite a year and a half, couple of years. Tell you what, if you're Ian White, though, that's something you got to shake off when you're in there for a couple of innings.
No question. He might get helped out here.
Ooh, that was close. Grant the stolen base.
He gets up to top speed so quickly. We were watching him run the 60 the other day, obviously, and the 60 time in and of itself stands out. He ran a 6.28 or whatever it was, but he is at full speed 1 to 2 steps in, and it's remarkable to watch. And
I thought he might have been out.
Yeah, I thought so too. From up here live, I thought it wasn't out, but either way, he's still fast. Solid spin on the fastball there at 90, 2,300 there, up near 2,400. Once you start getting over 2,400 on a four-seamer, that's above average.
We saw a couple of breaking balls today, nearly 3,200.
Mm-hmm. And that stands
off the charts,
out.
Right?
Yeah, that's very much stands out. That much is you want. Your average for a breaking ball should be more than your average for a fastball, generally speaking, but when it comes to 31, 3,200, that's remarkable.
I almost wonder how much the human body can continue to add to that number. I mean, it is impossible for many people to get to that point, kind of a God-given ability or talent.
Mm-hmm. It's same with velocity. How hard can someone throw? And, we're going to find out. I think we're getting close. We may have found out.
We've reached a peak.
105 or whatever, 106, we might have maxed out. But it's remarkable, the velocities. And we were just talking about it an hour ago during the last game behind the plate. All of us gathered around there. This is my, 10th or 11th PG National, and the guys sitting down there have been to all of them, so 25 or whatever. And we were talking about how it doesn't even feel like that long ago when seeing a guy throw 90 jazzed you up.
It's a big deal.
And now it's like we have 30 guys who have thrown 94 already or something like that.
I think it makes perfect sense. That's a soft little pop-up that'll be back and out of play. I'm with you. I kind of think maybe we've reached the peak, but then when you come to an event like this, when these kids are 2024s with one more high school season to go, and some of these kids have reclassified up, so they could technically have 2 if they didn't do that, you begin to go, this depth of talent across the country is just so impressive.
And that speaks to the private instruction vibe, that sort of market or world or universe or whatever. There are guys who are good at it. It's getting better. You know what I mean? It's no longer just whatever the guy who gives lessons or whatever. We have a track record in a lot of places now of true ability to build velocity and make hitters stronger and make hitters better and all the above. And as a guy who comes from a cold weather state, that's especially important, is how do the northern guys keep pace in their development with the southern guys who can play outside all the time. You have to have good indoor facilities and instruction, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You might lose some as far as reps being able to play in November or January or February. You got to make that up in some point, and it might be an attention to detail with strength and training and nutrition in addition to hitting and pitching or whatever else.
We get smarter every day, for sure.
Hard hit, base hit. That nearly took the feet out of Grant. He just keeps on spinning and turns third and scores on a base hit from Carlos Martinez. He was in a fastball only count, and he did not miss.
97-mile-an-hour exit velocity there on that single. But that was, I want to see the replay of Grant jumping over and still never losing his stride. That was really athletic. Yeah.
Well, Isaiah Chivers.
Had that made contact, it might have knocked him into left field as fast as he was going.
A lesser athlete would still be rolling on the ground in pain from trying to do that. But
Isaiah Shivers, next man in. We've only had one batter this inning, and it feels like many more with a couple of ghost runners that we threw on there for the hit by pitch and then the walk. We just had a 3,000-plus spin rate.
Yeah, big time.
Hey, welcome to the club. It's a wave and a miss.
Fastball sitting right at 88.90, 89.90 for White. That slider at 79 with big spin.
Almost feel like you want to see that a few more times.
Mm-hmm. Definitely want to see it a few more times.
Especially he's kind of navigating some trouble and whatnot.
There it is again. 80 miles an hour, nearly 3,200 RPMs. Very high spin.
That might be a little bit ahead of the gentleman from the previous game.
Yeah, I think we might have a new top here in terms of slider spin.
Long pause from Ian White. Ground ball softly hit to the right side with the runners on base. They'll take the true out. Eddie Reinders. Both runners move up. One gone here in the third inning.
Number 13, Connor Schaus.
We'll see Schaus. I was expecting to see him pitch in this game. Maybe. I don't know for sure.
I wanted to see him bat with runners at first and second again to see if he might be able to hit into a second triple play.
That's what we're looking for, right?
I mean, when you've gone down the oddity road, you might as well just go all in.
Yep. Only one player in perfect game history is hitting 2 triple plays in the same national showcase.
I mean, we had a 2-homer game yesterday, and we'll talk more about Bonnemer. We had a batting practice the other day where the kid from the first swing from the left side homered, and he turned around from the right side and almost homered on the first swing right-handed.
Yep.
We're talking about some comets here in showcase lore. Schaus hit 99 from the outfield, 97 from the infield, hit multiple BP homers in his skills day, which is attention getting all the way around. Go down on strikes here.
I think we found that slider a little bit,
Found the spin.
Yeah, just it's interesting from a spread standpoint, the data spread in terms of the induced vertical and horizontal and the way it's moving. But that's as high spin as we've seen, obviously. He's kind of sitting over 3,100 when he's throwing that thing.
There's Tanner Waldrop, who bats. Now, would you expect if White would maybe be in that neighborhood of throwing 2 innings and, say, 50 pitches, that maybe does that spin diminish a little bit with
it may.
More workload?
It may. It doesn't always. But, yeah, it may. Similar to how fastball velocity decreases over long stretches, We'll see, obviously, because he has thrown quite a few pitches in this first inning.
Waldrop is going to bounce one foul. Auburn, Alabama native. Had that one spin to the right to see some more. And it's the case with that hit batter and what would have been a walk and then the base hit. You might be thinking, well, Ian White, kind of put himself behind the 8 ball, so to speak. But I would think what he's shown from that spin standpoint exceeds whatever traffic he's had on the bases as far as making an impression.
Yeah, we're looking for outliers in showcase events, and that slider's an outlier just in terms of how he spins it. So, I mean, that's we're gonna walk away with is going, man, remember the spin monster at PG National.
Tanner Waldrop, part of the 14U Perfect Game Select Festival. The pitch is going to sneak away, and it's going to provide a free run.
That's the change up there. The lower spin on it, that gives that away, even aside from the velo giving it away or the action of the pitch. But fairly substantial horizontal movement on the pitch, but he's just not been able to command that at all yet.
Mitch Wilson just couldn't locate it, so a second run comes across this inning. Wait from that full windup. That one took a chunk right out of Mitch Wilson. It's not been a fun sequence of 2 pitches for Wilson behind the plate.
Just it's tough to catch when you've never caught the guy before. It's difficult. And, you know, we talked about the event being a little bit more geared to pitchers because hitters are only seeing one guy and blah 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 blah. But catchers, it might even be more difficult. You've never caught this guy before. You don't know what his stuff looks like. You maybe had 10 pitches in the bullpen with him, or the 8 pitches behind the plate when he's warming up. It's tough.
No, agreed. I mean, it's hard to handle. Now everybody's hurt in that batter's box area. Everybody's taking chunks out of themselves.
This has been a destructive at bat. Yeah.
This might need to be gonged at some point, but just handling a guy who has that much movement, that much spin. I mean, you got your hands tied behind your back, so to speak. You got a lot of work ahead of you just to kind of normalize things.
No doubt, no doubt. It's just the guys, the catchers who we walk away from this event going like, wow, he really received well. Like those are the guys who stand way out because it's so hard to be a good receiver when you've never caught the guy before.
There's your spin again, the spin monster. Able to miss. Inning over. So a couple of runs score, but Ian White maybe not thrilled with the number of pitches he threw. That was a lot of fun to watch when he broke off that breaking pitch. Got a new pitcher for the Gray team as we go to the bottom of the third inning. It's Tate Strickland from Powder Springs, Georgia, part of the East Cobb Astros program and a Tennessee volunteer commit.
Strickland's got a big arm. So threw a bunch of 94s and 95s in Hoover last week at the 17-year elite. That's obviously a great event that I go to every year. He was good there, so would expect to see some thunderbolts here.
Evan McIntyre is going to lead off this inning. It's a 2-1 lead for the Gray squad here in the bottom of the third inning. Not a comfortable swing from McIntyre.
That's a slider there. Tough for McIntyre to get in there expecting mid-90s, and the first pitch is a slider.
It's kind of a long, slow windup from Strickland with both of his hands rocking behind his head, and then all of a sudden he snaps to the plate.
97 there on the board on TrackMan.
Strickland, a big Sonny Gray fan. Next pitch, boy, that's firm as well.
Slider at 85.
Snap that one in there for a strike.
Very loud first couple pitches here from Mr. Strickland.
Last year dealt with some bicep tendonitis. Wasn't able to throw 3/4 of the summer. Lost his hat and missed the strike zone.
When we say head whack in scouting talk, that's what we mean. That's a head whack. When you're trying to throw so hard that you lose your head on every pitch, that's a head whack.
There it goes again. Our batter McIntyre almost lost his helmet too. Self-scouting report for Strickland. He says high spin, high velocity fastball, sits 93 to 95. Control is okay at best, he says. Sweeping slider between 82 and 86. Has decent spin. I don't think we've quite seen the spin today. That one dumped out into right center field by McIntyre with a leadoff single played back in by Grant. But he also throws a splitter. Could we be seeing a little bit of that on that pitch with the low spin?
Yeah, I think the splitter is always historically going to be very, very low spin. If you're throwing it, there's variations of it, but most of them are very, very low spin. That's just a bullet slider there. Not a lot of it's more when the vertical and the horizontal break are close to zero. That's what we call bullet or gyro spin.
Going to be a stolen base, and that ball's going to propel into center. So McIntyre, who went to second, is going to go to third. Grant's throw is a little bit offline. With Grant playing an extremely shallow center, and he might get burned here. That ball rocketed towards right center. It's going to be tracked down, though, and it'll provide a sac fly and an RBI. Back to make the play was Carlos Martinez. Trey Snyder provides the second run for Navy.
90-mile-an-hour exit velocity there. Hit it pretty well to right field. I think depending on defensive positioning, that could be a double in a different game. But either way, stayed on a slider well, hit it hard, and get a run home.
By the way, can Caleb Bonnemer stay perfect? Yesterday, 3 for 3, 2 towering homers, and he does just that. Cracked his bat, and he gets a base hit. His single yesterday, in between his 2 homers, I think was 107 off the bat. Well, he's 4 for 4 here in the showcase.
107 indeed it was yesterday. And that's, I don't even know if we can count that. That was only 89 miles an hour off the bat. I just, I don't know if we can count it as a true Caleb Bonnemer hit unless it's over 100 miles an hour.
He get that off the handle, maybe?
He did something. When you break your bat and still hit it 90 miles an hour, you're pretty strong.
Boy, it's been a couple of days for Bonnemer. This is Theo Gillen. Turns on a pitch and socks it foul down the line in right, but almost home run distance. In fact, he did to the right of that pole.
He was ready for it, too. Barrel was whipping out there. He was every bit ready for it.
Off and running is Bonnemer, and that one is fouled to the left and out of play.
The fastball at 93 there. Solid spin on the pitch.
What kind of class ranking did Bonnemer have coming into this event?
Right at 50, I think.
So that's definitely going to take a big, big jump.
Yeah, and this is like, I tell the story of Caleb Bonnemer. Like, I've seen that kid for 3 years. It was he came to a showcase outside of Chicago as a rising 9th grader. He was thrown out there on a good throw from the catcher. I had 219 on that pop. But anyways, he came to a showcase outside of Chicago with his older brother, who I believe is playing D3 ball somewhere in the state of Michigan. Okay. And was a 14-year-old kid, hadn't even started high school yet, and it was like, whoa, not explosive, not hitting balls that far or running 6.3s or whatever, but just the swing worked so well. He was always on the barrel. He was hitting balls on the barrel like against guys who were way older than him with better stuff than he should have been doing it against. And then just progressively over time, he's just kept hitting. And now that he's gotten big and strong, it's hitting like that and running like that. And now it looks like a top-of-the-class type of guy. But he's always hit, man.
It's Caden Sheffield behind the plate that threw him out for the second out of the inning. But, sometimes there might be players that will say it's hard to make an impression when there's so many good players and whatnot. And, you're taking 5 throws, you're taking 10 swings. But then there are some guys who just leave you saying, wow.
Mm-hmm. Anytime you can go 4 for 4 at PG National with 2 bombs.
Yeah. 2 no-doubt bombs. 410-ish.
Bombs.
Bombs. 2-2 pitch is up and out from Tate Strickland. 2-2 game here in the bottom of the third inning. Got the Navy and the Gray teams going at it. This is game 3 of 4 here today from Chase. It's high again. Put a runner over at first. Tomorrow morning we'll welcome in 4 new teams for their skills. Pitch not close. Our ghost runner wasted a little time just hopping, jumping, and running.
This is just, lots of arm talent, lots of velocity, like some interesting stuff. There was a hard slider, but developing that control and that feel, the ability to hold runners, like all those things that go into being a good pitcher.
It's Grant Hollister now running at second base. Gillen's going to chop one. I think that's off his foot. It'll propel foul nonetheless. Mentioned Gillen from Westlake High School. That's the high school that produced Drew Brees, Baker Mayfield. It's been quarterback heavy, but an outstanding all the way around athletic school in the Austin area. Strickland trying to end this inning. What do we reset the count to after a walk or hit by pitch?
Keep the strikes.
Okay.
However many strikes they had, stay. Reset the balls because they don't matter. And then they can only be throwing fastballs. And that's something that we use to evaluate hitters too. Like if you get put into an all fastball count and you're not getting there,
I think it makes perfect sense. You've been in the box for a while, and it gives you an opportunity to time it up. And I mean, you never turn up your nose at a kid that doubles into the gap, but it does take away a little bit of the competitiveness when you know what you're getting.
Yep. And conversely, it's if you foul a bunch off that are down the middle fastballs in a fastball only count.
Yep. Fouled back to the screen. 94 in that last pitch.
It's firm. I think he's the lowest he's been is 93 maybe. There have been a bunch of 94s and 95s. We saw the 97 to open. It's absolutely a big, big arm. And he's still, not physically mature or anything. Like very easily could project to triple digits here just in terms of arm strength.
There's a liner in the center for a base hit by Gillen. Going to easily provide another run for the blue team. Hollister was off and running with the pitch, and Gillen wins that protracted battle, knowing he's going to get the fastball and getting the base hit. T.P. Wentworth will be the 5th batter to hit this inning, and you could tell with Strickland, knowing he's going to throw the 3rd and scheduled for the 4th, well, they're going to I couldn't even finish my thought. He threw enough pitches that inning just to move this along. So we have played 3 innings. It's a 3-2 lead for the Navy squad. is the start of Perfect Games All-Star Season as the 11 and 12U Select Festivals take center stage in East Cobb, Georgia. Action starts on Saturday, August the 12th, with the 11U Select Fest. Continues Sunday as the top 12U players in the land take the field. 2 great events, one amazing weekend. Both games streaming live exclusively on PerfectGame.tv. Brett Dolan and Brian Sikowski, what is kind of your area of focus in this PG world? Or a domain that you find yourself in?
As far as the high school stuff goes, I stick mostly to the upperclassmen. The rising seniors, following them through their draft circuits, going to a lot of 17U stuff throughout the course of the summer. That's more of my sweet spot. There's some 16U involved, and then up north, where I live, where I make my home, the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes region. I like to have a handle on guys even down into 2026, 2027 age. But
makes sense.
As far as nationally goes, upperclassmen, and then the draft and junior college. Those are 2 of the sweet spots as well.
Max Charles. Feels like we should be about a month removed from the draft instead of a couple of days.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Charles takes one down and out. Biggest surprise for you in the draft, was there one? I mean, there's always some, of course.
No, I don't. It felt like a really chalk draft to me. There were a couple guys who I thought went a round or 2 late. I guess if you want to call those surprises, but I thought that. I guess it was a little surprising to see Skeens go 1 instead of Cruz or something like that. But when you talk about manipulating the bonus pool and blah 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 blah, there's no slam dunk 1-1s in baseball anymore. So. It was pretty chalk, though. Lots of college guys, the high-end preps went and signed. Nothing overwhelmingly surprising in my view.
All right, let me ask you this, as Charles takes one up and out. Could you make the argument that maybe there were 3 or 4 guys who didn't go 1-1 that in other drafts in previous years could have been?
Certainly. I think you can make that argument for Skeens, Cruz, Langford, Clark, or Jenkins.
Okay.
I think you could say that about 5 of them.
I mean, that's exciting, I think, for everybody. Here's the 3-2 pitch, cut on a missed. Ian White gets the strikeout. That just under 3,000 on the spin rate.
Another just vicious slider there with all kinds of spin.
And I think it's fun when you have a year when there are that many good players and talented players.
It's very fun. Debating at the top and having the arguments and going back and forth on it. And when there's players who are that good that are worth arguing about, like that, it makes it for a more enjoyable process.
Caden Sheffield from Dallas, Georgia, and a Georgia Tech commit. Been part of these Cobb Astros for 4 years. That front foot of Sheffield was going in the wrong direction. He's seen that spin before. That front foot was going towards third.
That slider it starts at the front hip. I'm sure that's a difficult at bat for a right-handed hitter.
You almost feel like you need to throw it again, right? I mean, that wasn't quite as dramatic, but that front foot's going in the wrong direction.
Yep. He's got you thinking twice at the plate there with that slider. And now with 2 strikes, I would have to imagine we're going to go back to it.
Sheffield waiting, and the next pitch. Same thing.
Yeah, and it's tough. I'm not even blaming him. I think I'd be doing the same thing. It just really, really difficult to hang in there when it feels like he's throwing it at your front hip, and then it's going to break so much over the heart of the plate.
Either he's eventually going to waste a fastball outside, or he's just going to keep on doing it again. You might see that fastball away here. Did not. No swing on an appeal.
I think if you go up with a fastball here, that would be my call. Try and own the top of the zone with a fastball.
Max Charles struck out to start the inning. Sheffield waiting on a 2-2. Strike 3 call.
Perfect spot for it. Tough to pull the trigger on a heater away. It was perfectly commanded over the outer edge, and after setting him up with those sliders, that was a good piece of pitching. Good sequence.
I remember Ian White hit the first batter, I think the first pitch he threw last inning, and then he ended up putting on another ghost runner with what would have been a walk. He has struck out now 4 straight.
Mm-hmm. And he found that slider. Good feel for it. He's commanding it a little bit.
Carter McKay, the batter. Arlington, Tennessee.
McKay's got massive power. We saw that on MVP the other night.
He's going to hook one right into right field.
It's a good job staying down on a slider, getting barrel on it at 84 miles an hour on the exit. Nothing overwhelming or anything, but that's a good piece of hitting, especially against this breaking ball that we're seeing from White.
Talking about McKay, all I wrote down in my notes was 107, 106, BP exclamation mark.
Yeah, 107 is a big number. For high school players with wood bats, 107 is a big old number. You see some big numbers in college baseball, obviously. They hit with metal, and it's not like they're cheap bats or anything, but they hit with metal, and those guys are 3, 4, 5 years stronger than these players, too. So you see those ridiculous, 118-mile-an-hour whatevers.
Irby with a fly ball out to center field. How about a layout in a diving effort? And the catch was made. What a play. That was Evan McIntyre.
Future Indiana Hoosier Evan McIntyre.
That one looked like it hurt.
He's looked athletic all week, bouncy and athletic, and then you can see the closing speed there in center and the jump that he got. Full extension. Make a play.
Worth seeing this one more time. Evan McIntyre coming from the shadows to the sunshine, back to the shadows. What a grab. Inning over. T.P. Wentworth ready to step in. This is the time of the day you get that rainbow of sunshine through Chase Field, right over the mound. Strickland's going to bat here in the bottom of the, or Strickland rather is going to face Wentworth, who will bat here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Wentworth got 3 ABs yesterday, got an RBI and a fielder's choice, but get greedy every once in a while, like that fifth at bat if you get a chance to do so at some point.
This has got to be a difficult at bat for hitters. That sun, it's like exclusively from the mound to the plate.
Yeah, that's got to be
plate's
tough,
in shadow, right? That's got to be tough. And it'll only be like that for 5 minutes or whatever, right? But
just when you're batting. A little bit off the corner. Wentworth is uncommitted. Going to poke one down the line and left, but foul.
Still coming in pretty firm from Strickland here in his second inning of work. 93s and 94s so far. Looks like that one's going to need a new bat.
Finish my thought on Wentworth. Received his first offer as an 8th grader. But he said he's even done things where you finished off a football game late on a Friday night and then jump in the car and take off to go to Oklahoma State, go to the airport, whatever the case may be. Trying to get everything in when you have an opportunity. Football player, basketball player, baseball player.
Like those well-rounded multi-sport backgrounds.
You know, he tells a story about his dad, and I was intrigued by it. He said his dad was young, would pick up golf balls by hand at the driving range so he could play the course for free after he was done. Went on to become one of the top 3 golfers in the country in high school. Often competed against Phil Mickelson as the top golfer of the year. There you go. I mean,
pretty good.
It's a nice story. Dad played golf at Oklahoma State. That's a good pitch. For strike 3 to T.P. Wentworth from Sheffield.
The slider landed well on the outer third of the plate. Good spot for it. Just kind of came back enough to grab the corner. It's already a little bit more command of the slider than we saw in his first inning.
Number 29.
Throttle back just a half a little bit to have command and have a little bit more of a free flowing.
Here's Trey Craig.
Trey Craig massively strong. Massively strong. Top exit velo 106. You see, that's off of a tee. That's not in game. That's off of a tee. So he's tied for the top exit velocity off of. Think about that. The strength you have to possess to hit a space ball that is standing still 106 miles an hour.
Yeah, I feel bad for the tee, quite honestly.
Oh, yeah. When he gets the barrel out front, his legs are underneath him, and he's getting loft out front with leverage and the swing. He can hit some baseballs a long, long way. And he's a great athlete, too. Look how physical he is, and he's running 6.6s.
Comes from a track family, sister, mother, tremendous track stars.
Makes sense. He runs. He runs for as physical as he is.
We saw that yesterday with an infield single. Had a couple of strikeouts. Last at bat, put it in play, and my goodness, he was going to get down that line.
Yes. It's very, very standout type of stuff.
Next one from Strickland. That's fouled back. Offering it a pitch up above the letters, and that might be where that sunshine comes into play right there.
Pick a spot. Pick a spot and hope it's there.
I hope you get it in that location. Craig is a Texas A&M commit. Mansfield, Texas, there in the southern portion of the Metroplex in Dallas. So does every player do a station with the exit velo here as far as the tee underneath the stadium someplace?
Yes. Yep. There's a testing components, obviously, to all of the national stuff, and that's a part of it, along with the Diamond Kinetics stuff that we do. PG Tech. All a part of that.
I'm going to have to go to a course at some point just to sit through all the PG Tech discussion.
It's fascinating stuff. It's fascinating stuff.
Well, Strickland gets the K of Craig. Got him to go up that ladder again for the second out of the inning.
The arm speed from Strickland, you could see it. You don't even need me to tell you to see that it's got a fast arm. It's standing out. Obviously, the velocity stands out too. But just the how someone generates velocity is much more what I'm concerned about, or what scouts are concerned about. And his is all whip with that arm and good lower half usage and mobility. Been built to throw very hard.
Maybe more to come. Here's Kaysen Canzarinia, California native. Got a base hit yesterday in 3 at-bats. It's a chopper here. That is a fair ball. So this is going to be a long throw with good speed, and Kaysen's going to beat it out. That was going to be a really tough play at third base for Richardson. He gave it a pretty good effort. Throw ended up pulling McKay a bit off the base.
Number 8, Sam Erickson.
Here's Sam Erickson. Enjoyed watching Erickson yesterday. In fact, he had a 3-hit game. It was kind of lost in the Caleb Bonnemer 3-hit game because 2 were home runs and 1 was 107. There's the stolen base. But Erickson had a triple to straightaway center, had a couple of singles, knocked in a pair of runs. Really, it's hard to get 3 at-bats, let alone 3 hits.
No question. And he's got the complementary tools in addition to that. At 6'2", 210, he's a sub 6'5" runner. He's got a strong arm from the outfield. There's plenty of juice. The exit velocities during his BP round were routinely in the upper 90s. So yeah, lots to like. Well-rounded profile.
And much like Craig, he comes from the Metroplex and is the Texas A&M commit. He's from Flower Mound. Pitch just misses that outside corner. With Flower Mound, he was a Texas 6A state champion this season.
I understand that high school sports in Texas are a big deal.
You're right. You want to come down one of those weekends in the fall, we'll take you to a high school football game. That one lifted to left and playable. You and about 12,000 of your buddies. That one is an out in the inning. Well, we've completed 4, and that was a couple of frames from Strickland. I think for the most part he'll be reasonably pleased with what he was able to put forth today.
Yeah, big arm. What you talked about, big arm talent. It was much better under control in that second inning, which is what we wanted to see. Good feel for the slider, throws it firmly, has good spin on it for the most part, and then that heater's real. Up to 97. And once he kind of throttled back to more 93, 94, he was showing some command with it, and lots to like. All kinds of things to like with him.
We play 4 here in Game 3 from the National Showcase.
Now pitching for the Navy team, number 30, Riley Goodman.
New pitchers, we go to the 5th inning. It's Riley Goodman from Christian Brothers High School in Memphis. So he's one of the uncommitteds. Who knows? Maybe that'll change here sometime soon. Heath Whitlock is going to lead off the 5th inning for the Gray team. A couple of runs on 3 hits. What do we know about Riley Goodman?
Goodman, a Memphis area kid. We've seen him a handful of times playing for the Memphis Tigers up in that area, and they've done some national stuff as well. Fastball's been up to 91 in our event. It's 91 there in his first pitch of the game, or first pitch for him at this game. It's a full 3-pitch mix, and projectable 6'2", 175. Has some room to fill on that frame.
Facing the Mississippi State commit Heath Whitlock from Fayetteville, Georgia. We put a ghost runner aboard here in the 5th on what would have been ball 4, while Whitlock stays in the box. Just rolls one into right field for a base hit. Big wide turn at second base. The throw goes to third, and that was a pretty good effort coming on from right field by Elijah Hurt.
All of a sudden, man on first and second, nobody out, already in a jam. Let's see what he does with it. But yeah, not much to say there. He knew fastball on the count, knew what was coming. Gets enough barrel on it to sneak it through the right side. Base hit.
Slow dribbler. Brings up Elijah Grant. He led off this game with a bounce out. See him also kind of jumping in as a ghost runner and whatnot. But 5'6", 160 pounds at a Belton, South Carolina. Ball was knocked down behind the plate. We will have an advancement. Thought for just a second that maybe Giordano was going to come up with that.
Good jump out there by Parker from second base. Instinctual. Aggressive. And we're looking for aggressive in a showcase. Want to see what you can do.
A lot of green lights here in showcase action. Tough strike zone to Grant, but Goodman finds one. Seen Ashford for a couple of innings. Ian White with his high spin pitch was on in the third and fourth. Now Goodman in the fifth.
Goodman's got a little bit extra of a length to his arm stroke through the back. You can kind of see the little extra push back when his arm gets to the apex of the swing. And I think that that as guys get stronger and as they get more physical, those tend to shorten a little bit. And as that happens, you generally have a little bit better command because it's easier to time up.
That's what I was going to ask you. The longer back, maybe more moving parts going forward.
Yeah, it's not a hard and fast, like cut and dry rule, but generally speaking, you want your arm to be up, nearing release of the ball when your foot lands. We call it, foot strike or foot plant or whatever. And his is kind of lagging behind a little bit, and that's why you see him missing up a fair bit because the arm is still back when he's landing. But those are things that are easily ironed out. As generally speaking, it's not even an instructional thing. It's just as you get stronger and you don't have to reach as far back for more leverage.
Makes sense.
It shortens up a little bit.
A little more comfortable with kind of the gas in the tank, maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
Protracted battle here with Grant. You can see where this young man would be a pest.
No question. Doesn't swing at balls, makes a ton of contact, runs.
Grant's just the second batter this inning, and yet Goodman looks out there and the bases are loaded with our pair of ghost runners. Maybe worthy of a quick mound visit. Jack Giordano, the catcher. Grant tomahawks a pitch to right. It's going to drop in for a base hit. Everybody moves up 90 feet. It'll score a run. Ball kicks away from Craig, but not far enough away for more advancement. So Grant ends up winning that one.
That's what we said, annoying at bat. Worked a walk or whatever it was, and then immediately has a base hit and an RBI. And just a pesky player, tough to play against.
Now batting number 6, Alejandro Ludero.
Thought maybe Hurt was going to come on and try and dive, but again with nobody out in that type of situation, the last thing you want to do with a speedy runner is play that into about 3 bases.
No question. And we saw that the other night. Kind of a
yes, we did.
Line drive to right that was a clean base hit. No one's saying it wasn't, but should have been fielded roughly 100% better than it was.
Circle the bases.
Yeah, all the way to the wall.
That was the same game we had a triple play.
Fun one. That was a fun one.
Alejandro Ludero is going to bat here for the Gray team. Pitch rides up and in. Ludero is the third man to hit this frame.
Chance to make a good pitch here ahead in the count, still 1-2. Just missed with the fastball, but you threw two pretty solid sliders to start this at bat off. So you can go back to that one, maybe bury it, get a swing and a miss. All of a sudden, you're feeling better about the outlook of the inning.
Darryl from Doral Academy plays for Elite Squad. He's not chosen a school yet. He is uncommitted, but he says, I know the time will come.
He's a good player. Kind of does a lot of things well-rounded, and obviously on a big stage here.
Ends back out of the way of that one that came in. He's a big Luis Arise fan, and I thought we might have a few more people that really enjoy watching Arise play, maybe chase 400 if that's even possible in today's day and age. Here's the 3-2, fouled away again. Talk about guys gaining weight, though, Brian. Mm-hmm. This is a young man that says he's gone from 220 to 190. Went from being overweight, kind of struggling, to being in the best position he can to compete. So I really enjoy that anecdote.
Yeah, sure. And it's a lot of it is just shaping your body the right way, or, you know, maybe you are big and physical, but you feel like you want to get more athletic, so you cut to get more athletic and then build it back the right way. You see that a lot with football players, guys who are 6'8", 330 in high school, who are the biggest dude on the field, and they're the 5-star left tackle commit or whatever. They have to go to college to lose a bunch of that weight, to get athletic, to then put it all back on in muscle. So they're totally reshaping their bodies, but they still end up 6'8", 330, but they look totally different.
Oh, that's a good point. Next pitch on the way to Ladero, misses again. I think at some point, though, there's time for reflection. I need to get stronger. I need to get in better shape, whatever that is. And there's a tap or foul. I think the challenge is, we used to have, growing up, we used to have off seasons. Mm-hmm. And maybe there was an additional sport for the baseball aspect right now. I mean, the off season is maybe December. It's more like a month. And Ludero grows up in Florida, so you want to play in January and February, you can. Still playing in November.
No question. And it's that balance needs to be struck between development and playing.
There's a grounder to third. We're going to step on third base and throw across the diamond and get a pair for a DP. That's just 3 batters so far in the inning. We've seen a little bit of everything. A couple of runs and a couple of outs.
Yeah, no kidding. Assuming this probably be the last batter of the inning. The pitch count is something we pay attention to, obviously.
No, I think it makes sense.
In addition to the 5 or 3 or whatever the showcase rules are.
Especially when you're looking at an opportunity for a guy to go 2 innings. And I think part of, I don't know if I'd say fun, but I think a strong aspect of this event, as Perry Hargett steps in, is when a guy doesn't have maybe the best inning he'd like in the first, but to have a much better performance in the second.
No question. No question. We like when those guys bounce back. And I think we just saw it with Strickland. Strickland didn't have a bad first inning. I just thought he was markedly better in his second inning.
Perry bounced into a double play back in the first. University of North Carolina commit, part of the Dirtbags. We asked these young men what part of their game has grown the most since the first of the year, back in January. And oftentimes we talk size and strength and whatnot. I think it was an interesting answer for Perry, because he says, my leadership and my knowledge of the little things within the game. Mm-hmm. Kind of the nuances of the game, leadership, knowledge, not necessarily the big things. And a lot of times that goes a long ways towards making a better player.
Absolutely. You have to. As you increase your physical capabilities, you should increase your intellectual capabilities. Absolutely a believer in that.
And from a kid who's got a 4.5 GPA, you might understand why he might be a little more advanced in the thought process. He's going to take strike 3. A good pitch from Goodman to end the inning. So a little bit of everything in that fifth. Couple of runs. Had a DP as well, but we'll see more of Goodman, at least scheduled to go the 6th inning too. Able to paint that last pitch for strike 3, getting over. Got a new pitcher for the gray team as we move into the bottom of the 5th inning.
Elijah DeBerry, 6'4", 240-pound right-hander from Lakeland, Tennessee. He is uncommitted as of this writing, or as of this look, according to the website. Big and physical. Fastball has been into the low 90s. 93, 94 is the top.
Facing Johnny Gifford to lead off this 5th inning. That one sent foul down the line and right. The self-scouting report says fastball, changeup, curve, cutter, 3 pitches for strikes, fastball 92-94. Big presence on the mound with huge confidence, he says. So there you have it.
A quick way to have confidence is to quickly get ahead 0-2 on a hitter, too.
And to get out. Chop it to third, backing up for the bounce that usually doesn't work, but this throw across the diamond will. Nice play at third base by Eric Parker. We saw him at second base get 3 outs in an inning, and he begins the 5th with a play at third.
Strong throw there. Plenty of time in that situation. You know, it was a one-hopper or whatever, but he was able to be there and gather himself and knew he had time. But you still have to make a strong throw, and that's what he did.
Here's Grant Hollister. First pitch strike taken by Hollister. A flew out to right his only time in. Spin rate about 2,700 there for DeBerry.
Another one there. No lift at all on that, which is interesting. 0 degrees or 0 inches of induced vertical, 14 inches of horizontal, straight sweeper.
You were talking straight. That's right across the belt right there.
Yep, straight sweeper. When you see the big horizontal numbers, the closer to 0 you get on that refers to more of a sweeper than a slider in today's vernacular. And then he was putting 91 on the edge too. This has been pretty good.
0-2 is poked foul into the screen down the line and right. And again, DeBerry not committed. We asked about some of the schools he'd be interested in. Tennessee, Arkansas, North Carolina, a few that he threw out there. Said he originally committed to Memphis because of the home feeling, but there was a coaching change, so decommitted. So, and a lot of these guys that might find themselves uncommitted from this talent level are because of something like a coaching change or something that has transpired, that has changed from what they thought a couple of years ago.
For sure, and obviously Coach Carrick Jackson from Missouri is now, he's at Missouri now,
right.
Came from Memphis, was doing a good job building it up there, and is now going to take over a Missouri program that needs to be built up again.
2-2's fouled back. I would say Mizzou in the SEC from a baseball standpoint, that is a tough build.
Very tough, very tough. The SEC's tough. It just is. Generally speaking, behind the 8 ball there, there's definitely a pecking order in terms of importance placed on baseball in the SEC.
Almost feels like more of a Big Ten program within the SEC, and it's hard to be a northern school in a southern conference.
Very much so, and especially in baseball. Everyone wants to go south to play, you know.
3-2 to Hollister after a ground out to start this inning. Fastball at 91, carried off the plate. DeBerry is scheduled to pitch not only this inning but the 6th. We put a runner aboard at first. He's off and going. Here's the throw. It's got a little bit of run to it, not quite in time. Stolen base by McIntyre, our ghost runner. Dylan Feen is the catcher behind the plate.
Feen's had a pretty solid weekend overall, throwing from behind the plate. He's hit some balls hard.
DeBerry's next pitch, that's on the corner. That's strike 3. Hollister down looking for out number 2.
Been good fastball command for him, especially to the glove side. He's kind of just been owning that edge of the plate, sitting at 90-91.
There's been a few times, he's painted run on the corner. This is Elijah Hurt. Doesn't say that. He comes back over the inner half and gets a called strike. He'll take that as well.
Own both edges.
Couple of runs this inning, or in the top of the frame, were scored by the Gray team to take a 4-3 lead. And again, these scores largely irrelevant. I know the kids might have fun late in the game if a contest is close or whatnot, but I think what we've seen, maybe when these teams play in their second games, maybe just a little more offense, a little more base runners, different tier of pitching that they might be facing.
Yeah, just getting back into it, getting back used to it.
Seeing more pitches over the course of a couple of days. Three balls and a strike to Elijah Hurt. He went down on strikes back in the first. A little squibber foul outside of first base.
There's the slider there, 77-78. Kind of, he really wants to own that glove side. He's doing it both fastball and slider. He's flashed a little bit arm side command, but he's definitely not sitting in that direction.
Do you think that's done with intent, or is that just a matter of him just kind of bouncing back and forth?
I think it's both. Like that, he's hitting his spot there. Like that's where the catcher's setting. So I think it's probably by design to stay away from a right-handed hitter. It was a pretty solid inning for him too.
Elijah Hurt, okay, that will end the inning. So we'll see more of DeBerry when he comes back and works in the sixth. We played 5 innings of 9 here in game number 3. Back with more from Chase Field in Arizona. Ready to go in the sixth. This is Noah Sheffield. I'm intrigued by him. I want to jump into him a little bit more as we work into the sixth inning with Riley Goodman. Noah went down on strikes, went down looking back in the first.
You definitely recognize that hand waggle.
Yes, you can. We were talking about, Dad was a strong man by the time he got done. And we forget that he started as a shortstop, and I'm guessing he was pretty wiry and thin back in his days when he was first up with the Brewers.
And people, I said this even with Danny the other night. People think of Gary Sheffield and they think of massive power, big physical guy, But like you said, he was a shortstop. He was also a really good athlete.
Yeah.
And so is Noah.
Smash on the ground to short. That was a nice pick, gliding to the left, and not necessarily an easy play, but one that was made by Trey Snyder.
That ball was hit hard, 96 miles an hour. Just hit it on the ground. Remember, folks at home, we want to hit the ball in the air.
Number 28, Dalton Wentz.
Just too many good players to make plays like that, right?
That's exactly right.
Make a hard play look kind of
exactly
smooth,
right.
kind of easy.
Hard to do damage on the ground, no matter how hard you hit it.
Here's Wentz. Seem to remember Chef hitting for a pretty good average, too.
Yeah. A long time. I think he hit over 300 multiple years.
It was a different era, I know, but it shows that, you're just not a one-trick pony, so to speak, as far as run producing, home runs. We've entered an era now where, if you put up the home runs or drive in the runs, average can be somewhat irrelevant, right, for some organizations.
It's the emphasis all about run creation. And you create runs by getting on base. And the only guaranteed way, literally the only play in baseball that guarantees you producing a run for your team is to hit a home run. So that's, it sounds simple, and it is simple. If you hit more home runs, you're directly responsible for creating more runs.
It's a wave and a miss. Wentz goes down on strikes. And some will say, listen, when it comes to batting average, there's no delineation between a single and a homer. Obviously, there is when it comes to slugging percentage, OPS, whatever else you want to factor in.
Number 9,
no question. That's why the phrase "a walk's as good as a hit" is literally true. Walks are good. Take them.
Here's Sam Richardson, had an infield single. He beat out back in the second inning.
The violent hack there. Had intentions on hitting that up to the Bourbon and Bones up there in the second deck.
Richardson takes a strike. Son of Cedric and Shannon. Did he offer? I think he did. Tell you what, that didn't take Goodman long, did it?
Great inning from Goodman. We talked about it when he left after the first one. We wanted to see, what's it look like in the second inning, and was able to pitch ahead more, and obviously very efficient, very successful. The slider was biting, kind of sat around 90 with the fastball. Good outing.
Felt like that half inning just started a moment ago, and he's done. 3 batters over the course of his 2 innings. And again, a couple of runs came across on ghost runners when he worked back in the 5th. Give up an RBI single to Elijah Grant in a fastball count, but after that he got a double play strikeout, ground out, strikeout.
It's a good delivery, the way he's balanced, the way he's directional, moving down the slope and getting over his front side. It's a good delivery. The arm action will shorten up a little bit. There's fastball quality and good slider feel. Lots to like there.
Gavin Kelly hacks at the first pitch from Eli DeBerry to begin the bottom of the 6th inning, 4-3. Gray in front of the Navy squad. I say pitching's been a little bit ahead of offense in this game, even though we've had the 7 runs. Kelly reached on an error at short, his only time in.
More getting ahead from DeBerry so far. He's kind of coming out and establishing fastball, glove side.
I think that was something maybe that we noticed in the 5th. Might be worth following in the 6th if he can command both sides of the plate. And obviously, to me, that feels a little bit advanced, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can go inside corner, outside corner.
No question it is. It's something that stands out. Generally speaking, even at this age, we're like, all right, throw strikes, then next. All right, hit some spots. And then after that, all right, hit some spots with your secondary stuff, and so on and so forth. Good pitch there.
And he gets strike 3. That's 3 straight strikeouts now for DeBerry over the course of the 4 that he has faced.
Slider down in the zone, had good bite, stayed on that fastball plane for a little while. Good stuff.
Number 15, Eddie Reinders.
Eddie Reinders next man in. Reinders bounced out to second in his only AB, but again for this Navy team, Reinders got a base hit yesterday, scored a run, also struck out. That was a 10-1 Navy win, but that was the game. Bottomer had 3 hits, including 2 homers. Sam Erickson had 3 hits, a couple of RBIs. I mean, they did more damage than you might expect in the course of 10 innings.
When you have the team that hit multiple home runs, yeah.
Well-placed pitch.
His arm side.
Indeed.
Yep, looking for that. And that, it seems it depends on the handedness of the hitter. We're just trying to stay away from guys, make them hit that ball on the ground the other way or roll it over. And he's having some success with it, excuse me.
Went back to that spot again, maybe just a little more elevated than he preferred, and it was fouled back, but not put in play by Reinders.
Full count here. He's thrown some good sliders. He's commanded the fastball to both edges. Be interested to see what he opts for here.
Well fouled down the line and left. This is game 3 of 4 today, the 4-game day, part of the Perfect Game National Showcase from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. I'll tell you what, they're setting highs in heat outside this week. I think it's going to get to 116 on Saturday, but this has been a great host to close the roof and play indoor baseball.
Amazing, truly. And for those of us who survived PG Nationals at JetBlue.
Heat, the lightning, the rain.
Tarp pulls. So many tarp pulls.
You sent a little shiver up my spine when you mentioned that one. Going to put a ghost runner aboard at first. Count reverts to 0-2 to Eddie Reinders. They do call that the lightning capital of the world, though, right?
They do. They do. They do indeed. And they said it jokingly like it was funny.
There's a chopper foul wide at first. I'm kind of leading the world between youth baseball and softball in sunshine delays called lightning delays this year.
Yes, yes. I had quite a few of those myself in Hoover last week.
You know, the old days we just well, it's not raining, let's keep playing.
Yeah, I don't see anything up there.
And we'd be done with the game by the time they actually resumed the game. They had to pause or.
And then the rain comes.
And then the rain comes. That's my favorite.
Yep.
Wait a couple of hours, and then the rain shows.
We're going to get back out. And
could have been over.
Yep, 100%.
And we're on the same wavelength, same path. Eddie Reinders is still up there. He's been up there for a long time.
Just missing with the fastball. And as he's had to work from the stretch, the velocity's kind of creeped down a little bit, too. Sitting generally more 86, 89 right now. It's not big misses. You wouldn't call it wild, but misses all the same.
No, I think that's good analysis, right? I mean, it's not far out of the zone, but A lot of pitches have been spoiled or fouled away. Pick at first, and our ghost runner was just getting a little bit too daring. Rundowns and showcases are always a little bit interesting. Did we have a missed tag and a spin and then a throwaway? Well, we did. Consarinho was, I thought, in no man's land. So somehow there was a missed tag on a pirouette and a throw to first that got away. And out of all that, he's going to end up back at second base.
Cue up the yakety sax.
What in the world?
Got a little snowball fight out there. That's okay.
Sometimes when you do that spin in a real game, you might be considered kind of leaving the baseline or something, but I don't know if he actually did.
I don't know. Either way, I'd prefer to not see it again.
And the battle's going to continue between DeBerry and Reinders, who is just the second batter of this inning. I almost feel like DeBerry needs some type of reset here. And, it seems strange when you say you're in a fastball count and you can't command it, Sometimes just throwing a breaking pitch allows you to have a mini reset of sorts.
Yep, no question. And you see pitchers do that all the time at every level, including the big leagues. It's, we can't quite find the fastball command. All right, let's rip a couple sliders, get us back feeling our arm out front, feeling our release point, and then you can come right back and command the fastball. That happens, I think, more often than even people think it does.
The long battle ends as Reinders is rung up for the second out of the inning. Jack Giordano next in. Up there hacking early, and a liner to left that has been caught. So Reinders saw about 20 pitches. Giordano saw exactly one before he lined out to Heath Whitlock to end the sixth inning. So DeBerry, for the most part, was pretty effective, Brian.
Yeah, mostly it's a heavy fastball. He worked in the upper 80s with it. I believe he was up to 91 a handful of times, bunch of 90s. Showed some command to both sides, can leave it down at the knees, got that little bit of sink on it. Flashed a slider with some vertical bite that had some upside to it. Nothing in terms of wild, but did lose that command for a little while there. And it's just it's a power fastball.
A little smile as he walks off the mound as well, as we have completed 6 innings of a 9-inning game. Well, there's a lot of baseball coming up, especially from this ballpark. In just over a month, the top 2024s of the nation find themselves right back on this field for the 21st Annual All-American Classic. Think of alumni like Max Clark, Jackson Holliday, Corbin Carroll, Hunter Green, Bryce Harper, and so many more. This is the event on the amateur baseball calendar each and every year. 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic, streaming live Sunday, August 20th at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively at perfectgame.tv. Got a new pitcher, Deshaun Morgan from Ackworth, Georgia.
Morgan, an interesting two-way guy in the past. We've seen him do quite a bit of both ways, playing both ways, but he is primarily a right-handed pitcher. North Paulding High School. He plays with the East Cobb Astros, so of course we've seen him a bunch. Has been up to 93 miles an hour with his fastball. Yeah, lots to like. Whippy arm, lots of arm speed. It was 88.91 most recently in PG events, been 88.92 in a different event this year as well. So expecting some velocity, especially in a short stint, and from a very, very fast arm.
Okay. Like that scouting report. This is Eric Parker. Struck out looking his only time in. Work from the stretch with no one on, and yeah. I mean, that's the first thing you want to see after hearing that scouting report. Can a little body like that generate some firmness? And he did.
It's about the whip the arm creates, the separation between his hip and his upper half, and how that stretch he creates, and then snapping that rubber band, as they call it.
Well, he may have cracked a bat, and if that stays fair, he's going to get it out. It will spin foul off the turf once it hit the dirt.
He definitely cracked that bat, though. He didn't get the out, but he broke that bat.
Mitch Wilson was trying to get there. That's one of those when you get a free out, if you can just get to that spot in time before it spins foul. But Parker, that new weapon.
That was in on those hands.
What we haven't seen is a guy crack two bats and one at bat, because that's an expensive AB.
Tough trip to the plate if you break two. Slider there. Fairly significant amount of lateral movement. 18 inches horizontal break on TrackMan.
Strike called outside corner.
People sitting back behind the plate there in the PG section keep multiplying.
Is there free food?
I don't know. We ought to let him. We ought to ask. Have him bring some up here.
I mean, you're right. That's a populated section.
I think this morning there were 6 of us back there, and now I think I count 15.
Is there an opportunity? Do you see well from that spot?
Yeah, depending on your seat. Yeah,
so you feel like you're a little bit sunken.
Yeah, you are sunken. If you're sitting in the front row, you're staring kind of up at it. But that back row is a good vantage point for sure, where Mr. Ronsley is seated.
He gets the throw, and that's a wave and a miss. Parker goes down on strikes.
It's a good slider there. 0 lift, 17 inches of horizontal movement. Another sweeper, as we call them. Yeah, the arm works really well here. It's quick, it's fluid. There's a lot of arm speed, as we talked about. He can spin that slider. We saw the fastball break a bat because of how much it was moving the other way. Interesting stuff here for sure.
Dylan Feen next in. The Temecula, California native. He's going to take strike one. Great Oak High School. Well, that pitch had a little bit of sink to it, didn't it?
Change up there, yeah, his first one. Just under 1,500 on the spin, so you can see that he kills that down 500, 600 RPMs off of the fastball. 82 miles an hour. Good fading action. Feel for 3 here for sure.
See what he throws 0-2. Spoiled back and out of play.
It's the slider there. Talk about moving, playing on that cross axis, the flat axis. And he's doing that with the slider and the changeup. Most of all.
Feen will take one down. Young man committed to UCLA in his freshman year.
It's a 92 from him. Top velo for him so far of the event.
Hides that baseball against his chest out of his glove. Buzzed the tower there of Dylan Feen.
That'll give us a runner.
We're trying to determine if that was a hit by pitch or just an errant toss. I'm not sure we have decision yet.
I think we're going to say hit by pitch because Perry Hargett is taking first base.
Okay.
We'll go with that.
Well, he gets to choose.
Yeah. He looked like he was going to hang out in the coaching box.
He did. I thought he was just going to hang
yeah.
out, put that oven mitt on in foul territory. There's a liner into left center field off the bat of Dylan Feen. Hargett's going to motor to third. Feen, after seeing the throw go towards short, will continue to second.
Good base running there. As soon as he saw the outfielder came over and got it in time, it was just his momentum was carrying towards even throwing to the shortstop. It was going to take him away from the second base bag. So good instincts there from Feen to see that. As you see right here with the timing. Outfielder's up with the ball in enough time. It's just then the momentum is taking him towards third, and to where throwing it back towards second to get that out on the trail runner would have been very, very difficult. So it's not like the outfielder made the incorrect call. It's just good base running.
Yeah, real good base running. He barely broke stride. There was just a little pause once he saw that throw not go to second base. He kept right on moving.
And at 96 off the barrel again, another barrel. He's having a good weekend, or good week, excuse me. I have no idea what day it is.
It dies. It blurs.
Yeah, who cares?
This is Carlos Martinez. I did that today. I'm like, is it Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday? And then they told me the date, and I'm like, it can't possibly be the 13th.
That's meaningless. The date could be any of the 7 days. This time of year, multiple weeks on end on the road, and especially events like this where you're locked in the cage here for 15, 16 hours, the days start to blend together and lose their meaning.
Yes, they do. In a good way, of course. We pitch way in.
We're having a great time. It's just it does not matter what day of the week it is.
I keep saying weekend, and I'm like, well, we started on a Tuesday, so we have a long way to go before we get to any weekend. So after that strikeout, then we had the hit batter, ghost runner, and a double. I guess you'd score it, and ball just smoked to center for a base hit off the bat of Carlos Martinez. It's going to score a run, maybe two. The throw's cut off. And Martinez, who had an RBI single earlier, gets a 2 RBI base hit.
He's kind of whistled it back through the box at 93 miles an hour on the exit velocity. Just dropped the barrel on it, stayed committed to the big part of the park. Cashed in 2 runs for the Gray team.
Number 12, Isaiah Shivers.
Isaiah Shivers will bat. He bounced to second in his only previous AB.
Morgan's sitting in that 90-91 range with his fastball. He's been up to 2. Changeup been up to 82 or so. Sliders more 77, 78. Solid 3-pitch mix, as we've talked about. But obviously he's given up a couple of doubles, a couple of barrels his last few at bats. So he needs to get back to hitting the corners, missing some bats.
Just threw that one away. So Martinez is going to be off to the races, at least one base. He'll wisely hold there as the ball dies in foul territory and played back in. I get it sometimes with, the ghost runners or just the runners in general. They're running at will, and every once in a while you might have a chance just to get a pickoff or whatnot. I would almost tell these young men, just focus as much as you can on the hitter, not necessarily the runner.
I agree, absolutely. Unforced errors like that.
Because now your head's swimming a little bit with the throwaway and you're frustrated.
Yep, no reason for it. But we want to see guys, like a pickoff move can tell you how explosive a guy is. You can see things with that, like the athleticism and the feet and how quick they are when you're trying to turn and fire. And that can show us things. But, down the right field line.
I specialize in this age group, the 17 age group, but I think I know how they think, and how they think is, darn it, frustrated, angry, and then what you have to do is be able to kind of flush that, so to speak, and then get back in battle with this hitter. The last thing you want to do is give up 3 well-hit balls in a row.
Absolutely. And that was a good pitch there. It was 2-0. He had just kind of made that error, a chance to let your head swim there a little bit and land a slider for a strike. So that's a good way to lock yourself back in.
A couple of runs have come across this inning, a 6-3 game. Gray in front. That's painted on the outside corner.
Right back in. Count even now. Threw a slider in a good spot, put a fastball in a great spot, locked back in, back to pitching with confidence.
Really like to get a verdict here. A little pause before the pitch. That one's going to be popped up back to our left. Morgan is the 4th pitcher we have seen throw for the Navy team. I believe they're scheduled for 5 and on what should be a 9-inning game, but you never know. That one way outside will provide an extra base. So the count has gone full to Isaiah Shivers out of Brooklyn, New York. Lifted in the air to right field. Didn't miss it by much. That ball's up there a long time before it's going to be put away and provide an RBI on a sac fly after the catch by Consorinium.
44-degree launch. Definitely just got under that, but still hit it on the barrel. 91-mile-an-hour exit velocity. Smooth swing from the left side. He said just got under that one a little bit, but still a good swing.
Two outs, now a 7-3 game. Here's Connor Schaus. Struck out back in the 3rd. We talked about his strong all-around performance in the workouts. Throwing, running, BP, whatnot.
Very loud in a number of ways so far this week.
I gotta believe one of the fun aspects amongst the PG scouts is the fact that, goodness, there have been a few of you in different regions that have probably seen these kids recently, but now the entire staff gets to see what 1 or 2 individuals have seen at certain events.
Yeah, and there's instances where we haven't as the national staff. Like our area guys somewhere have seen him and strongly recommended him, and the numbers back it up or whatever, and we haven't seen it yet, or it's been a long time since we've seen it. That happens all the time. It happens every day at this event, but. Yeah, a lot of the times it's guys that we have a track record with that we've had data on dating back years in a number of cases, and especially with the proliferation of our 13 and 14-year stuff, identifying guys at that age, then we have 3 or 4 year track records with guys coming into this event sometimes.
Soft 2-hopper to short, a flip to second will provide the force to end the inning. So Schaus, the fielder's choice, will end the 7th, but 3 runs come across. It's stretch time here from Chase Field for the Perfect Game National Showcase. New pitcher coming on for the gray team as we work into the bottom of the 7th inning. It is Ty Goodson from Maiden, North Carolina. He is scheduled to work not only the 7th, but also the 8th inning. Sage Sanders, the first batter, due up here in the 7th. First pitch at 92.
You can see Goodson obviously very physical already at 6'3", 220. He's one of our uncommitted guys. As we talked about, there's any number of them in this event. 92 and 93, or 92.7 rather. The track man on the board. And I think it rounds up or down either way. It likes whole numbers.
It's okay. Little tapper foul off the bat of Sanders, who bounced out to second his only time in. Two on pitch, bends down and out. Dylan Feen also catching this inning, I believe, although that might have changed as well.
I think that's Ludero behind the plate.
I think it is. It was scheduled to be Feen, but
these
not
things
look like
shift.
it.
Yeah, these things shift around.
Brett Dolan, Brian Sikowski here from the Perfect Game National Showcase. Sanders was trying to hold those hands back as best he could and fouled that one to the screen. Pitch floated in at 78. And a payoff. Another one fouled right back.
Good arm strength here. We talked about been up to 93, sitting in that 91, 93 range. Slider's been 80-ish. We've seen a changeup. Big 3-pitch mix, lots of projection on the body.
He grows into those shoes. He's going to have even more height in the future. Goodness.
No question. You got to order those special.
Driven to right, hit well. Sanders sends one back to the fence, and it rattles off the wall, and Sanders will have a double to begin the 7th inning. Isaiah Shivers was back there trying to make a play, and I thought that might have a chance to get off the wall and back towards that chain link fence and right. Watch the side swing.
Yeah, 94 miles an hour on the exit velocity there at a 30-degree launch. Probably just hit it a little bit too high in order to not run it out of the ballpark. Had a chance at it, but yeah, had the barrel in a good spot, let it lag through the zone, and obviously Sanders is a pretty physical and strong kid, so the ability to drive the baseball is what we're looking for.
Mitch Wilson. Next in, the South Carolina native bounced to second in his only previous AB. Plays for the FTB Phillies. And a North Carolina commit. That pitch had some run to it. I thought it might have caught the corner, but it did not.
91 miles an hour there. That's about average 4-seam spin.
Either his cleat caught or he just tumbled down and fired one to the backstop. Hopefully he's okay. We'll provide a free base for Sage Sanders, but that was one where you could start to see the fall, and then the ball came out wildly, of course. Stretching that left leg, and just talking about those shoes, maybe one of those cleats caught. I think he's okay. Bounced another one, spiked it, trickled away. Nobody out. Sanders doesn't want to try and come down that line and score.
Looked like a slider, backed up a little bit on the hands. Tough to do anything with that from a hitting perspective. The sliders in that weird kind of dead zone just below the hands. Another
that was even harder.
Another one there. Yep.
Goodson trying to get that first out. Might allow you to settle in just a bit. Another payoff pitch, another one hit in the air, but this should be playable. Looking up into the rafters. The catch is going to be made by Sheffield. Sanders did not tag. And Evan McIntyre will bat. We saw him make a diving catch, maybe the best defensive play of this game earlier.
Need to see him follow it up with a knock, too. He's already 1 for 1 with a single, but you can't make a defensive play like that and then not hit a double, right?
Why not? He'd love to go 2 for 2. Takes a strike from Goodson. He was trying for more than a 2-base hit.
Big knock or big swing there. I have nothing but respect for it. Take a big hack and a fastball in a hittable spot. Take a big hack.
See what he does here. Down to the count 0-2. Another big swing and fouls one back up to the upper tank. We just had one into the writer's booth, and now we have another one. 2 in the same half inning. We're taking everybody out over there.
Going row by row by row by row.
We're going to work everybody out. So, it's been a long time. We've had 2 in the same half inning. This ball will just sneak over the netting and be backing out of play.
Young fan from Scottsdale. Take that one home.
Been around Ernie Harwell too long. In fact, we ran out of baseballs. Our plate umpire had to go get more. We've had somebody found a way this half inning. Mostly into the press box area to our right. They start building these new stadiums. They put the press box so high that you couldn't hit a ball in there with a fungo if you were Bo Jackson standing behind home plate. But here, you're in play.
You are. I like it. We're right on the field.
No,
kind
of
hanging over for sure,
McIntyre still battling, and he will wave and miss. So Goodson got the pop-up and then gets the strikeout. Now 2 gone of the inning. We'll finally turn this lineup over for a second time for Trey Snyder.
Number 17, Trey Snyder.
Snyder's got a really interesting combination of athleticism and size and power potential. And anytime you can get real power projection out of a guy who's projected to play the middle infield or even the middle of the field, including a center fielder or catcher, those things stand out. That's why he's ranked in the top 50. That's been his profile.
42nd for the time being. Missouri native. Tennessee commit. Hammers one down the line and right, now to play.
Plays for that Royal Scout team, the 2024s. Lots of good players on that team.
He's going to cut and mix. So for Goodson to give up that double and then retired 3 in a row with a pop-up and a couple of strikeouts. He's also scheduled to pitch the 8th. Speaking of the 8th, that's where we're headed. It's an 8-3 game. got to see Morgan pitch in the 7th. He's back out there to work in the 8th inning. Young man's got some interesting pants, doesn't he? He's got some design there on the bottom.
Yeah.
Deshaun Morgan?
Yeah. Like those. That orange. I wonder if that's an Astros thing.
But it's an East Cobb Astros thing.
Yeah.
Tanner Waldrop bats in this 8th. Struck out back in the 2nd at his previous AB, the Auburn commit. In fact, Auburn native.
Pretty good bet, Auburn High School in Auburn, Alabama, if you're an SEC caliber player. Pretty fair bet as to where you may end up committing.
Well, that pitch had a little bit of run to it too.
Commanding that fastball over that arm side edge, and given the lefty up, it's important to see the command to the outer edge against hitters of either handedness. Excuse me.
And a wave and a miss by Tanner Waldrop. Counts 1-2.
Would like to see a well-placed changeup here. He showed one or two pretty good ones in that first inning, but was mostly fastball slider. If you can locate a changeup here to the lefty. Fastball just got away from him a little bit.
Sometimes our strengths are also our greatest weaknesses. And I wonder sometimes with the movement, if at times for Morgan, you want that natural movement away from bats, away from hitters. If at times it might be even too much.
Very much so. Very much so. You see that even in the big leagues, like guys who throw stuff that moves too much to command. Right. You know, and that's sometimes a positive thing because it's very, very difficult to hit. But at the same time, if it's moving so far out of the zone that guys can just take it, then that's not helping you either.
Well, I'm watching Gavin Kelly behind the plate, and he's setting up directly over the heart of the plate. In other words, set up here and then react to where it's moving. Now, this might be the first time that he's kind of moving just a bit, but he's putting that glove basically kind of right where you hope the pitch isn't delivered because that's going to be put in play.
Right, and part of that is just, catching a guy for the first time. Right. And especially catching a guy with this much arm side movement on the fastball, he's probably doing the right thing.
Put our ghost runner aboard at first. Carlos Martinez, who's had a nice day with the bat. Let's see him run a little bit. In fact, he's going to take off now, and it wasn't exactly a hit and run, but it'll work out just like that. Martinez will go to third on a base hit by Tanner Waldrop, and there's runners on the corners and nobody out.
The 89-mile-an-hour fastball, just in a hittable spot, and wasn't missed. Clean base hit, and now we got traffic on the bases. Yeah, perfect hit and run. Even if it wasn't called.
Had that pitch been swung on and missed, Gavin Kelly was going to be in a tough spot. He was coming out of that crouch ready to throw. And right there, that ball locked him up just a bit and got away. Max Charles, the batter, local product here from Avondale, Arizona, but an LSU commit. Struck out back in the 3rd inning.
Obviously a big RBI opportunity here. Men on 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Ahead in the count. Take your A swing here.
Yeah, I like that thought process. He cut it loose.
He did. He was trying to bring home a couple there, not just one or two.
He was trying to score multiples.
Again, nothing but respect for it.
It's Max Charles, Liberty High School, Phillies scout team. Pitches at the knees over the outside corner. See what Morgan does. A long pause before the 1-2 pitch. I'm assuming here it comes. It's outside. Charles, a switch hitter, though. Says he can drive the ball hard to gaps. Switch pitcher as well. Is that true?
Sure.
You're not. I guess if you're a switch hitter.
Far be it from me.
Yeah, no, you don't want to put limits on this guy. That's going to be spun in for strike 3. That was a nice pitch.
Good pitch there.
From Morgan.
Yep.
Brings up Caden Sheffield.
Now batting number 10, Caden Sheffield.
He can't wait to be a jacket, a Georgia Tech yellow jacket. That one's up around his helmet. Wasn't thrown very hard, so it gave him time to spin away.
Just hasn't found the consistency on the secondary stuff yet. We've seen him spin a couple pretty good sliders. We've seen him turn over a couple pretty good changeups, but just very inconsistent with it, very inconsistent with the feel for the release point, and you're seeing a lot of them miss up and kind of float.
There's a chop at a third, but that is a foul ball. A leaping grab over at third by Sanders around the base runner.
Rico was ready in case the play wasn't made either. I think we would have our third base coach there would have made a snap throw to first. And
that's good.
Absolutely. One of the best batting practice pitchers in the country, Rico Billups.
Another play right to third, freezing the runner. Sanders with a high throw, but it was brought down on the base. That was going to take Mitch Wilson a lot to bring that one down, but he did. Sheffield retired, 2 outs.
Number 32, Calder Glassman.
This was the foul ball previously.
Way to get in the air there, yeah. Couple pretty solid plays there at third base from Mr. Sanders. Doubled a couple innings ago, too, as well, if I remember.
That's right. Austin Westlake in the house. That's a swing, not a comfortable one by Carter McKay, who singled in his previous at-bat in this game, our third of 4 today. Well, Morgan didn't start this inning quite the way he would have liked, but when it was second and third and nobody out, you thought, well, let's see what happens. Well, now it's second and third, 2 outs.
Yep.
A little bit of adversity for him to work through. So far, so good.
Relying on his defense a little bit. Go ahead, put the ball in play. I got guys back there who can catch it.
That's the pitch right there that he's been able to get the swing and the miss on.
Yep, that fastball kind of rising up on a, as a shorter guy, and then as kind of a extended slot, it's a little bit of a lower release height, and that allows the fastball to play better at the top of the zone.
Rides up and out, and this is 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 8th of a 9-inning game, 8-3 our score. Great team leading Navy. 13 combined hits, 11 combined runs. Morgan trying to finish off what would be his 2 innings of work. Here comes the payoff. Throw Grant out there at first and load him up. And now a fastball count to Carter McKay. But we had a grand slam in our previous game.
Sure. Run it back.
Ball smoked to the gap in right center field. It's down. It's going to play a pair of runs, and Grant will motor to third. Carter McKay has his second hit of the day, and he knocks in a couple of runs.
90 miles an hour on the exit velocity there. And that looks like we are going to roll that inning. as Deshaun Morgan gets up close to 50 pitches in 2 innings.
Yeah, that was a lot. We saw a little bit of everything from Morgan. I think we saw some natural movement and then kind of just fighting it a little bit too.
No question. And it's a whippy arm, and that's what you like to see. We saw some feel for a slider. We saw him put some changeups in some good spots. The fastball has some carry to it up in the zone, and he was up to 90-91 with it. Lots to like. A pretty electric right arm.
We'll be right back. Don't want to miss Caleb Bonnemer at bat. 3 for 3, 2 homers yesterday. Got another base hit in his only AB today. So he has a chance to go 5 for 5 in the National Showcase.
Not many do that. That's for sure.
Keep in mind the one single that wasn't the home runs yesterday was 107 off the bat.
Just a casual 107.
Just a nice and easy 107 MPH, and that's a check swing dribbler to third, and it was not played perfectly. I thought it was going to hit the base and be kind of a fortunate hit.
That'll end up in E5, so not 5 for 5, but I don't think that is going to drop our opinion out of it anyway.
No, I don't think so. Richardson could not make the play at third.
Number 10, Theo Gillen.
Just a little bit out in front on an off-speed pitch there. Clearly was sitting fastball, got a little bit fooled, couldn't quite hold up long enough. He's 5 for 5 on being on base, though.
Yes, he is. Theo Gillen knocked in a run back in the third. Good pitch for a strike. Got a couple of Westlake High School products in this same game. Theo Gillen, Sage Sanders. That one fouled back to the left into the second level.
Fastball for Goodson this inning, been more 87, 88.
Schaus is scheduled to throw in the 9th, so he'll be the last pitcher, at least on the original plan for the Gray team. Huge lead for Bonnemer. Now, he was thrown out trying to steal earlier. He was about 20 feet off the base before he finally tried it back to first.
Oop.
Did he get picked off?
Sure did.
Well, he's had a caught stealing and a pickoff in this game, so he's not perfect.
You think he wanted to run there?
I think he did. He gave it well. There was not only did he want to run, there was a stumble too.
That's all right. We'll still take the performance.
Yep, nothing to detract from what he has done. For the most part, yesterday, you didn't have to worry about running the bases.
No.
You just had to jog around.
Just get the trot at that point, yeah.
Two and two to Theo Gillen off the end of his bat. He will tap one foul over near the third base dugout. The bottom of the eighth inning, Navy team being handled by the Gray squad comfortably. There's a shot that is fair. That was a nice pick at first base, and it's going to be an unassisted play.
Good work. Good glove work over there.
Carter McKay with the play and the second out.
Number 26, T.B. Wentworth.
Another barrel for Gillen. Ball hit hard. It's 89 miles an hour on that exit there. He's done a good job this weekend, just kind of consistently on the barrel.
T.P. Wentworth, California native, struck out looking in the fourth. So an error, but a pickoff and a hard ground out. Boy, big hack. On a drop on that pitch. Wentworth came up empty. Goodson with nobody on base, trying to work with a little more tempo and rhythm.
Yeah, you can see that. He's also trying to establish those secondary pitches. Throw him a little bit more than the fastball this inning. And that's something we like, too. Like, we want to see you throw him. We want to try and complete get as a complete a look at you as possible.
Yeah,
and that includes throwing your secondary pitches.
In so doing, one might hit the backstop every once in a while. But
sure.
It comes with the territory.
You me.
So Wentworth stays in there. Ghost runner aboard at first. That one sprayed foul again. Goodson pitching his second inning. He will be the fourth pitcher that is thrown for the Navy squad. We had Malone, Strickland, DeBerry, now Goodson. Safe at second base on a high throw, an accurate throw, or a little bit lower toss may have gunned down our runner.
It was a quick transfer and throw there. Quick, strong arm coming out, just a little bit up in the air. Might have had a play there had it been thrown more accurately.
Wentworth, the pause and then the pitch. He will get the wave and a miss. That will complete his 2 innings of work. So a little bit of traffic, but for the most part, he was able to kind of work around it.
Yeah, it showed some things to like in terms of a feel for the changeup. The fastball has a little bit of sink to it. He was showing the ability to kind of put secondary pitches on edges as well as miss some bats up in the zone with the fastball. All from a big body and a strong dude. Some things to like there for sure. Gets a pick off there too. That helped him out. Let's head to the ninth.
Well, as we go to the ninth, Dalton Wentz is going to throw for the Navy team against his great teammates. Young man committed to South Carolina out of Virginia.
As we talked about, Wentz is primarily a shortstop, primarily that right-handed bat with power, but he is a two-way player, and we do let the legit two-way guys, the guys who are prospects both ways, we let them throw most of the time in this event. You've seen some over the course of the week already. Ariston Rizzi from Georgia is one of those guys. Levi Sterling from California is another one of those guys. Dalton Wentz here.
Austin Irby is the batter. Line to center is only time in. Wentz says he's a physical switch hitter who can also hop on the mound and throw a lot of strikes with 4 pitches while being an aggressive competitor. So we'll find out. Amherst County High School, Dirtbags Nationals his travel team. Big Brandon Crawford, Corey Seager fan. That gets back to the shortstop in him.
90-91 out of the gate. 4-seamer.
He's going to wave and miss. He said he was a first-team All-State shortstop, but a second-team All-State pitcher.
Sure.
There you go.
That's pretty good. Do you get 2 trophies for that?
I thought maybe they'd just give you one big one. Maybe you get 2. Lifted back and out of play. South Carolina against East Carolina in the commits here.
2 good programs.
Hard hit and a base hit for Irby.
99-mile-an-hour exit velocity there. Hard ground ball single through the left side, 2 through the right side.
Number 17, Heath Whitlock.
Brings up Heath Whitlock, who singled way back in the 4th. Plays for the home plate Chili Dogs in the summer.
A great program out of Georgia. Good
Wave
change.
miss.
Really good change up there. Throws it with fastball arm speed. You could obviously see the fading action. You can see how it looks like a fastball out of the hand and then totally takes off. Good pitch.
You see the way Whitlock kind of went out reaching for it, just trying to find it.
No question.
Heath Whitlock, a football player and a baseball player, so he covers the gamut between the 3.
Changeup just missed.
Well, it didn't miss by a lot, at least at first blush. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Leadoff single on here in the 9th inning. Soft dribbler to second. They'll go ahead and get the lead runner, maybe even have a chance for 2, but not in time.
At 4-4 on that time down the line. Booking it, making sure it was a difficult turnover, which it was.
Trey Snyder on the front end of that. Theo Gillen, the shortstop. One gone here is Elijah Grant. Drove in a run with a single and a long at bat way back in the 4th inning. There's a wave and a miss. That is a strong and accurate throw that was dropped down at second base.
Had 197 on that pop, and it was a seed.
thought Gillen, all he had to do was catch it, slap a tag down on Irby.
Like Giordano behind the plate. 197. Anything sub 2 in a game situation is very, very good. And that would have, he absolutely would have been out.
Get a comp for me on Elijah Grant at 5'6".
Comps are tough, man, because people hear them and then they just want to, like, oh, well, this is slightly different from that. You're wrong. So, like, comps are a tough world, but guys who make a ton of contact and can run, it's a little different. You'd think of Stephen Kwan or Ricky Nishida, guys, small left-handed bats who make a ton of contact, but neither of them run like he does.
Correct.
So, that he's got that extra element to his game. Enrique Bradfield's a guy who comes to mind.
I thought of him too. Bradfield's a little bit leaner, maybe a little bit taller.
Yeah, but he's 6'1" or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's long and just long and a little bit bigger. But yeah, it's a unique profile. I think left-handed Akeo Thomas, maybe, who played at Michigan for a number of years as a right-handed hitting second baseman who had a similar profile. That was
coming after us right there.
Mr. Dolan almost got that one.
I've caught 2 in this booth over 20 years. But,
okay.
One was with the Expos. I told that to Ron Slade the other day. He laughed at that.
Good Lord.
It's been a while. Grant just about got us. That's strike 3. Grant was gotten by Wentz.
Perfect pitch there.
Yeah.
90.6, 91 on TrackMan. Poured over the outside edge. Tough to do anything with that as a hitter. Tough to pull the trigger. Good pitch.
Now batting number 6, Alejandro Ludero.
Here's Ludero, bounced into a double play. It's only previous at bat. That is a well-placed 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
And Wentz, it sounds like what he described. Throwing a lot of strikes at 91, 92. It's a pretty solid delivery, especially for a guy whose primary focus is not pitching. A lot of times you see those guys with good arm talent, but not necessarily good polish because they're spending so much time developing as a hitter or a defender or whatever. But it's pretty clean operationally. He's throwing a bunch of strikes, living at the knees.
Just pumped in 2 fastballs and then got that one spoiled down the line. See if Wentz can finish off this 9th inning. He does. Strike 3 call.
92-mile-an-hour bullet in a perfect spot. That's what it looks like when you have command.
Well, he painted a few fastballs.
That was well commanded. Very much painting.
I believe this is a 9-inning game. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Great team comfortably ahead. Connor Schaus do a lot with the bat and the glove. Now he's going to come on and work and pitch here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
And it's big electric arm, that's for sure. It's been that way for a couple years now. You see that ranking, that's no accident. He's also very, very talented on the mound. We're going to see that here. Was up to 99 from the outfield, 97 across the infield during his workouts. Hit some balls 105, 106 miles an hour during BP. Electric hands, electric twitch. We should see some velocity here from the mound. I think he's been into the mid-90s on the mound in the past. We'll see. But a Georgia Tech commit with real two-way tools.
Should be a fun way to finish off this 9th inning. Schaus done with his warm-up pitches and ready to go. Trey Craig's going to lead off.
Power on power.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a guy known for exit velo against a guy who has just a cannon of a right arm. First one to Craig. Well, there's your.
Feel real good.
It does. Well, it's happened about 3 times today where the first batter of an inning, first pitch, just smokes somebody.
Yeah, that's 93, and I'd imagine that arm's probably numb right now. We'll let him try and
marinate.
Try and get the feeling back in his arm on deck, and that won't kill his at bat. He'll come back up to the plate whenever he's ready and just have an all fastballs count.
Consorridia will bat. Jump back in there.
A little hesitant stepping in, maybe.
But, yeah, that's true. Chris shaking out that elbow and trying to make sure that arm works. Our umpire was ready for a ghost runner, and Lloyd Thompson said, we're good.
I think the rest of the bench is trying to get dinner. 94 from Schaus. The first one was 93, so you're seeing that electricity already.
Chopper to third. That was a little bit of a tough hop. The play is made. First out of the inning. Over there at third was Perry Hargett, I think. No, that might have been a little change on our defensive list. Austin Irby, I think, made that play.
We'll get Trey Craig back up to the plate here.
He's showing the umpire where it got him.
Number 29, Albert Craig.
Sister was an AAU track All-American, #1 of the nation in the 200-meter dash. Mom was an All-American in track at Oklahoma State. Trey played basketball All-State as a freshman, sophomore, and junior. As a junior, he surpassed 1,000 career points and 1,000 career rebounds while leading the nation in double-doubles.
Outstanding. Good pitch there. Slider at 81. Pretty close to perfect gyro spin. Late action on it.
Shout out to Trey as well. He's dedicated more than 100 hours of service time in high school. Well-rounded young man. Big swing and a miss there. So Schaus gets the K. 2 gone.
It's another slider. It's a good pitch from Schaus. He's electric. Yeah, we're seeing it. You know, it's 93, 94, up to 95 already. We know he's got arm strength. We know he's got arm speed, but that slider, those were 2 very good ones. Very good swings and misses.
All right, question for you as Sam Erickson steps in, and for the sake of time, we'll see if I get a chance to get this in. When you have a kid as talented as he is from a position player standpoint, throwing from the outfield, infield, also with the bat, you know that he could be a valuable weapon on the mound. Is there any hesitancy in today's day and age? Do you like the two-way guys, or do you want to see, hey, let's swing it and play the field?
Yeah, I think that it is so hard to be a legitimate two-way player at the college level, and then obviously in professional even more so, that you kind of let them do it until one of them starts to suffer. And whether that happens when they're 15, or it happens when they're 20, or it happens when they're 25, or whatever, you usually just let a two-way go until, okay, he comes into college in the fall, and we're letting him two-way, and he was electric on the mound, but only hit 170, in fall ball or something like that. That's going to make the decision for him.
That's right.
Or vice versa. So
I think there's some college coaches, when they have kids that want to be two ways where they clearly are better in one than another, they let them fail in the fall and say, hey,
come on in.
Played out.
Yep, exactly. And I think that's what I think Schaus has the tools to be a legitimate two-way player at Georgia Tech, and no reason to pigeonhole him one way or another. But generally speaking, the two-way guys, one of them ends up taking a hit, and you end up just going with the other one.
Ground ball knocked down by Schaus off his shoe. He'll play it. He'll flip to first in time to end the inning and maybe the game, as Erickson was racing up the line but retired.
Oop.
We going to see another pitcher? We got another one coming on?
Someone's heading out to the mound.
Throwing us a curveball.
Maybe 26. TP Wentworth.
All right, TP Wentworth. He might want a few warm-up tosses. In fact, that'll be the case for this left-hander.
Now pitching number 26.
Again, in a showcase setting now, we told him we do whatever we want.
That's right.
So this is still the bottom of the ninth. We're going to get let Wentworth throw to a couple hitters here at least. Get a look at what we got as a two-way player, and just still call it a 9-inning game.
Here's what he says. The 6'5" left-handed pitcher, two-seamer, has always had great movement to it. Often get guys topping the ball and grounding out. Slider's a pro slider, starts at the same tunnel as my fastball. Quickly dies down and into righties. And down and away to lefties. My out pitch, he says. I've also developed a changeup. I often get righties out front on and take great pride in locating the ball, making it hard to get good barrel simply to where the ball is pitched. Tell you what, I like this kid because we asked them to fill out bios. I mean, some of them are 3 pages. I think his was 5. So we put great intent in it, and we're talking about his multiple sport background, not just 1, not just 2, but 3, football and basketball. Over 150 hours of community service during his 3 years in high school. Good scholar, athlete, well-rounded young man. And he's going to face Johnny Gifford.
From just between Stockton and Modesto in NorCal, Wentworth is.
Kind of the middle of nowhere?
I've never been up there. Seemingly so.
When you come from the middle of nowhere, Iowa, you can get away saying that, by the way, and that was fought back. When there are more cattle or deer than human beings, you're allowed to say that.
Iowa has some pretty drives. I've had some pretty drives through Iowa.
It's got to be this time of the year, not
no question.
Yeah, not during the December, January, February months.
No question about that.
Boy, it is arms and legs coming at you from Wentworth.
Very much a bullet spin slider, not moving a ton in either direction, which in and of itself makes it good action. I know that sounds strange to say.
Ground ball to second, hard hit, and that one just kicked away. Didn't look terribly comfortable there from Sheffield.
Number 11, Grant Hollister.
Grant Hollister steps in. Hollister is struck out, fly to right. Combined 15 hits in this game. This is our third of 4. One more game to follow. And then tomorrow, bright and early, we'll welcome in 4 new teams to go through their skills portion with more games to follow. So Ronsley called today the long day with 4 games.
Ronsley was wrong.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's the long day.
All right. That's where I was headed. Yeah.
I will respectfully disagree with David.
I was going to let a little pause for dramatic effect, but I think it worked out better when you just jumped right in. No,
Let me tell you why David was wrong.
That's the game that I'm sure everybody likes to play every once in a while. Brad Hollister with a count of 2-2. That's a swing and a miss. Throw is going to bounce down there. No one covering the base. Strikeout of Hollister. Are we going to see one more batter or not?
Seems that way. Couldn't quite hear what Kirk was yelling from behind the plate there, or maybe not.
Might do it. Elijah Hurt was ready to go. He was all suited up, but I think that is going to do it. And Brian, every one of these games, and this was 9+, if you will, has a little bit different theme, but getting an opportunity to see these teams for a second time, you see more pitchers, you see these position players get a third, fourth, fifth at bat.
Definitely, and that's what we're looking for. We want to see these guys have every opportunity to do something loud for us, have every opportunity to do something enough to where we can tell if it's consistent or not. Any opportunity they have, any at-bat that they have, any defensive opportunity they have, anything like that is well categorized and well documented and then absorbed, and it goes into their evaluation. And that's what these second games of these showcase situations generally point to.
Appreciated the help today.
Thank you. Had a great time.
All right, I'll turn you back loose to the Scouts dinner tonight.
I'm looking forward to it.
Our last game will start at 7:15 Pacific time, a 10-3 final here. Take you through a few more of the highlights, wrapping up Game 3 of 4. That was one of the few times that Bonnemer did not get a hit. See the final totals. For Brian Sikowski and our entire crew, I'm Brett Dolan, thanking you for tuning in. One more game to go, 7:15 Pacific time. We'll see you right here on PerfectGame.tv.
And now on the field is the purple team and the starting pitcher for Team Purple, number 5, Braden Booth.
All right, welcome back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Home for us all week long at the 2023 Perfect Game National Showcase on Perfect Game TV. Game 4 of 4 tonight. Thanks for spending your day with us. I'm Danny Wexelman with Brian Sikowski, Perfect Game's National Cross-Checker, Director of College Content, Junior College Content. We just wrapped up the draft a few days ago, and this is our preview for 2024. My guy, this is the class of 2024, and this is going to be a good game. We haven't seen these guys play a game yet.
No, we got to see these guys do their testing yesterday. We got them through the workouts. We know what they ran, we know what they threw, et cetera, but we haven't seen them in game action. And after a long day of watching teams that we've seen play already, even though those were good games, of course, the new group of players, the new blood, it's a little refreshing.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for this guy, right-handed pitcher Braden Booth. He's going to get the start for the purple team. If you're new to us, you're just tuning in, he's going to get to go 2 innings, and we'll pass the baton to the next pitcher for his purple team, committed to Mississippi State out of Madison, Alabama.
Yeah, Booth's a two-way guy. He's also a shortstop, right-handed bat with some workout yesterday, put up some solid numbers. Primarily a right-handed pitcher, but is very much a two-way prospect.
Slade Caldwell will get it started for the orange team. He takes strike 1 from Booth. Slade, a guy we're obviously really familiar with as well, the Ole Miss commit out of Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Such a fun player, Slade is. Kind of always hits. It's a real smooth, direct, easy swing. He's got more power in there than maybe you'd think, given the fact that he is 5'9", 5'10". But more power in that left-handed stick. He's a good runner. Ran in the 6.5s yesterday, if I recall correctly. Just kind of a well-rounded player who hits.
He's also got the yellow sleeves with the yellow gloves and the pink shoes.
It's bright. It's bright out here for Slade.
We've almost got the whole rainbow, and I'm a fan. Swing and a miss through that pitch from Braden Booth.
89 miles an hour there on that fastball. A fair bit of vertical on it. Get a swing and miss up in the zone.
2-2 pitch. That one's high. So the scouting report for Booth he shared with us, Sack, living 89-91 with tail and up to 93. Quality 4-pitch mix with darting slider. That pitch is hit hard on the ground, left side. And Slade Caldwell is going to get things started for the orange team. That was a bullet off the bat.
Yeah, it's a good inside-out swing. Not trying to do too much. He's trying to go that way with it. 4.26 down the line, and he pulled up at the end as well, so that it speaks to the speed.
Ethan Murray will be the next batter, just to finish that scouting report for Booth that he shared with us. He hits it on the ground, same spot though, right down the line. So jumping on Booth early. And Caldwell is going to head for home. The throw from left, in time a little off though. Caldwell is able to come home with the speed. You just mentioned it, Brian.
Great send from Rico Billups there at third base. Great send. All the confidence in the world in Slade Caldwell at third bases. But yeah, it's just a fastball in the inner third. Murray does a good job getting enough barrel on it and keeping it fair down the line. It's an easy extra base hit. And Caldwell coming around third, an easy send. Just like that, 1-0.
Sometimes we keep score here.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
These guys really take it seriously. Connor Griffin steps up, filling up a lot more of that box. I haven't seen him in a long time. He rips that pitch into right to the right fielder, though. Runner's going to tag and head for third.
98 mile an hour exit velocity there on that liner to right. It's kind of what you're looking for with Griffin. He's huge and athletic and has all kinds of power. That's a pretty good swing to go the other way with that much authority.
Jake Quinn playing right field for the purple team. So for Booth, that curveball 11.5 shape also has power at the plate, as you mentioned. He's a two-way guy, rhythmic swing, so we'll see him potentially take some at-bats as well. I know he's in the lineup at the bottom. Levi Clark is up. also swinging at the first pitch he sees. So obviously, Brian, I think one of the things you know here at the showcase as well is like these guys get a chance to see a couple of pitches, but he's seen the last two guys go for that first pitch.
Yeah, and I think there's a kind of an overarching philosophy in being a hitter in a showcase. Hammer the first fastball. Because, chances are you've never seen these pitchers before. Maybe you have, but it was once, whenever. And you don't really want them to get deep into their box of tricks against you, especially if you've never seen it before.
Yeah.
So if you get a first pitch fastball and it's in a hittable spot, go ahead, take a rip.
Great point. Clark out of Marietta, committed to Tennessee.
We'll be spending quite a bit of time in Marietta, just coming up shortly. We'll roll this right into the 17 new WWBA.
A lot of guys getting on flights heading there right now.
The Phoenix to Atlanta leg this week is replete with baseball players.
I saw Tony Vitello out on the concourse earlier today. Soft chopper left side. Speed down the line, though, from Clark.
Burning pretty well there for a physical catcher.
Yeah.
That's his profile. But, yeah, not all that well hit, just kind of hit too softly to do anything with there. So infield base hit.
The throw, though, from Cross Howarth. Good throw by him. The speed, though, he was already down the line.
There's Andre Madugno, one of the more tooled-up players in the class. He's tied with Trey Craig for the exit velocity leader right now at 106, and that's 106 off a tee, which is very impressive, as that's a caught stealing down at second base to record our second out of the inning.
LT Taylor behind the plate for the purple team, starting off with Braden Booth. Nice job by him.
But Dougno, you can see the physicality. Like, you don't need me to describe to you that's a big kid.
Yeah.
He's got all kinds of tools, like huge right-handed power. It's a massive arm from the outfield as well, or across the infield. Kind of do a little bit of both. Committed to Duke, one of the more enticing physicality, like natural gifts type of profile in this class.
Can I tell you, too, so I had a bunch of Duke games this year, Chris Pollard's program. First of all, I think everyone knows that they are knocking on the door, about to tear it down. But one of the tallest, most physical teams in all of college baseball at Duke.
Getting off the bus, intimidating at
Yes.
Duke, for sure. Yeah,
basketball players who are on a diamond, essentially.
Bunch of 6'5", 225 guys getting off to play baseball.
We joked that you've got to be 6'5" or above to play for Chris Pollard. That's just the standard at this point. Madugno does that out of New Jersey kid who's going to head a little south.
Love that area, North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, he's got the grades to do so as well.
They don't let you in if you don't.
No. So showcase rules. 4 balls. A runner will head over to first. Hit by pitch, runner will head over to first, because our scouts want to see these guys hitting. And so we've got a base runner now over at second base. And it's going to be straight fastballs from Booth.
And we are making notes of when guys walk. Yeah, when guys take 4 balls or whatever, when guys are doing a good job having a quality at bat and working counts and all that. That's all being annotated and written down, whatever. So even if the box score won't end up showing it, we got it.
I like that plate discipline. That one's fouled out of play. Yeah, I feel like that's something this year maybe I paid more attention to than ever, were those kind of stats and seeing what kind of discipline. And I'll tell you, I feel like the college game, these guys more disciplined than ever. Nolan Shanawell, one of those guys, too.
Absolutely. Just signed for slot at pick 11. Congratulations to him. That ball was struck well.
Smoked into center all the way back, bouncing at the track. Madugno showing off the muscles and the speed, heading for third. And he's going to stand up with a triple.
105 miles an hour off the bat. Absolutely crushed into the deepest part of the park, I think, here, all the way up here, that 413 sign. That ball is just absolutely hammered. See the bat speed and the strength there, the leverage he creates. We're going to roll the inning and go bottom half, but that was impressive.
Woo, Madugno showing it off. We're going to see another inning from Braden Booth, but as Brian said, we're going to head to the bottom of the first. This is our 4th game today at the 2023 Perfect Game National Showcase, the class of 2024. National Showcase Class of 2024, our fourth game today on Perfect Game TV. Carson Wiggins, the pitcher you see there, getting the start for the Orange team, standing 6'5", 210 on the mound. The brother, of course, of Jackson Wiggins, just drafted by the Cubs. But for Carson, always exciting, committed to Arkansas like his brother was. And you got one out already. What do you got on this guy?
A couple of loud things already there, Danny.
Yeah.
The first two pitches from Wiggins were 97 and 96. And that one at 96 at the top of the zone was turned around at 98 by Elijah Clayton, who hammered it to right. A couple things already there. But yeah, we knew Wiggins was going to be blowing smoke. Like we were expecting this to be very, very firm, and it has been so far already. Even just two pitches in. Big and physical, lots of arm speed. His brother was very similar.
This is Michael Mullinax, who steps in left side of the box out of Canton, Georgia. Committed to Georgia.
Mullinax, switch hitter. Burns in the 60.
This pitch from Wiggins inside that kind of fell out at the end.
It's a hard slider at 85. Kills the lift on it very well.
Mullinax drives that ball left field. Riley Luft makes the catch out there. By the way, top left of your screen, you can see the velo and the spin rate that we'll be referencing. The RPMs, revolutions per minute. What's cool, I think, about these guys at this point in their careers, their prep careers, is that they care a ton about it, and they'll talk about it, and they're very excited about their RPMs, and they share that with us, too, as Brendan Lawson steps in.
It's become, an important part of evaluation. It's become an important part of player development. And so it's good. It's good that the young generation, these high school kids that are coming through, have an understanding of it and want to understand it and want to understand how to maximize and develop their own. That's important. It makes a smarter baseball player.
That pitch from Wiggins misses. Lawson out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The shortstop is committed to Florida.
Shouts out to my pals north of the border. I will be in Dorchester in just a couple weeks.
That's
Looking
right.
forward to getting up there. Lawson, one of the maybe the best player in the country up there in the province, at least of Ontario.
That's kind of cool, right? To
Yeah.
say that you're the best in an entire province.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We have 5 or 6 of those guys here. We had about 10 of them, 9 or 10 of them at Junior National. Our partnership with the CPBL has been very, very beneficial for both parties, obviously, and the more we can get those guys into our national level events because they have players that are that good. And so that's been fun to watch.
Swing and a miss. Wiggins, by the way, that last pitch hit 98. So we'll get a chance to see him again when he comes back out for another inning of work. We're going to head to the second inning. This is our 4th game today. Thanks for spending time with us on Perfect Game TV. This is a preview of the 2024 draft. So we're getting set here already. We're turning the page from that 2023 draft. Our Team Orange, here's the roster they're sporting. We've already seen a couple of guys who have taken their at-bats, and we'll get a chance to see these guys. We have a whole nother page. We have 2 more pages of guys that you're going to get to see on this Orange team.
Looking forward to seeing any number of these players, guys that maybe I haven't had a ton of looks at yet, guys that I haven't seen in a while, if I've seen them at all, as well as following up with the players that I see all the time. So just that's one of the better parts of this event, is just the ability to update the looks. And I especially like when it's a player I've never seen before. It's really, really loud. That's always fun for me.
It's awesome. When we talked yesterday, you were talking about at this point, you want to either see something that no one else is doing, right? That's a part of it. Like, what can you show me that I haven't seen? What's new about you? What's consistent about you? Or is this just my chance to really get a good look at you for the first time? And that's for me, too. Just kind of getting to know some of these guys I've either never met or haven't seen since they were 14. That happens a lot for me here because I haven't seen them since the Select Festival. So it's nice to see the growth and see the changes that they've made, and just to see them, like, they're all grown up with mustaches, as you see here from Mr. Booth. That is a full-blown mustache.
And shouts out to the Select Fest.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Jeremy Brown.
Yeah.
Pounding the pavement in Hoover, Alabama, looking for players.
We see you, H. We see you. All right, so Braden Booth coming back out for one more inning of work.
Had some good characteristics on his fastball in the first inning, was getting some misses up in the zone. Let's see him command that a little bit more and then break out the secondary stuff. Let's see what it looks like.
Swing and a miss there from Cole Chamberlain out of Novato, California. Committed to Texas.
It's a changeup there, first pitch changeup. I'm sure he was geared up for fastball and threw it in a fastball spot with fastball arm speed and got a swing and miss.
Booth, a really athletic guy, played hockey, football through middle school. Said he stopped to focus on baseball. 2022 and this year. That one gets in for strike two. He was on Alabama's all-state baseball team.
Breaking out the secondary stuff, just like I asked.
Just like you
like
asked.
You heard me.
They did.
Went changeup to get ahead 0-2. Breaking ball there, just missed. Try to go up with the fastball there. I appreciate the sequence. Got to execute the command a little bit better there, but I agree with the sequence.
Booth said in 10 years, this is a great answer. Where will you be in 10 years? He said playing in the pros, right? But he said, oh, good block there. Behind the plate for the purple team, LT Taylor. That was a great block. He said not playing, but dominating.
Sure. If you're going to do something, why not be the best at it?
That's right. Goes with it, but foul. I actually heard Draymond Green talking about that. I guess he said, I want to be called the best defensive player ever. And someone asked him, why do you want to be called that? And he said, well, if I don't believe in myself and I don't think I'm the best, why would you guys?
One of the best Michigan State Spartans ever.
There you go.
For sure.
Slowly on the ground right side. The throw, though, is going to get away. So Chamberlain's going to turn for second. Taylor made play, not executed on the infield.
Yeah, it just looked like a little bit too firm of a feed there at first base. Probably could have just underhanded that one.
These guys are working, some of these guys working with each other for the first time. Just trying to get the timing down, the footwork down, who's going where, who's doing what. That's going to bring up William Baker. Baker from the Gold Coast, Australia, committed to Georgia Tech. Ball's out of play in the stands.
It's our native Australian here, Mr. Baker.
Global for perfect game for the National Showcase. Pretty cool.
Hashtag PG Worldwide.
That ball misses outside.
Showed some good things in testing yesterday. He's physical, he's strong, has some good arm strength. Took a solid BP.
Hard chopper right side. Fielded and stepped on first for the out. Playing first base for purple right now, William Hampton.
Now batting on number 8, Cam Caminiti.
Cam Caminiti's going to step up, two-way guy. We're going to get to see him bat first. Just reclassified up into the 2024 class, which I know is exciting for a lot of people, including him and his family. Darren, I know Darren talked to him, had a long conversation with him.
Several of the top players in 24 are reclasses from 25. Connor Griffin included,
right.
Noah Franco in that group. Caminiti, obviously, now.
Good pitch from Booth. What is that the most that you have seen in a while?
Yeah, it's. I think we're seeing the after effects of COVID is what's happening. The 2025 class still has a lot of older guys in it too, and it's you hear any number of reasons for why it happened, but like a lot of these kids, when COVID hit, were in 7th grade, 8th grade, something like that, and lost an entire half a year of kind of social development, in-person development. They're stuck in their houses. We all lived it. We know what would have happened.
Yeah.
But a lot of those...
Don't remind me.
No kidding. A lot of those families chose to then reclass that kid.
I see. Okay.
To kind of give them that, that ramp up back into, whatever it is, being in school.
Makes a ton of sense.
So now we're seeing, some of those kids, as they get older, as they get 16, 17 years old, it'll be, we can just go back to the original class, and some of them will stay. But I think that's mostly what we're seeing.
Pitch to Caminiti, down. Another good block. LT Taylor behind the plate. Yeah, I think we saw that in college as well this year with that draft, and just how developed guys are. We talked on and on about, good pitch there, about how some of the guys you saw drafted could go play in the pros this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Paul Skeen's one of those guys. Dylan Cruz, Langford, these top college guys are getting better and better and better at it. It's a good pitch there in a good spot. Get a swing and miss over the outside corner.
Nice job by Braden Booth.
Number 2, Colin Guerra.
That'll bring up Colin Guerra out of Olathe, Kansas. Right back up the middle. It's going to bring home a run, an RBI, aggressive turnaround first.
Good piece of hitting there. Didn't try and do too much. Just gets a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in a hittable spot. Barrels it up, back up the middle. RBI single.
Gabriel Patriado.
Guerra also a Texas commit. Gabby Tirado will step in for the orange team, left side of the box. Newington, Connecticut is his hometown. Lifts up ball right field. And right fielder will make a play to end the inning. Jake Quinn grabs that one. So that's going to be it for Braden Booth. We get 2 innings from the right-handed pitcher. He came in and showed you a couple new things in this one.
Yeah, it's pretty solid fastball command, I thought. I think the self-scout there was pretty good. It's a pretty compact, repeatable delivery. Got some swings and misses up in the strike zone. We saw a pretty good feel for a changeup. We saw a feel for a breaking ball. And again, I think it's athletic.
All right, so as you see it, we're heading to the bottom of the second inning at the 2023 Perfect Game National Showcase. Welcome back to Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks, home of the 2023 Perfect Game National Showcase. Carson Wiggins back out on the mound for the Orange team. We're going to get a chance to see him in one more inning of work. Committed to Arkansas. He's from Roland, Oklahoma, 6'5", 210 on the mound. Matt Conti will lead off for the purple team.
First pitch of the inning, 98. So we're right back at it with Wiggins here.
That's where he left off, basically. Is that the top velo of the day?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it is too.
Strickland hit 97, I think, in the last game. I don't think he got to 8. That's exploding out of his hand.
Paints the plate.
I would imagine those are pretty good extension numbers, too, though we don't see those.
Right back up the middle on the ground. That one's going to get through.
We take those. We take those.
When a kid's hitting 98,
that's a hit.
That's a hit.
0-2 count with sliders or whatever. Like, yeah, we take those.
Nice job by Conti to get the bat on the ball.
Number 18, Anthony Trelongo.
Anthony Trelongo will step in, the Auburn commit. Wellington, Florida. That's his home. Takes ball 1 from Wiggins.
Wiggins shown pretty good slider feel in this one. We'd heard there were some inconsistencies this summer so far leading in terms of the slider feel, but it's been pretty strong today. Another good one there.
Miss. Yeah. So coming into this, those are the things you were looking for from him?
Yeah. Wanted to see fastball command, wanted to see the data on the fastball, not just the velocity. Wanted to get an in-person look at how he moved and how it all operated, and then obviously, yeah, the slider's a big part of it.
His brother's 6'6". His brother's got an inch on him.
A couple of large human beings.
Yeah, I'd say so. Drafted in the 2nd round, 68th overall.
And that was coming off of Tommy John.
That's right.
He
would have the whole last year, right?
Probably would have been a first rounder.
Yeah.
Yeah, had he not been banged up like that. But either way, a high upside pickup for the Cubs for sure.
Trelongo chops it foul. Comes from a really big family. He's got 4 brothers.
Goodness. That's an expensive grocery bill.
Yes, especially when you've got a future big leaguer on your hands. No doubt about it. He's an Aaron Judge fan, shared with us. True captain, always leads by example. Oh, Wiggins gets a strikeout.
Slider again. Like Trelongo was trying to maybe let that hit his elbow or something hanging out over the plate. But either way, pitch in a good spot. When you can command that slider, even at 83, 84, it's tough to pull the trigger on it. Sitting on 97, 98.
William Hampton will step in for the purple team, the Vanderbilt commit out of Richmond Hill, Georgia. Strike from Wiggins.
The fastball is not, overwhelming in terms of the metrics. It's pretty close to dead zone. It's similar movement in terms of the induced vertical and the horizontal, but the velocity and what I'd imagine the extension numbers are pretty stand out.
Gets a piece of it, stays fair down the line.
Going to get the out at second there, but not turn it over.
Tate Sermon's playing third base for the orange team. Nice job by him to stay down on that chopper. So that brings up Maximo Martinez, the shortstop committed to USC. Another check over at first base. I like that he's doing that. Martinez out of Hawthorne, California. 6 foot tall, 180 pounds.
See Wiggins still holding that velocity. It's 95. Been some 97s this inning.
That's another swing and miss on that one.
That's pretty close to a gyro slider in terms of the characteristics of it. It's killing the lift on it well. There's a slight horizontal, not a ton. So it's pretty much just that perfect bullet spin that dives at the end.
Oh, there it is on the outside part of the plate.
Going to command that there at 86. It's pretty tough to do.
As far as it advanced and mature goes, this has to be pretty up there for his class.
No question. Big-time stuff, big-time feel, big-bodied kid. Looks like top of the class type of stuff.
Ripped into left field off Martinez's bat. He'll get a base hit.
Solid piece of hitting there. I'm getting 97 out. He didn't crush it or anything like that, but get the barrel on it, get a base hit when it's 97 coming in. It's definitely something to write home about for sure.
We're playing with maybe one more out here. Anything else you want to see from Wiggins while we still have a chance?
If he's got a third pitch, let's see a third pitch. I don't think we've seen one of those yet, but has kind of proven to have that slider command. Let's just do more of the same. Throw 97 to spots, throw an 86-mile-an-hour slider to spots, and let's go to the bottom half or top half.
Gabby Tirado behind the plate for the Orange team, having a quick chat.
Now batting number 29, Thomas Bly.
Thomas Bly is going to step in out of Tampa, Florida, Louisville commit.
Big raw power for Bly. Big dude, physical dude, huge juice on the right side of the plate.
I'm just thinking about all the words that rhyme with fly. Let it fly. One hopper on the ground, shortstop for the out. So that's going to be it for Carson Wiggins. What'd you like?
Everything. He's big. He moves pretty well. I have nothing but respect for a forearm tattoo, as well as upper 90s fastball and really good slider. He sequenced well. He was throwing him for strikes. He was burying the slider. He was straight up overpowering at times. That's kind of what you want it to look like in an event like this, and he was great.
I would bet that Big Brother Jackson is pretty proud if he's watching. Maybe getting a chance to see younger brother show out at the showcase. So that's going to be it for Carson Wiggins. Really nice job by him. Touched 98, stayed consistent, didn't fall down in velo when throwing that fastball, which I know is also an important point of emphasis when we're seeing these guys at the showcase. So great job by him. We roll on here in Phoenix, Arizona. Chase Field, home of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Let's take a look at the Purple Team's roster so you can get a good look at who's a part of this team. This is their first game. Here's the roster. We just saw Braden Booth on the mound. We will get a chance to see him bat as well. He'll be a little bit later in the lineup. But here are the names that you're going to see. Here's where they rank the positions that they play. Anyone on this Purple Team that you're really looking forward to seeing, Zach?
Yeah, some of these guys tested really well yesterday. Obviously, Michael Mullinax is a burner. In terms of his speed and his athleticism. He's a switch hitter. He's got some power from both sides of the plate. I'm interested to see Nash Wagner throw as an Indiana guy, so of course that hits close to home. I love those Ohio Valley dudes. And Brendan Lawson, We're interested to see him against some more power arms and see how that looks.
All right, so we're going to get a new catcher on the mound. I am also excited for those guys. Jack Ketchum, still looking and trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school. So the recruitment process is ongoing for him. And we talked about this yesterday. People ask you, are there any guys who come here uncommitted?
Yeah.
Yes, he's from West Point, Mississippi. He goes to Heritage Academy, 6'2", 208. We'll get a chance to see what he's got.
Handful of uncommitted guys on each squad. I haven't done the counting. I would imagine there's probably 40 or 50 of them here, roughly. So, good opportunity. There's coaches in the stands here, and obviously to those of you following along at home, we thank you for watching PGTV.
You don't get paid to say that either.
I don't. That's built in.
Ethan Puig, the batter, he takes that ball inside. Puig out of Miami, Florida, committed to Miami. line drive into center field. So a leadoff base hit for Puig.
It's a barrel. 90-mile-an-hour fastball coming in. 95 on the exit velocity going out. Hard line drive single to center field. Puig's a nice player. Well-rounded. Does a little bit of everything well. He's got some juice. Hitting the ball 95 miles an hour. Obviously, you have to have some kind of strength.
Tate Sermons will step in. The self-scouting for Ketchum on the mound. Fastball, 88-92. So there you see it, sitting between. Slider, 80-83, hard, late breaking. That's how he describes it. And his changeup, 80-82, good depth and good fade.
Tate Sermons, although listed uncommitted, committed to Ole Miss yesterday.
Oh,
so
congratulations!
We have some commits happening in real time.
That's awesome.
This week we've had some
God.
decommits happen in real time.
Yeah.
This week.
Wow, that is so cool. Mike Bianco's program. That is awesome.
Might have visited on his way out, for all we know.
Yeah, yeah. There's a good pitch there from Ketchum, though, to get him to swing and miss for the first out of the frame.
Just a good fastball that held its plane, held its carry. A little bit maybe up and out, but definitely in a spot you probably got to protect there. Ketchum sitting 90 on that heater. He's thrown one curveball at 79. 91. It's a quick arm. He's got good size to him. Ketchum does. A little bit unorthodox in the arm swing through the back, given how long and offline it gets, but it's fast and he's on time and he's throwing strikes so far.
Kai McGarry, the batter, hometown kid, right here
Local
in Phoenix,
guy.
Arizona. Yeah, Sandra Day O'Connor High School.
I've spent some time there over the years.
Yeah, and then committed to Arizona State.
Nolan Gorman, of course, an O'Connor grad.
Yeah. He had a monster first half with St. Louis, by the way.
Dude, some of the best power I've ever seen.
It's
in an amateur
incredible.
hitter.
Yeah. I saw him in spring training. I was pretty excited for him.
Whew.
What's up? What's up, crew?
No, it's late, guys. We gotta keep
Wake
our heads
up.
on a swivel.
Wake up.
Stay frosty down there.
Ketchum, by the way, has a brother a little bit older, as that one is softly hit on the ground to second base. I like the check of the runner over there, playing second base, Elijah Clayton.
Absolutely. If he wants to make a hard turn around second, maybe you can snap through and get him.
I
So
like
that's
that.
heady play. And a good pitch there running in on the hands at 92.
Ketchum's brother, Coke, 20 years old. He said, that's the guy who inspires me, the hardest worker I know. Shows me how to compete at the highest level. He's a pitcher at Ole Miss. Riley Left, the batter. From Boca Raton, Florida. Appalachian State commit.
Breaking ball there. 81, just shy of 2,400 spin. Catch him. The big-bodied guy. Can easily see him getting stronger as he continues maturing.
Drew Rogers is the battery for Ketchum for the next 2 innings. That ball is outside. Foul ball. Hey, so Luft's got a sister, Madison, and he said that I love to watch my sister play the most. She plays with fire, just like me, wants to win, plus she's really good at softball. And I've learned that she plays really similar to me. I like to watch her compete. That is awesome.
Love that.
15-year-old Madison Luft.
We love the sibling support system.
Always. They don't get enough love.
Definitely not.
2-2 pitch. That one's outside.
He's shown some real ability, Ketchum has, to kind of get in on hands with that fastball. Run that 91, 92 in on the hands. It's been a little less commanded when he's tried to work glove side with it.
Okay.
Well, that was a good spot.
Ooh.
that second part of it was not in a good spot. Everybody will take a breather. Looks like everybody's okay. Let's reset here. Full count.
Oh, good pitch. Just misses. I like that he came back with that.
Absolutely.
So we're going to see a runner head over to first because we don't walk.
Nope.
We note the walk, but we don't walk. So you got runners on first and second now.
You have to hit. That's the rule.
You can't come back home until you get a hit. Fouled off. Lifted in the air, center field. And the catch is made. Brenton Clark playing center field for the purple team. All right, so 1 inning of work for Jack Ketchum in the books. What'd you like?
Yeah, whip the arm up to 92. Got some good life on that fastball running in. Want to see a little bit more of the secondary stuff in the second inning of work. Good stuff.
Welcome back to Chase Field. This is the class of 2024. So you are getting a preview of next year's draft, less than a year away now. I won't scare you, though, with those numbers. We're so excited to get to see Lazaro Calera take the mound for the orange team. The orange team. He's a Miami commit. Right-handed pitcher, 6'6", 230, Zach. Come on now.
Yeah, big physical human being. We've seen him into the mid-90s. He's been up to 95 in our stuff before. A strike thrower, too. Not many guys that size necessarily are yet. But this year to date, in perfect game events, he's only walked 1 in 10 in the third inning.
Wow.
15 punch-outs. Been up to 95, like I said. And last year, even as an underclassman, in 35 and 2/3 innings in PG stuff, he only had 11 walks. So an established strike thrower with big physicality, big stuff, big arm. Should be pretty good.
Florida Christian High School, plays for CVU 2024 Scout Team. Drew Rogers will be the batter for the purple team out of Tempe, Arizona, the Georgia Tech commit. Plays for Trotsky National 2024. Abe Ruiz's head coach of that one. Takes ball 1 from Calera.
94 miles an hour. First fastball there. Big and physical and strong. Big arm, like we said.
That one catches, paints the outside part for strike one.
Pretty simple operation for Calera, which is, these big dudes with long arms and long limbs who aren't necessarily fully coordinated into their size yet. Sometimes they struggle to throw strikes and repeat. But when you can move as simply as this, and that is a pretty simple move for a guy that size, you can throw strikes, and that's what he does. That was turned around at 100 miles an hour off the bat of Rogers, caught in left on a line, in right on a line, but either way, pretty impressive hitting there. That's a barrel.
Connor Griffin in right field right now for the Orange team. That was a bullet. Out number one, Brenton Clark will be the batter. Clark out of Texarkana, Texas. Committed to Arkansas. Plays for the Arkansas Sticks White Sox scout team. Chase Brewster, head coach of that one.
Saw them play in Hoover.
Did you?
17-year league. They played pretty well.
Chopped it right back up the middle for a base hit.
Turning around 95 there from Calera.
So you like the velo from him. That stands out to you.
Yeah, it's just, velo. I understand it's just kind of like at the amateur level, it doesn't necessarily matter all that much who throws the hardest right now.
Okay.
It's more about how does that velocity project to when they're playing at the highest level. So, a guy who throws 94 before everybody else in his grade or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean, anything. And so that the present velocity stuff, it's important, and that's why we have the best of the best here. These are the hardest throwers. They're the best of the best. But I'm more interested in how the delivery works, how it all projects, the secondary stuff once he starts throwing those. So the 94, 95 is great, but I'm more interested in the fact that it comes pretty simply, and it comes with strikes, and it comes with command, and that was 95.6 with some good verticality on the fastball as well. So those are the things on top of the raw velo that are standing out.
Brenton Clark steals third. The batter, by the way, Nathan Modal out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Chopped right back up, softly on the ground. Good charge by the third baseman to make that play. That's Andre Modugno coming in to charge and get the out.
You've already seen Modugno put on a show of tools. That's a cannon across the diamond. He hit a ball 106 to the wall in center earlier and flew around the bases, all at 6'5", 220. Goodness me.
It's only the third. Jake Quinn, another soft tapper. That one's going to go foul, though. Quinn out of St. Paul, Minnesota, committed to the University of Minnesota. Plays for North Star Travel Team. Alec Crawford and Kyle Dalton heading up that one. Quinn's been on the President's Honor Roll for 3 years with a 3.87 GPA. Takes honors and advanced level classes. He takes that ball down from Calera.
Calera doing a good job of kind of leveraging the ball down in the zone. We've seen him create good plane, that downhill plane on his pitches.
By the way, Cole Chamberlain now behind the plate for the Orange team. He'll be the battery for Calera, the next two. One-two count.
.92 and 90. He's thrown a couple pitches like that. I wonder if they're two-seamers. It's very firm to be a changeup, and the spin is very high to be a changeup too. I don't think it's a breaking ball or some kind of cutter.
But it sits at 92.
Yeah, so I'm curious if that's a two-seam variation of fastball.
That one rolled right side, foul.
That's 97.
Coming to the ballpark tonight, facing 98, 97.
In a big league park?
In a big league ballpark. 413, the deepest part of this park. 407 to dead center. There you see it. It is beautiful here.
gorgeous park. We're obviously super appreciative to the D-backs letting us hang out here.
Oh, yeah.
There's a secondary pitch for sure. Solid spin on it, freezes him for strike 3. Good inning from Calera, big dude. Up to 96, 97 with that fastball, showing the secondary stuff. Lands it in the right spot. Good inning.
Great job by him. We're going to head to the 4th. This is the class of 2024 at the 2023 Perfect Game National Showcase. Back, Jack Ketchum back out on the mound for the purple team. Boston Bateman will be the batter for the orange team. We're in the 4th inning. This is the first time these two teams are playing. They'll get a chance to play again tomorrow, but nice to see these guys for the first time. Bateman rips that ball, but foul.
Bateman primarily a left-handed arm, who's massive, as you can
Yeah,
see.
he is.
6'7", 250, not a small human being.
6'7", 250.
Not small.
Grown man.
Officially not small.
Wow.
But he's also got, he's a left-handed pitcher. Like that's his prospect upside for the most part. But he also has massive right-handed raw power. We saw that on display in PP the other day. Hits the balls really, really hard. So he's definitely a power threat.
Still looking to find a home. Is that right?
Yeah, just opened up. This was one of the midweek decommits that we talked about. Yeah, he was committed to Arizona State. Has recently opened up from that.
Okay.
And his recruitment is open, as I understand it.
All right. That's what I see, too. Bats right, throws left. Lifts that ball center field. Brenton Clark will make the catch on away.
Number 1, Slade Caldwell.
All right, so Slade Caldwell is going to get another at-bat. Second one of this game so far to face Jack Ketchum, who's in his 2nd inning of work. Jack also still in his recruiting process, still trying to figure out where he'd like to go to school. He's a Spencer Strider fan, said he's electric. That one catches, paints the outside part. Strike 1 to Caldwell.
More 90 miles an hour with good solid control of it, command to the edges, putting it in good spots.
Caldwell fouls that one off.
Like a change up there, lower the spin at 1600, 80 miles an hour, so roughly 10 miles an hour separation from where the fastball's been. Solid horizontal movement and then a good take by Caldwell.
Caldwell hard hit right back to Ketchum, who gets the lead runner at second. Good heads up play by him and good reaction time as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that was headed up the middle for a single. So to be able to knock it down and at least get the lead runner there, that's a good piece of defense from Ketchum. But
91 off the bat.
Ball's hit hard by Caldwell. 91. We'll count that as a barrel. And there he goes down the line. They probably weren't going to turn it over anyways just because he moves so well. But, yeah, either way.
Caldwell said he's been working out 4 to 5 days a week all year, working on that power and explosiveness, working on his hand speed and arm strength, too.
And it has shown.
It has shown. Yeah.
Every time we see him, he's improved.
Ethan Murray back, the Buford, Georgia native, Georgia Tech commit. He said, I chose Georgia Tech because it's close to home, so I have time to do what I love and only be an hour away from my family. Plus, the education I'll get is a huge plus. If baseball doesn't work out, I'll have my education, and that plays well in life.
No question.
Love that.
Intelligent kid making intelligent choices.
Yeah. He said, my power's in my swing. That's where I've grown my game the most this last year. Runner goes. Oh, good throw down, and they got him. Drew Rogers behind the plate making that one. That's going to be it for Jack Ketchum. 2 innings of work. It's going to end, but not quite. It looks like they want him back out for one more. Is that right?
It's like maybe that was only the 2-batter, 3-out situation.
So he's going to come back out, but this is what he's done so far in the game. I feel like his second inning of work, I've seen more. I have a better understanding of what he's got.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. I'm still marveling at Rogers there.
Yeah, the throw from Rogers. I saw you furiously texting, furiously typing.
I had 175 on the pop and was texting to make sure that I didn't miss it, but the responses I got back were 178 and 179. So I do not believe I missed it. Okay. That was very, very loud.
Wow. So the battery showing off in the 4th inning. Rogers behind the plate, but Jake Ketchum's day is done. So what do we see in the 2 innings of work from him?
Yeah, it's good fastball quality. He was putting it in good spots. It's solid command. It's solid command. There's solid feel for a breaking ball there. We saw a changeup. There's a lot to like from the perspective of a projectable mix from a guy who's big body and it's going to get bigger.
Dive into the delicious options like the bacon mac and cheese burger or the bourbon brown sugar barbecue wings.
Make sure you join us, of course, for the 21st Perfect Game All-American Classic, Sunday, August 20th, from right here in Chase Field, to the top players in the 2024 class, all of whom you're watching here at PG National. The 8 p.m. local, perfectgame.tv, of course, the Perfect Game All-Star Game, the first of its kind, happening that week as we lead in. Of course, the festivals are coming up. 11U, 12U, 13U, 14U, the select festivals that we do, which are the youth All-American Games, more or less. So all kinds of stuff coming up in the month of August, moving into September from an All-Star Game / All-American Game perspective. We're going to see the best players compete against the best players. Lots of fun. Fun for all ages. Another inning for Lazaro Calera, Florida, who was impressive in his first inning, up to 98, I confirmed, between innings on the fastball. Several at 95 and 96. That's 94 there, getting swing and miss over the outer third of the plate from Cross Howarth from Eagleville, Pennsylvania, Tulane commit.
Holding down the fort?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Ball's outside, evens it count 2-2. Just a reminder, behind the plate, Cole Chamberlain, the battery right now for Lazaro Calera in his second inning of work.
Good pitch there. Lands a slider over the inner third of the plate. Kind of got him ducking out with that front hip, just enough to land it back over the heart. Yeah, good pitch there.
Great
Nothing
pitch.
much you can do in that situation as a hitter. Feels like it's coming in on you, and then it's over to the third. Calera looking good.
Yeah, the Miami commit, J.D. Arteaga's got to be excited. Taking over that Miami program. An arm like this.
I got to tell you, Danny, the buzz from that Rogers throw in that last half
tell
of the
me,
inning,
please,
that's been buzzing.
Oh.
That's been. I've gotten a bunch of texts from scouts.
It was
sitting down
really
there.
impressive.
We're trying to compare notes and make sure we can all agree on a block time.
Can we just do the average of what you all
Yeah.
had? Is that how it works?
Yeah, we had several guys chime in the 1.7s and several guys chime in the low 1.8s. So I think
Okay.
we're comfortable calling it 1.8.
Cool.
But either way, very, very impressive. It was a hose right down to second base. Perfect throw.
Right on the money. Luke Taylor, the batter, out of Holiday, Utah, committed to USC. He strikes out though. Looks like Lazaro Calera is feeling it right now. He's in a zone.
Yeah, that's just good fastball command. Is what it is. He's putting his fastball where he wants to, and at 95, he's getting swings and misses. It's not necessarily remarkable from a data standpoint. That's not the reason. It's just well commanded mid-90s, and that's still a very, very tough pitch to hit.
Cole Cleveland is the batter out of Delray Beach, Florida, committed to Florida International. Goes to Calvary Christian. Six 6'2", 175 in the left side of the box. Gets a hold of that one just by the shortstop's glove. 95 off the bat.
Cole Cleveland had a massive week at BCS, I believe, in Florida recently. I think he hit 6 home runs in that tournament. It was definitely in Florida. I could be saying the wrong event, but I believe it was BCS in Florida. Hit 6 bombs. Going the other way there at 95 against 95, getting the barrel out front and doing some damage. Good piece of hitting there.
Nick Cucci will step in out of Tampa, Florida. Recently, one of those guys uncommitted. Reopened his search. In the air, shallow right center is going to drop down for a base hit. Cleveland sliding into third safely.
Good throw from Connor Griffin there. I was hoping when that happened. I've seen Slade Caldwell throw. He can throw in center, don't get me wrong, but I wanted him to get out of the way there so Griffin could catch that on one stride and let it rip, and that's more or less what we got, and that was a great throw. Strong.
Braden Booth.